And hello, everybody watching here this morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are from. Welcome to the EERC Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Laguna Seca. I'm Adam, EV500. Joining me is Edster. Edster is I'm guessing across the pond. It is about, afternoon for you, mid-afternoon?
Yeah, it's just 1:15, Adam, and a great introduction there. But of course, let's not forget, big stakes here at Laguna Seca in California on this 11-corner circuit. We could potentially see one or both championships decided tonight with LM-P2 and GT3, the leaders in both classes being from Mugen Sim Racing, and having big leads in GT3, the 88 car, which is currently on course for pole position at the moment, has a 41-point lead with only 70 left on offer. And after today, will there be only 38 points on offer? So, looking very good for Roland Zooks and the 88 Mugen Sim Racing team. But there is the number 7 Iris, the one last time out, and could deny them. Keep an eye on that GT3 battle today, because that is going to be the big one.
A smaller LM-P2 and GT3 field tonight, but let's talk about this beautiful track here in the United States. Like Edster said, it is in California. Laguna Seca is a 3.6 kilometer long track or 2.2 mile track with 11 turns, and probably one of the more technical tracks on the schedule. One of the big reasons of that being is turns 7 and 8, or what is known as the corkscrew. Roman Grosjean in IndyCar Series has said how much he loves this track. It is a great track as we're watching qualifying happen right now. That is Marvin Gumich, who in that number 93, he goes ahead and spins out coming down the hill. So a very technical track. We saw some McLarens out on track earlier. McLaren is probably one of the worst cars for this track. It doesn't do well with the tight corners. The corkscrew especially, it is not the greatest on. You could definitely lose your grip and everything you have going for you going up the hill into a heavy braking zone. So let's take a look here. Jack Dehan, or is it
It's Jake Dennehan, yes.
Jake Dennehan in the LMP2. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these LMP2s go around the circuit. If you actually keep track of IMSA in the United States, you know that IMSA has raced here in the past. They just raced here last week, and it was very interesting to see prototype cars on this circuit, considering of how high of downforce they are. Of course, IndyCar races here. That happens this weekend. Today, actually, is when that race will happen.
Yeah, but why watch IndyCar when you can watch EERC 12 hours?
Oh, true. 12 hours. Yes, this is going to be one of those longer races here for EERC. Again, 2 championships could be completely wrapped up today as we see Jake Dennehan coming up towards the corkscrew. Now, again, heavy braking zone. You can see him. He brakes right before the safety curbing really starts there. Does a nice job getting on through. Coming down the hill now. Got to keep the grip. You can't just put it pedal to the metal here. You have to be really conservative on the throttle so you don't spin out the back. But now we're seeing Dennehan now come to the final turn. Does a nice job. Nice line through there. I think that's going to actually count. Well, that was his out lap, excuse me.
Yeah, there we go. I did think he was going really far over the curb just before the corkscrew, but there we go. He goes into Andretti hairpin, the first corner, and we cut away to Bejic Bentz in the Triple Eight, desperately trying to improve his grid spot. The Triple Eight's title hopes looking a little bit remote at the moment, with them being 53 points down on the leader. The last ones that's still in title contention in GT3, so a bit of a slower middle sector on this lap, 2 tenths down, so Bentz needs to really get the pace here a little bit with 13 minutes left remaining in the qualifying session. Crosses the line and does go a little bit faster, but stays in 5th position.
And it's one of those, again, the McLaren's really going to struggle here. Obviously, Bentz currently in P5. needs to find at least another 10th to move up into 4th position. Back over to Denahan now, who...
Oh, look at that purple first sector as well. This could be quite a quick lap. The Irish seem to have taken control of LMP2, haven't they?
They really have done a good job, even from the last race of the 8 hours of Korea. He was 2/10 down sector 2 and over 2 seconds off the pace in sector 3. He's definitely going to have to go again. Here comes the Andretti hairpin. Does a nice job. And that's turn number 2 for those of you who are keeping track of the turn numbers. So.
Exactly, and I love the little detail, by the way, when he went through the hairpin, you could see one of his hands let go of the wheel on the little animation there, which is a lovely little R-Factor 2 detail. But I don't think there used to be, I remember the days when there weren't hands in R-Factor, it was just a wheel that turned on its own. I might be getting mixed over a different game, man.
Ooh, and that's an off track.
Not going to be a quicker lap lane for Jake Denahan. But we should give a shout out to person in 2nd position in the moment in LMP2, Mia Rose in the number 86, new driver, the 86, because I believe Emily Callison, who took the 86 to 4th position in class last time out in Korea, is now driving in the number 73 Team Sheba entry. Mia Rose doing a very good qualifying job. To out-qualify Zoltan Varconi and Zoltan Hives, the 2 championship contenders for number 21 and number 95, respectively.
That 95 needs to have a very strong finish over the number 21. Obviously, the 21 currently in P3. Basically, if the 21 wins this race, that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. But if the 95 were to find a way to win this race and the 21 was not able to score a huge amount of points, the battle still continues on to the next one.
We're just looking at Mikhail Wozniak at the moment, 444 entry. But finished 4th last time out in GT3, won in Mugello, of course, and was the 445. Its teammate was leading for quite a while in Korea before they had a force feedback issue where Pascal Eggert lost all force feedback in his wheel and eventually sort of just crashed out because the car became very, very difficult to drive. As you see, he's in the McLaren 720S, which, as you were saying earlier, is not the best car for this circuit, which is quite the reverse from the usual scenario, whereas Korea, it was the Ferrari that was not the car to have. It must have turned on its head a little bit.
Well, if you're in a Ferrari, you are definitely not. You're still gonna have that feeling of the McLaren here, but I feel like you're gonna have a more stable time, especially going up the hill and down the hill. That is where the McLaren struggles the worst. Looking at this BMW now of Moiner.
And the 86 has just recently set a very impressive lap time here. 1 minute 11.020 in the hands of Mia Rose. This is definitely lofty ground for the 86 machine. If we've ever seen Iris in such a strong position in qualifying, it's always been the 21, the 87, no, not 21, the 21, the 95, sorry, that have usually fought it out for pole position, with occasionally a few interlopers like the 85 getting on the front row, if they're lucky, set a very good lap.
This is probably, that BMW is going to be, it was very impressive back in Korea. Let's hope that they can have a decent race here. Currently P3 in qualifying, 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go in qualifying. He's going to go back out there. He must have tweaked a little bit of his setup before going back out there. Probably felt like there was something wrong. It looked like it was getting loose on the back.
Yeah, it did. It looked like he was going very far over the curbs as well to make sure he actually got into the corner. Lloyd Milner, again the number 7. The title's on the line, let's not forget. They need to stay in contention to bring the title fight to the final race, the 24 Hours of Spa, next month.
You can't wait for that one. That's an all-time favorite track. Mia Rose right now heading on out of the pits in that number 86, currently P1 in qualifying, and the 86 team is right now sitting in ninth place in the standings. The Giovanni Iris Automation team.
Yeah, their best finish of the season was 4th last time out at Korea, so up until then their season had never really quite got going. A few flashes of pace here and there, a lot of mistakes. A big thing in Korea actually was that the car was basically set up for Akos Forgax, who did qualifying and started the race. Qualified pretty well if I remember correctly, and the problem was that Akos Forgax's teammates really struggled with that setup. They just found it a really difficult car to drive for whatever reason.
And then we just saw that Ferrari go on the wall there. So something obviously not. Yeah, Jon Prim Armengol currently not happy with that car. That's the
number
0-1
one Ferrari as well, the 0-1, because I don't think they're world champions, so
No.
so they don't get to use the official number 1.
But they are currently sitting in ninth place, 2 seconds off the pace of Sukes. And Sukes in that 88, very, very quick. The 88 team obviously in the lead of the GT3 championship here at EERC with 161 points. Again, a really good race for them, secures them the title. Back over the log, Mjolnir puts up, he's already a 10th faster in Sector 1. Let's see if he can find a couple more tenths going up the hill again.
He's got 6 minutes in which to improve his time then and get ahead of the big cork in the bottle here is Zoltan Toff in the number 70 Dream Team car. Because they're not in the title fight, and they have been very impressive in qualifying, taking quite a few pole positions. Not won a race yet, the number 70. Always seem to be the bridesmaids. Last time in Korea, they were very unlucky. They were in the middle of a freeway fight for the lead, and then they got disconnected. Really just destroyed their race, unfortunately. Back to Prim Armengol. Oh, has a little bit of a moment coming out of turn 3 or 4. So just about able to collect it as Zoltan Toff also exiting the pit lane. But here's Moyner. Yeah, that was a personal best lap, and I think it's got him in front of Zoltan Toff actually. There we go, 119.254 for Zooks on pole at the moment in GT3 class. Mugen 88 on a 118.8. 5 tenths. Half a second he's ahead of the rest of the GT3 field. But definitely crucial for Muna to get ahead of Toff. Sure, we'll see Toff trying to respond to that in the last 5 minutes. And incredibly, in LM-P2, the difference between each car, between Mia Rose and Jake Danahan, it's a tenth of a second. Between Danahan and Varconi, it's 0.19. Between Valley number 90 and Varconi, in the hands of Santu Enquist, it's 0.044 of a second. And then fifth, it's Zoltan Heiss for DEAC Hackers number 95, 0.083 behind Enquist. So it doesn't get too much closer than that in the top 5 in LMP2.
Had to grab my morning coffee here.
Oh, there you go. I was wondering where you'd gone. I was leaving gaps for you to fill in there, and then you just weren't saying anything.
Yeah, I just ran and grabbed a quick cup of coffee. For those of you who are across the pond.
Oh, I'm just seeing this delay, but that was Marvin Gummich spinning in the number 93.
And that BMW, not great.
Royal Racing Bravo having a very difficult qualifying at the very tail end of the field here. But we're just seeing Moyner has out-qualified Toff at the moment with 3.5 minutes left to go. But I'm sure Toff will respond to that because he's a brilliant qualifier, as we've seen so often this season. Already he's up in the first sector on this lap, but second down, sector 2, so on the uphill section he's really lost a bit of ground. So he's going to go back to the pits, put on some fresh tyres, give it another go, I'm sure.
Sent to is it Enquest?
Yep, Santu Enquist.
Wow, that is quite the name, sir.
Yeah, the number 90 have had quite the rotating cast of drivers, and Enkris seems to be the latest. Oh, where's we cut to him, he just went very wide into the gravel, didn't he? And
Yep,
spun across the track.
and here's the thing about the gravel here, and this is true amongst pretty much most sims that have Laguna Seca on it. You hit that dirt, especially in a P2 or anything pretty high speed, even the GT3s, it'll spin you. It will turn you right around and ruin your day. So you gotta avoid getting into that sand trap. It's sand, not gravel. It's sand, as they are in California.
You go too far in, you'll be making sandcastles all day rather than
Exactly.
getting decent qualifying laps.
Now, do we have weather? What's the track temperature right now?
Track temperature is pretty constant. It's almost always 29 degrees. The weather is sunny at the moment. No indication it's going to change for the race.
That's good. So it's going to be a nice warm day out on track,
and a warm night, you would hope.
And a warm night as well. Yeah, it doesn't generally gets a little colder in California, especially this time of year. We're talking probably going from 29 down into 50. I'm trying to do the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit in my head. I apologize. My public education math did not serve me well in my adult life.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
But it does get colder at night, especially in California. This is not in just some flat part of California. This is kind of in the hills of California. I know some of you at home probably going, California has mountains and stuff. They do. And it can get pretty cold come
last minute
midnight.
of qualifying, by the way, Adam. So we're trying to see if anyone's improving. It does not look like they are. Here, Rose is on a lap at the moment. But yellow in the first sector, so marginally down. Let's run on board. Oh, look at that. Wide is he there? Through that uphill corner, through the Rahal straight towards the corkscrew.
Just look at that braking action. Having to get really hard onto the brakes, hitting that two board. That's about 100 meters out of...
Crucially, slightly up in Sector 2, so this could be the pole lap from Mia Rose that we're watching right now. What an impressive young driver we're seeing here.
Oh no, just loses it in the final turn, and that's going to end their qualifying with a 111.021.
Good, still
sector
good enough for pole. I think Varconi is out at the moment, but I saw him go back to the pits with only about a minute left to go, so I'm not sure he's been able to get it in. But certainly a valiant effort by Mia Rose right at the end there.
Varconi is out there still. It looks like no.
It looks like Loic Murner is the only one still trying to set the time. Zoltan Toff was a bit slower on his final, a lot slower actually, so he did not improve. Although he's just gone into the first sector now, and he's set a personal best, 24.9. See if we can pick up Zoltan Toff. Here he is.
In the McLaren, putting it currently on P3. Very surprising to see how well this McLaren's doing.
I think him and Loic Murner are the last men on track. Murner is set 33-second first sector, so I think he's over. Whereas Toff, 24.7, a little bit, not his best in the second sector, but certainly up. He could snatch second from Loic Murner, and that could really transform the title race and put Iris on the back foot here.
Well, definitely coming out of the corkscrew, took a lot of curb coming down the hill from the corkscrew, so that's definitely going to affect his lap time, but let's see what happens here. Gets a little bit wide on the final turn. That might invalidate his lap, though.
Look at this again.
119.138.
That was almost all four wheels off track, but it was good enough, the time, for Toff to snatch second in class from Iris number 7. So definitely a committed lap by Zoltan Toff. But will he get to keep the time? We will have to see.
Moiner didn't even finish his lap. He is in the pits as well.
It was so much slower, though, so I'm not surprised to see that. Now might be a good time for me to save the grid before the server resets and we lose the order. There we go. It's Mia Rose on pole position then, ahead of Jake Denahan and to Enquist. Zoltan Hives. Oh no, of course. It would be... where has 21 had gone in. It completely disappeared. Left the server early. What happened there?
I hope whatever their issue was, they can fix it in time before the race.
Yeah, I don't see Valconi anywhere. That is
No,
very
he's
concerning.
out. Oh,
I
it's a
was pretty sure
warm-up.
Valconi had qualified third, so yeah, it definitely seems like I was just a bit too slow and lost the order there, so I'll have to wait till the actual start to show everyone the grid.
And now it's the warm-up period here. Is it a 30-minute warm-up?
We start in about 25 minutes, so yeah, we'll be about 30 minutes. I think would be a good time to stop and meet and to make lunch. In my case, it could only take about 20 minutes, but definitely a very exciting qualifying session. And in GT3, Ron Zook's on pole in the 88, so the 88 in prime position to secure the title with a whole race to spare. Don't have to worry about 24 hours of spot. But in LMP2, it's looking much more in the balance though. So Iris with a brilliant chance to take their first victory of the season in LMP2. They took their first GT3 win season last time out, blocking out the front row. A very impressive performance by both Mia Rose and Jake Dennehan. We will have to see if they can convert, or if Varconi or Zoltan Hives and the number 95 DEAC Hackers crew get on something with them. But lots of excitement to come. I'm going to take a brief break. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
And let's go ahead. Let's just go to break here, as there's not much to talk about in these warm-ups. So we will be back in about 20 minutes for the race start.
Whisper test. Whisper test. Whisper test.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the EERC Endurance Championship. I'm Adam, EV500, currently the single man in the booth, as Edster currently is taking a little bit of a lunch break here before we get underway. We have about 10 minutes here worth of warm-ups still to come. As you can tell, Denahan currently leading the way in warm-ups with a 111.051. That is even faster than what qualifying was for Mia Rose. Mia Rose currently a second off the pace, as we are just going through the cars here and just showing everybody what's going on here out at Laguna Seca. Emily Callison, gets a little bit wide and into the wall. Loses a tire because of that, so back to the pits for her. Excuse me. But we are ready to go here for some great action, and joining me in the booth is Ryan Ferris. Hello, Ryan.
Hello.
How are we doing, sir?
I am doing very fine, thank you. You?
Oh, I am good. I am good. I got myself a nice warm cup of coffee as it is currently 6:55 in the morning where I'm at. But I'm getting ready for 12 hours of high-intensity action here at Laguna Seca.
Yes, and Laguna Seca being a very, very challenging circuit, I think we are ready for some drama today because it's just one of those circuits that is very challenging and it's a bit of a Marmite circuit, really, that you either love it or you hate it as a driver because of its technical sort of layout. There's some corners that can trick you quite a bit. And I think the corkscrew could potentially have a few victims today.
Oh, indeed,
Yeah,
it could. Ryan. Hello, by the way.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very excited for the race. I interrupted very awkwardly, but yeah, it is a fantastic track at Laguna Seca. Plenty of elevation. Loads of really tricky technical corners like the corkscrew and the last corner, which we saw even the pole sitter get wrong. And speaking of the pole sitter, it was a brilliant series of laps by Mia Rose to take pole position. I believe it's the first time that a female driver has taken pole position in EERC, which is certainly a milestone achievement. But looking at Mia Rose's career, of course, it's not surprising, given that she was the first woman to win overall in VCO, and she has plenty of experience in sim racing, endurance sim racing specifically. So great to see her first appearance of Iris Automation, delivering the goods, and Jake Dennehan, her teammate, right alongside her on the front row. It's definitely going to be an interesting opening phase of the race for Iris, especially with the two title contenders not far behind them at all.
Well, probably one of the biggest things about this track tonight, today, and for the next 12 hours, is that elevation change. Right from the get-go, you go up a hill, down a hill into a heavy braking zone, and that, all that momentum of the car just slowly pushes you down the hill. Hopefully, no cars get caught out. Hopefully, we hope for a clean start here. But as we're riding along with Roland Sukes here, you can just see how much work you have to do on this track. Right there, you're going to put up a little lift in fourth gear, and then you're going to get back on the throttle again, and you're going to get going to make this approach right here in turn number 5 into 6 here. And this is a kink here. This is probably, again, a very challenging spot for a lot of drivers because it does, you want to get there so quickly, but if you whip it in there too quick, you'll just fly off the side of the road. As we're seeing Sukes come through that corkscrew, does a nice job through there in that McLaren.
Yep, indeed. And this is, of course, the pole sitter in GT3. Roland Sukes and the 88 crew looking to secure the title a race early. They have a 41-point lead over Giovanna Iris Automation number 7, who would just switch to going into the pit lane. Very interesting little wall as Moina narrowly avoids the wall, but it's such a tight kink. As he bumps into one of the stationary other GT3 cars as well. But such a really tight chicane. Easy to overshoot it, I guess. Much like the old Adelaide Grand Prix circuit in Australia.
Well, it's a blind crest going up the hill, and as I was watching, I was seeing, especially with the LM-P2s, they're braking about 100 meters from the corner, from the actual corkscrew itself on that number 2 board. I know for some of you who are big racing fans, you're like, why is there no 50, 100, 200 marker? That I can't explain. I don't know why we do it. We're Americans. We like to do everything opposite of European, apparently. But
we just had a fourth commentator join us, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, Adam, but we should introduce Joshua Birch, who has just wandered into the commentary box with myself, Ryan Ferris, and Adam, of course. Joshua, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks, Ed. I've got a spare 20 minutes before I have to run off and do the British Touring Car Quali, so I thought I'll come up, see the start of the race, and see what you guys are on about as well.
Well, Joshua, we are glad to have you here. How is the where are you at?
I'm in the UK at the moment, just on the northeast as well, just waiting. I've just come off here from doing some MotoGP stuff for tomorrow. And then I'm about to do the British Touring Car qualifying from Croft for tomorrow's 3 races.
Well, you have a
Circuit
very
in Yorkshire,
busy
too.
schedule.
Yes, Yorkshire, I heard from one of you.
Well, you sound like you have a busy schedule of commentating, sir, and hopefully we can make this exciting for everybody at home today. It is 2 minutes until we line up the grid and start the 12 hours of Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and there's big pressure on quite a lot of the drivers, but not least, of course, Mia Rose, the 20-year-old Australian driver, in her first race in EERC, starting from pole position in the number 86 Iris Automation car. Certainly, with Jake Denham alongside her, there's going to be an interesting team tactic play with the 2 title contenders, number 21, driven by Zoltan Varconi, and the 95, driven by Zoltan Hives, of course. They are going to be big threats, not just for the race win, but they'll be fighting each other. So there's a sense of maybe Iris will bank on the fact that the 21 and the 95 will not be taking quite so many risks, not trying to throw away points, and the 86 and the 87 can sort of control the race consequently. Of course, the fly in the ointment is Valley number 90 is in between the 2 title contenders, so they could really mix things up if they want to in the hands of Santio Enquist. So LMP2 looking very, very interesting. But GD3, it is a case of leaders in the GD3, the 88 car, have a 41-point lead over Iris number 7. So it is looking like the 88 car have got things very much their own way so far this season. Have won 4 races this season, so even if they end up equal on points, they would still win against Iris number 7, who've only got 1 win to their name from last time out in career. So big pressure on the 88 though to maintain its pole position and to basically make it through these 12 hours with enough points to secure the championship, which they're looking in a very strong position. It's difficult to see them being beaten, but I'm sure Iris number 7 will throw everything they can at this. Of course, their teammates in LMP2 will be having to get by them at some point, and traffic is not something we've brought up so far, guys. It's going to be a major problem, it's particularly at the tight technical twisty sections, such as the corkscrew, such as the last corner, such as the Andretti hairpin that opens the lap.
Well, when IMSA was just here this past weekend, what I was realizing, how quickly the prototype cars really catch up to the GT3 cars on this track. It takes about almost two and a half laps before traffic becomes a major issue if no accidents happen. Of course, if there's accidents, that obviously changes. So these GT3 cars are going to have to really keep their what am I trying to say here? Keep on their toes, let's say, as the LMP2 field comes through here. Because definitely, as we saw in the 8 hours of Korea, the traffic actually became an issue in the latter stages of the race. And we're seeing GT3 cars getting a little bit too close to the prototype cars. Can't have that, obviously, different classes. But we always pray for a safe race, a clean race. That's always the goal at the end of the day. But it's Laguna Seca, and she can be nasty to you.
Yeah, Laguna tends to have other ideas when you want to have a clean race.
I'm remembering back MotoGP and their last race there in 2013 as well, and it was one of the most bizarre races I've seen because everyone was in pack racing around the circuit as well. Marquez fighting Jorge Lorenzo, and we had another move down there on the track for that corkscrew moment. We've seen it in MotoGP with Rossi and Stoner, Marquez and Lorenzo. In IndyCar, Alex Zanardi's done it as well. So I'm really hoping that somebody risks it and goes for one of those maneuvers at the corkscrew.
There we go. That's just the race direction. Directing everyone to get into position as we are preparing for the start of the race. Of course, they won't all be released at the same time. For those new to EERC, LMP2s will be released first, followed by GD3s, and it's a rolling start essentially. So
remember to leave it on the pit limiter.
There we go. Important to remember as well. Code 80s may happen at some point in the race. If there's an accident and they need time to clear the damage, they will enforce a full course yellow where everyone
And
has to
the
stick to 80 miles
GTs
per hour.
drop back already, please.
And
Yeah,
then-
so already some misdemeanors happening in the GD field.
The GT field is definitely, they're ready to go. 10 drivers for GT3, and then 6 LMP2 cars. This is starting to look like a GT World Challenge America race.
Now we go through the
That's
grid order
good,
then,
that, thank you.
before they are inevitably released.
You can see here about 80 kilometers per hour here through the track here. Nice little slow pace. Get those tires warmed up, but the tires are not going to be completely warm. It takes about 2 laps to get warm tires on this track at full speed. So, but Mia Rose on the pole position. Behind her is Denahan, who was looking very quick in warm-ups, was quicker than qualifying. And then Marconi in P3 of the LMP2 field. Looking at GT3, we got Ronald Sooks, Tom, and Muner, and that's your top 3. So again, starting order: Mia Rose, followed by Jake Denahan and Zoltan Marconi, 1, 2, 3 in the LMP2 field. Santu Evan Quest in P4, Zoltan Hives in P5, and Tom Dillon, the most regular sounding name, in P6 here this evening at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, there we go, Tom
Can't
Dillon, of
tell
course. We haven't talked much about Tom Dillon, but he is the team principal of Reading Game Studios and also on their lead drivers. So to see him in action again.
What time is the race starting? I think, like in sim time. Looks like it's
a
afternoon.
minute or two. Yeah, it's a couple of minutes past 2 here, basically. It's 8 minutes past 2.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like it's the time of the track there as well. We've got some clouds above as well, so that's always going to be a factor as they're coming into the last couple of corners. Such a hard braking spot after the corkscrew as well, so that could be a crash there.
Line up double file, please.
Yeah,
Here we
that
go.
sounds like LMP2s are being readied for the start then.
And GTs, can you line up in double file, please?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they passed through the final turn, and I will turn this over to whoever wants to start this race.
I'll go for
LMP2
it.
green.
There we go. Looks like the field being released then, and Mia Rose leads them away down towards the Andretti hairpin.
GT3 green.
Although it looks like
Straight to
Rose has
third.
not made a great getaway. She's down to 3rd, and it's Denahan who leads from Marconi as they go 3 wide. My vision's impaired. I can't see anything. We've got all these overlays in the way.
As that turns into a Dalek as well, the GT3s are underway.
Right, there we go.
Well, Mia Rose falling down the P3, and it's going to be Denahan who got an amazing
Yeah, and Tom
start
Dillon
there.
also trying to go around the outside of Mia Rose there. So, but Zooks has gotten away very cleanly in GD3, by the way. We can cut to that. Sorry about the connection issue there.
Great start from Zooks as well. He's already pulled out a second to Toth as well, so that was a great getaway and launch as well into the Andretti first part of the track as well. Yellow already in sector 3. That must be one of the LMP2s running wide as well. I think it was Valconi.
That or Dylan.
Yeah, that good point. And Dylan's dropped back as well. 8.9.
But Mia Rose has actually gotten back past Valconi and Enquist into 2nd position, according to the timing screen.
Hives and Valconi pit.
Oh dear, so that is the 2 title contenders in the pit lane then. So what on earth happened there? There must have been some kind of collision which has allowed Mia Rose to get past both of them.
Well, as we
But
saw
there
in
they
the-
are.
in the Andretti hairpin, those 2 LMP2 cars coming together, trying to go 3 wide through the Andretti hairpin, but turning back over to the GT3 field because that's where the intensity is going to happen. We already see Denahan 3-second gap from Mia Rose. Ooh, and that's Joseph Topp going off track there.
He's lost his rear wing as well.
Crazy
Ooh.
start.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Laguna has already delivered drama with the 2 LMPT title contenders stationary in the pit lane, repairing.
Oh, and that's close.
These guys are getting a little crazy on the start here. The tires are not completely warmed up, guys. You guys got to calm it down here.
That's Emily Callison, of course, in the Team Sheba entry, going a little bit wide, but just about holding on ahead of Marvin Gummich, who we saw struggling in qualifying, really. So a decent start from Emily Callison. Of course, finished 4th last time out for Iris Automation 86, the car that Mia Rose is currently driving. Mia Rose has just set purple first sector, actually, to try and cut the gap back to her teammate. But Denahan has got a 2.9 second lead now. As we look at Moyner, the title contender, stuck behind the Ferrari of Wesley Buchout, the number 35. So no, he's not only got Toff in front of himself in his start arrival, but Buchout as well is looking increasingly like it's going Zooks' way here.
That Ferrari there of Bocote is currently doing a great job defending here for P3 against Moyner. And Moyner needs to find a way with that BMW, but the Ferrari is going to have a little bit of an advantage here at Laguna Seca, as it's a very stable car, especially going through the corkscrew. The BMW in qualifying was looking so loose on that rear end that it was having trouble just keeping it on track here. But Moyner getting in that slipstream, but it's not going to be enough here as they approach going uphill.
Toth being in the pit lane as well now for 1 minute and 27 seconds. It's going to take an awful lot longer to repair that rear wing as well. Hives and Valconi have got back out of the track, but they were lapped down, so now already only 4 LM-P2s on the lead lap, and considering they're the two title rivals as well, that could make it a little bit easier for us as the night goes on as well. But 12 hours to go, that lap could easily be caught back under a very clever timed pit stop. So they're going to be running alternate strategies for the rest of the night.
Oh, indeed they are, Josh. With Zoltan Hives crucially getting DEAC Hanks number 95 out ahead of Varconi. With the 20 nowhere in sight, it really is turning into a battle between the 21 and the 95. I really feel, as we see Muna getting very loose on the approach to the corkscrew.
Oh! So many of them locking up as well down to turn 1.
Yeah, Mooney has been getting it very crossed up in almost all corners, just fighting that BMW from corner to corner. It just seems like a continuing battle, and with that Ferrari just stretches its legs and pulls out a car length.
And we've seen this so often from Wesley Buchout and the number 35 Evo Ultra Motorsports crew, that they're so good at defending the inside and not leaving an opportunity for anyone to get past. So, number 7, really up against it, fighting the car, fighting the situation, but going away from them here, and they really need to hope that the next couple of stints really go better. And
He's going to try and go on the outside into the corkscrew as well. I just can't get it. Risky going side by side through there.
That was a little bit, just looking at a very short replay of that. Wesley held the inside, and Muna tried the outside, but sort of just ran out of room.
It seems there are certain sections of this track, and it seems Muna is the faster car here. It's just trying to find the opportunity to pass, and with that, they've now got trouble coming up from behind.
Yeah,
The biggest areas where you're going to pass is probably through the Andretti hairpin. You're not going to make a pass through that corkscrew. You could probably make a pass on turn 11, the final turn. But yeah, not many overtaking opportunities unless you've got the straight line speed.
Yeah, and sometimes you can set them up coming up into, what would it be, about, is it turn 5 that they're coming up to about now with the cambered, left-hander. Sometimes you can have a little opportunistic move because the camber does help you a bit getting into the corner, so you can run a little deep.
And I'm just looking at the timing gaps. Mia Rose has cut the gap to her teammate, Jake Denahan, to 1.6 seconds. It was about 3 seconds after the first lap, so Mia Rose very much on fire at the moment. Her best lap just slightly slower than Jake Denahan's best. That's 1:11.867 Denahan's lap, whereas Mia Rose 1:11.880. But it definitely feels in the last lap she was almost like almost a whole second faster. So Denahan really starting to be closed in here, and it creates a bit of a problem for Iris. Do they hold position, in this early phase of the race, or did they let their drivers race against one another and potentially pick each other out? So we look at Zoltan High, desperately trying to catch back up to the roof of the GT3 field after his early incident with Zoltan Barconi, his title rival.
Passing a slow-moving Ferrari there, going into turn 6.
That looked like the red Ferrari of Joan Prim Armengol, who's at the very tail end of the field. Definitely not
Interesting
very
strategies. I'm looking here on our race view here, the live timing. Ronald Sukes on the green mark tire, Zoltan Toth on the green mark tire, and Bokhout on the green mark tire. And then you go down to Benz in P10, he's also on a green mark tire. But the rest of the GT3 field, all on the blue mark tires.
Yeah, I believe blues are the hards and greens are the softs.
Side by side!
Oh, that's...
BMW, yeah.
Oh, that's another attempt by Muna to pass Bukau, and once again, it didn't quite work out.
And that's
It's
put
a-
Wozniak onto the back of these two as well.
Very cheeky move there by that BMW. Got to be so careful.
It
for
almost
that
looked like
hairpin.
backed out at the last minute there in the corkscrew. They sort of had to go over the inside of the curve.
Well, these guys probably driving as well as we all know in first-person view. So can you imagine going over a blind crest, dropping down, and suddenly there's a car right where you want to put it? He might need code brown in this situation as well after that one.
Oh, indeed. Let's ride on board with Wozniak as he tails his rival in the Iris number 7, who's Moiner, of course. Definitely feel some frustration boiling over from the number 7, purple number 7 Iris machine.
We've seen that all season, though, haven't we, as well? There's always a big BMW in the mix somewhere battling, and it's more like a British Army tank, really, isn't it? It can survive anything and just throws itself up the inside.
Yeah, it just hopes its momentum will just win the day and force its way through.
I noticed the BMW, it's able to hold those kind of tight lines. It's able to put its nose in and make the apex, where the Ferrari, sometimes it struggles for that. It runs a little wide off of some of the apexes. I think that's where the BMW is starting to make time up on the Ferrari.
Well, he's setting him up. That BMW looking like he's ready to make a move here on the final turn, but he might not be close enough. No, he is not. And now we're going to cut over to Ferrari, just a lone Ferrari driver. Just getting passed by an LM-P2 car. All right, let's get back to this action here. This is some great action. Now we're seeing some traffic being involved. There's another Ferrari off into the corkscrew, and that's Emily Callison.
Yeah, so Callison has fallen behind Gummich now.
Is
And
this a
Hives as
problem?
well. Hives in the LMP2 who's caught up to Callison. But that's another car he won't have to deal with.
I'm just wondering, is this a problem that she might have to come into the pits for? Because even coming out of the corkscrew, she made an effort to go onto the exit of the track, and she's coming down pit lane as well. So yeah, this is definitely a problem. Could be puncture.
That to me
as
looks
well.
like a damaged car with possibly some kind of suspension damage.
Yes.
As Artur Pluet has gotten on board the GT3 number 01 car that was previously being driven by Joan Prim Armengol. So,
That's a very quick change.
yeah. Earliest I've seen a driver change, but Artur Pluet actually setting personal best time, so certainly exceeding the pace that Joan Prim Armengol was setting.
Didn't we have this at Le Mans as well, where we had, do you remember, we had a false start, and then we had like a 10-minute delay, and we had one of the drivers switch out in that gap. So I can't remember if we can have that.
And Moiner has gotten past Bukau then on that lap. So now Bukau is actually under attack from Wozniak in the Ring of On 444 car.
And now he's got past. He's really stretching his leg and pulled out at least a three car gap. Oh, and that is getting very close into the Andretti first corner.
Yeah, that was a very close actually by Wozniak. He's even though the McLaren not the strongest car on this circuit, he's certainly setting him up. And is that Bejic Bentz in the Triple Eight not far behind either? So Bejic Bentz wants to keep his very slim title hopes alive. He will need to clear these two ahead of him very quickly, especially if he wants to help his teammate and impede the number 7. He really needs to get involved then. So Wozniak in a difficult position, having to replicate what Loic Muller did just a lap earlier. But Bukau will not make it easy. as Amir Rose has unfortunately fallen down to 4 seconds behind Jake Daniels. I assume there was some traffic there that has impeded her progress. But,
Ooh.
if you noticed something,
twitch.
Adam.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a twitch there from that Ferrari. The McLaren almost had to go off the racing line there, but the McLaren doing a great job of just sticking right behind. This might be a setup for a move here. It looks like a little bit too far back still for that McLaren. This is the same McLaren from the 8 hours of Korea. That was very cool. I thought was probably a quick car that had a lot of potential, but just could not seemingly find the pace throughout a couple of laps and just had to struggle through the whole race.
Very jealous I missed that race as well in Korea. I absolutely loved that track, but I was doing the Le Mans 24-hour race as well, so
Yeah, it was a bit busy, wasn't it? It always
was a
tends
bit,
to be
yeah.
this time of year.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm very much looking forward to not even October 17th, because we've got the 24-hour race at Spa. I think it's November 18th, something like that I get my first break since, I think, March 4th on weekends of commentating. So I think I would have set a new record of the amount of commentary in a year at what must be around about 40, 50 weeks by then.
And we see Hives and Varconi battling each other as they overtake the GT3 field for position here. So this could get very tasty indeed. As we see Hives has actually fallen behind Varconi. It's got vents in between them.
And that was a very wise decision there by Hives to not press the issue through the corkscrew.
Oh, and he's off. Just getting 2 wheels on the gravel and just lost it under braking and running wide, and that allows is it Varconi through? Is it?
Yeah, a crucial mistake by Hives, getting just too wide at that last corner. Through goes Varconi, which is bad news really for EERC Hackers number 95.
I was getting. Oh, and the Ferrari goes off now as well, straight on at the exit of turn 3.
Got a little wide.
That turn 3, it's a very tricky corner because it starts off fairly tight, and then it kind of tricks you into thinking you can carry a bit more corner speed because it opens out a little bit at the exit of the corner, and it's very easy to carry a little bit too much momentum and run wide at the end of the corner.
Artur Ploet found that out to his cost there, I think, as we look at Varconi continuing to make his way through the GT3 field. He's got past the Iris now. It's only really the sister car of oh no, it's Toff and Roland Zux that are ahead. They need to be overcome then before he can rejoin his place at the rear of the LM-P2 field. With Tom Dillon would be the next one up in 4th position. We haven't talked about Tom Dillon very much, but actually very good to see them fighting for the podium. He is about 15 seconds behind Santu Enquist, who holds the final podium slot at the moment.
Well, probably what's really impressive, starting last on the grid of the LMP2s, able to survive the carnage in turns 1 and 2, and now puts himself in a very good position. Him and his team must be very happy right now, considering that the next LMP2 car behind them is currently overall P11. What I'm reading,
Hives
is that
is
correct?
in P11, yes. I think he is. Although he's just fighting with Wozniak at the moment, so we see it on screen actually. Look at Bukout, and he's got Hives trying to go around the outside of the Bring of On car. So inevitably, the GAC Hackers are going to breeze past on the straights here. So I don't think it's worth the GD cars fighting too much here. In fact, who throws Hives at the corkscrew?
Can you get both?
No, he's not going to get
No.
both because Bukout's got the inside. So Bukout's going to try and pull away and take advantage of this so that the 444 Ring of On car can't challenge him.
Pretty short debate there, isn't it? Because he's thinking, he's going to try to do the dummy as well. This is weird that we're seeing as well. It's like when we raced at Suzuka all those months ago. It's struggling for these LMP2 cars to get around on a very tight track as well.
There's not really a lot of play. Because of that one mistake from Hives going a bit wide, he's lost so much time to Varconi. And not only because of Varconi's pace, which has been pretty impressive, as he's now back to 5th overall in the order, but a whole 68 seconds down on Tom Dillon. So, definitely feeling the pain as Zoltan Hives.
right now watching the battle for P4, the Ferrari versus the McLaren, and honestly, this is a battle you couldn't have scripted any better here. It wouldn't surprise me if this battle is going to be this close for the next, how much time? 11 hours and 45 minutes?
Well, certainly the closest battle on the track. Mia Rose's progress has sort of been halted slightly. She's running about 3 seconds behind Denahan, so she's caught a second back over the last couple of laps. We're on lap 16 now, of course. Long way to go, as in 11 hours 44 minutes of this 12 hours of Laguna Seca.
I wonder how many laps will clock up at the end of it as well around here. It's a short track.
It
really.
is fairly short. I am imagining something around the 300 mark.
Yeah, I was thinking 300 possibly. I mean, I could go realistic and think maybe 365.
Possibly, Josh, but in the immediate future, the 444 car was caught right back up to Wesley Buchholz's 35 Ferrari. So I think Wozniak fancies another run here. Now he's not got any LM-P2 cars to break up the party. And of course, Bedrick Bent's not too far behind either. So I really think Wozniak's looking quite confident here. The big thing is like Muna continues to pull away from them though.
Oh, he's got a nice run out of the Andretti part of the track as well, trying to go around the outside through 2 and 3. That will not work. Slips in behind as well. Oh, go on.
That's the thing going into turn 1 for Buchholz is he likes to run that double apex. He likes to run it out wide mid corner and take a second bite of the apex in turn 1, where everyone else seems to want to just hug the apex all the way around, and so it entices anyone behind him to try and have a bit of a sneaky opportunistic move, but almost had it done, but not quite.
Yeah, that's the thing about Buchholz. He's very good at keeping his minimum corner speed up, which means it's really hard, unless you position yourself exactly right, to find a way around him.
Magnificent track. Just absolutely love that on board with this McLaren as well. This last corner always reminds me a bit of Adelaide as well. It's a nice one that you can slip up the inside if you can get the run done.
Well, the pit entry reminds me of Adelaide too, with just the really tight chicane on the wall.
Yes, that too. Also, actually, I think it's a cross between Adelaide and Bathurst.
2 Australian tracks in the middle of the sunny California.
I'll work in Phillip Island before the end of the night.
I'm pretty sure Laguna predates a lot of those circuits, Josh.
Phillip Island, I think was that 60s? I think it was 60s. Yeah, I'll double check.
So this track was built in 1957.
Well, there we go.
There we go then.
I'm desperately now googling Phillip Island before I head off for the touring cars.
Well, there we go. We enjoyed having a company though, Josh.
Oh, I will be back, but I'll just let me just get this track.
Let's hope so, because I'm not going to be able to do the very end of the race, the final 2 hours, because it's like my parents said no.
I heard, yeah. Hopefully I will be back for the last couple of hours as well. I'm going to miss a couple of hours in the night, but I should be back for the last 2, fingers crossed.
Let's hope that the title battles are still on in both classes.
Phillip Island, 1928, the road course, and the modern circuit, the 15th of December, 1956. Oh, the big one.
Oh, that was... Oh, and it just hits the side of Wozniak. That's certainly going to halt his charge. Who was that? That was Gummich. Marvin
That might bring out a
Gummich.
code 80.
Going off, yeah, so... Big accident there. Wozniak really didn't have much time to react at all, and in fact, Buchholz was very lucky actually to avoid that altogether. But there we go. And we were on board with that incident. That was really horrible. And,
Couldn't avoid it.
we also saw just before that a penalty for Joseph Toff, who's just gone in to serve it actually, as has Gummich, to repair the damage to his stricken car. And I think Wozniak looking pretty damaged here too. Upshot of that, of course, is Bedrick Bent gets through up into... That would be 5th in class now, wouldn't it? Behind Zooks, Toff, Muna and Buchholz.
Has Toff's actually got a rear wing missing again?
This would be Joseph
Yes.
Toff, not Zoltan Toff, of course, is second in the race in class at the moment. As actually, Mia Rose has closed right back up. to
Half
Jake
a second.
Denahan. Yeah, so this could be very interesting between these two, of course. Mia Rose eager to make up for that early error at the start.
Everyone see that jump? That
She
was
got it
brilliant.
airborne off the corkscrew.
That's probably one of the harder. That's the one thing I was really thinking about this race is, especially with the LM-P2s. They're such high downforce, low riding cars that you take that corkscrew just right, you're gonna fly. I mean, we've seen Indy cars fly, get some air through the corkscrew. We've seen just high downforce cars really struggle through there. So the fact that we just saw our first airborne of the day doesn't surprise me now.
Is she sponsored by Red Bull?
No, she's actually part of the John Lacey Esports Academy, Mia Rose. We did see briefly the three Iris cars all together on track there, but the number 7 wisely getting out of the way, as is the number 70 Dream Team car.
Right, I will take this opportunity to take a leave from the box, and I will join you gentlemen later on this
Oh, she's gone off and she spun!
Oh no, a mistake from Mia Rose!
360 gets it going. Every time I say I'm going to leave the box, something dramatic happens.
Yeah, so
Well
Mia
done for
Rose.
catching.
You need to come back in and leave again, so we get more drama.
Right,
Exactly.
now I am leaving, so I will see you all later.
Thank you, Josh.
Best of luck with touring cars, Josh. Right, but means Mia Rose, who needs a little bit more luck. The gap now back up to 5.5 seconds, I believe. So, Nick Janahan will breathe a sigh of relief that his inexperienced youthful teammate has made a little bit of a blunder despite her brilliant pace. So that takes the pressure off him at least for a couple of laps. But I'm sure Mia Rose will be very fired up to close the gap back again. And because everyone else is so far behind, it is a very personal battle between these two Iris machines. And so I think Mia Rose can sort of afford to push a bit and maybe make a few mistakes in spin there, because it's only Jake Danahan that she's battling with at the moment. Enquist is still 10 seconds behind.
Probably one of the most surprising things about that is that she was...
Oh, she lost it again!
Ooh, just got right in the dirt, lost the rear wheel.
Oh, is she just
the rear
pushing
right.
too hard, or is there a more serious issue here then?
I think she's just pushing too hard. It's very easy to really over push the corners, especially in an LMP2 car, because you just want to go fast, you know. You want to go fast. And right there in that,
Okay.
in that turn...
Sounding like
turn
Sonic the
5,
Hedgehog there.
Nope, get some air again. But you could just tell that in turn 5, if you've ever driven this track, turn 5, you either have all the grip or you have zero grip at all. It is one of those turns that just, because of the way it cambers, it just, you can lose the grip very, very easily, especially if you over push it. So Mia Rose has to really, get calm a little bit, find her pace again. She ran a 1:11.8 for her best lap time, so that actually seems like a very reasonable pace for these cars, as we're seeing Santu Enquist with a 1:12.8 and Tom Dillon with a 1:13.8. So we're seeing basically a 2-second pace difference between P3 and P4.
And
Mia
I
Rose
wonder,
doesn't
by
need to
the way-
risk anything.
I wonder, by the way, looking back at the target contenders, Valconi and Hives, their best lap times, 1 minute 12.7 for Valconi, for Hives, 1 minute 13.2. I wonder if they're still nursing a little bit of damage from earlier on. Perhaps it couldn't be entirely repaired. So that is certainly going to hurt their progress, and any chance they might have to finish on the podium, which is certainly going to keep the title battle going into the final race.
This is Joseph Toff finally coming out the pit lane after once again having some sort of damage with the car.
Yeah, he served the penalty earlier, and now he's repairing the damage. Certainly lots to keep track of here at Laguna Seca, as Enquist is 6.3 behind Mia Rose, so Mia Rose can't afford
That's
to
an
make too many
LMP2 off.
And he's lost the rear wing as well.
That's Tom
Additional
Dillon
drivers
running
become to
4th.
code 80 in 10 seconds.
And that's a full
Code
code
80.
80, so this would be an excellent time for anyone to pit. It's not going to take long for Tom Dillon to
5,
reach the pits.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
So
Oh,
that
wait a
is
Go ahead.
that is the code 80. And one thing I wanted to say about earlier, obviously with Rose, we were saying whether or not she was struggling for grip or not. I noticed coming, either it was out of frustration or something like that. I noticed coming out of turn 1, she was actually rotating the rear end and getting it a bit sideways coming out of out of the final corner. So either she's pushing too hard, or those tyres are starting to give up a little bit on grip.
If I was Jake Denhan, I would probably use this point to pit. At this point, my teammates just spun. I've got a decent gap. I may as well put some fresh
Attention all
tires
drivers,
on.
we go back to green in 10
There we go.
seconds.
So it sounds like Tom Dillon has made it. Thankfully, this won't cost him too much time. He's still got a sizable gap to Varconi,
Five,
who didn't have the luxury of a
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
go. So we're back underway then. Tom Dillon being serviced, so Varconi will certainly catch back up and possibly pass him. But he might come out just ahead of Hives. So the two Zoltans traveling away. They're already going to get back up to 4th in class because we have so few LM-P2s in this race.
Well, the LMP2 field might become actually very competitive here with all these accidents happening. Definitely going to spread the field up, but we're going to see those pit stops really make a difference to two of the cars currently a lap down, making their way through traffic. They're actually... Do we have all 6 now back on? Yep, they're all 6 are now past the GT3 field finally. So, and as an iRacing endurance driver who drives LMP2s a lot, there's nothing more demoralizing than seeing your car having to pass GT3s for overall position. It was very demoralizing, so great to see those guys get back through that GT3 field, get back with their class, basically. Now Tom Dillon's still in the pit, and Hives. Ooh, and that's a Ferrari upside down.
Oh my goodness. I think it may be, yes. Artur Ploep, who's already at the rear of the field, now in even more trouble. Yeah, there we go. So this is just on the entry to...
That's going up the hill.
Yeah, and he's just flipped it back up the right way. As I realise I've accidentally nudged the overlay too far down. See the driver name at the bottom. There we go. Oh, too far.
So the Ferrari having more issues here of Arthur Ploep, excuse me.
Ploep is how I pronounce it.
Okay, Ploep. I apologize.
And who is it?
Ploep has plopped back down the right way again. As we look at 444, right behind. No, it's not right behind Benz. He's trying to unlap himself, I think. Well,
I will say Ronald Sukes doing a great job in this McLaren, has been able to keep it on track. It's one of the more difficult cars to drive here. If you're familiar with the GT3s, you would know the Honda can do very well here. You know that even a Mercedes can do quite well, even though it has a heavier front end, as we're seeing now some more LMP2 traffic coming on through. And there's Tom Dillon. That's Tom Dillon. He's already back out in the pits, got his rear wing on.
it's actually Sean Jones who's got on board now.
Jones.
The number 72 reading game car. So a mistake from Tom Dillon. He's feeling a bit fatigued clearly, and he's put Sean Jones in to take over. We should see if we can get a word from Tom Dillon. He can maybe explain what happened.
And the Ferrari's lost it again.
In the same turn.
And that's one of the
That's the
mutant
leader
cars
of the
going
GT3.
on.
Yeah. But that wasn't the leader, Zooks.
And like I said earlier, that kink right there, that is turn number 6. You want to take, that's the 888.
Yeah, it is the triple 8. It was just... I hit the wall as well, quite hard.
Very hard.
And that's the McLaren of, is that...
Nick Homewood are watching
Homewood.
at the moment, the 445.
Going a bit slow by the looks of things, so whether they've made a mistake as well.
Certainly all happening in the GD3 field, isn't it?
And see, you can't take that kink too fast, because that's exactly what's going to happen. You're just going to go flying off the track into the sand. And as we've seen now 4 or 5 times,
I'm very surprised that Marvin
wall.
Gummich has escaped penalty for making contact with the 444 car of Wozniak. We see Bentz made it back to the pits for repairs after going wide and hitting the wall that would be that's the straight just before the corkscrew called it, isn't it? The Rahal straight, of course, yeah. Yeah, the Rahal Straits definitely seems to be a big trouble zone for the GT3 cars. This, of course,
Yeah,
puts
they're
Nick
not getting the
Homewood
car-
up to 5th.
See, the thing is, you got to get that car really turned. That corner, just like turn number 3. It's a little misdirection, misleading, let's say, in terms of how quickly you can really go through there. Because it narrows up a little bit. It's hard to get a pass through there, but you have to keep that car really turned. You gotta get that car turned in as far as you can pretty much go, so that way when that line comes through, you get right on that safety curbing going up the hill.
And crucially, Jake Dennehan has put Zoltan Varconi a lap down in the race, so it's going to be quite difficult for Varconi to get that lap back.
And Sean Jones, having just hopped in the Reading Game studio car, he's just set the car's personal best, and his personal best is actually faster than, well, it basically would put him the 3rd at the moment, I think, out of everyone else lapping, with that fastest lap that he's done.
It is just a bit unfortunate that he's inherited what should have been 4th place, and now he's stepped into the car that's just fallen down to 6th and last in class. So he's got the 2 title contenders now that he's got to find a way through. The damage with the rear, it looked like it was only the rear wing that was damaged, so it may not be as extensive as Hives and Varconi are harbouring, but we'll have to see as the race develops. He is 52 seconds behind Zoltan Hives at the moment.
Is this a battle here? Are these guys
No,
battling
it's
for
not.
position?
I think Moiner has caught up to Toff, because that's Toff right ahead of him, yes.
And
This is
that's
the battle for 2nd then in GT3.
and that's Homewood just behind, catching after the instant earlier.
Homewood, I think it may be Wozniak, who's a lap down on these guys after being taken out.
By a BMW.
A different BMW though.
A different
Marvin
one, though.
Gummidge.
Hopefully no hard feelings with the whole brand itself, but...
No, it was actually Gummidge drives an Aston Martin. So Royal Racing Bravo decided to take the plunge and put an Aston Martin in the race rather than have a Ferrari.
Why would you? Oh, okay. Not questioning the decision, just concerned.
I'm pretty sure they were either using a McLaren or a Ferrari before then, and so yeah, Moiner being really held up by Toff. Now Toff's pace in this phase of the race seems to have evaporated, and Moiner, for the sake of his championship hopes, really needs to get by, because the gap to Zook's 3.4 seconds now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's slowly growing here as we are approaching now lap 30 here. So 30 laps in the books, and we're not even an hour into this.
Certainly, by the way, in the lead, Mia Rose again closing down the gap from 16 seconds to 14 seconds, but after the Code 80 it did fall again. So definitely in the balance, Mia Rose definitely still in contention to win this thing. Jake Dennehan managing it very well at the moment. He's certainly had a level head on his shoulders, Jake Dennehan, and we've seen his defensive driving in GT3 in the past. Remember, he started off the season driving for Abstino Force Polonia. Force Polonia quit, as we see. Oh, through goes. That was a bit cheeky there from Wozniak. So Wozniak goes around the outside of Moiner, stops him from catching up to Zoltan Toff. So certainly not ideal there. Unlapping himself. Wozniak desperate to make up ground, of course, this early phase of the race. This is what I imagine Varconi will be doing behind Dennehan.
And is that Gummidge still in the pits from his instant earlier, or has he come back in again?
I think he may have come back in. See Ryan if he can get back out. But he's still ahead of Artur Pluet. He's obviously had so many incidents. He's 4 laps down, I think, on Gummidge. We'll come back 10th in class.
Oh, and that's a slow moving. Is that Sean Jones again?
Sean Jones missing a rear wing. The reading game, another driver's got in the car, another driver has parted company with the rear wing.
Now I think the
And Varconi pits, crucially.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80, code 80.
Yeah, and this is obviously what we like approximately 45 minutes into the race or 40 minutes into the race, so kind of getting close to the first pit stops, or not far off. So now would be a time to, if you got the opportunity, to jump on in and get a cheap pit stop, effectively.
Yeah, I wonder if Hives might try the same thing as well. The Sean Jones hasn't got too far to go back to get back to the pits though, so this isn't going to be a long code 80. As homeward pits as well from 5th.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, and in comes Hives. Zoltan Hives is maybe coming a little bit too late. Someone else
5,
coming as well.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
That's looks to be, is that one of the Mugen cars that have, or the IRS Automation cars that has just come on in, or?
I don't think any of the Irish cars came in. Barconi's already out, so this has worked perfectly for him. Definitely brilliant call by Mugen. There's Jake Danahan, who I think is going to come out, or potentially about to put, is he about to put another lap on Barconi? Because I think Barconi only just come out of the pits. So we'll have to see how that develops. Ive's still stationary in there. Sean Jones, of course, still being repaired. Sean Jones actually starts to drop back behind the GT3 field. I'm not sure whether this is going to work out that well necessarily for Nick Homewood, because, well, actually no, he was in 5th anyway. He's got a big gap to Elmi Callison. So, as you see, Arthur Poep, Arthur again in the wars and in the gravel. This is on the exit of Rainy Corner. Just a couple of corners from the end of the lap. Certainly Arthur Poep trying to get experience in this race and learning it the hard way, unfortunately, through making loads of mistakes. Gabor Hivesi has gotten on board DAC Hackers number 95, by the way. So already a driver change there. Zoltan Hives.
Oh,
As Enquist just about makes it into the corner there.
you're getting it all backed up there, and one thing I noticed, I don't know if they possibly had a pit stop and repaired it, but when we were running on board earlier, it looked like they had some steering damage coming down the straight.
Oh, Valley number 90 has steering damage. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. They may have had that in that incident near the start with Barconi and Hives in two title contenders, of course. Feels like the number 90 with the least amount of damage. Still running in 3rd position, but not quite able to challenge the Iris cars. Up to 27 seconds behind the lead now. And I believe he is about 20 seconds. Is he about 20 seconds behind Mia Rose? I'm trying to figure out what the gap is.
Are you guys ready to see how many laps we are going to potentially have today if this current pace continues?
Well, we've had 33 so far. Go on, Adam. Where are we going to get to?
500, almost 600 laps, 593 currently on this, based on this pace
And that's
of a
including
113.
2 code 80s, although they were very short code 80s.
Yep. That is what I can figure out right now. Of course, if the pace gets a little bit faster into that 111s, the 113 currently will give us 593. And it tight through the final turn. Gets it through, but if we go to a 111 pace, that is 609 laps.
Off continuing. Be under pressure from Wozniak, I think. He's trying to unlap himself. But they've also got the LM-P2s trying to make their way through as well.
Oh, and that is the number 445 car, is it? That's just gone off?
Yeah, Homewood in trouble. But just about gets going. So he's had an off at the sort of penultimate corner there.
Oh, and that is the very sideways way
I
to
think
take
Nick
the
Homewood
last
might
corner.
be... Yeah, Nick Homewood might be suffering some kind of damage, or his tyres are starting to wear out. But he has just pit, so I'm not sure. There may have been an issue before that he's pit to repair. And then the code 80 ended, and he's like, right, I've got to get going.
Is it tyres not quite up to temperature, or...
Possibly.
I'm not sure on that one.
Quite clear the dirt off before we got into the last corner. And Nick Homewood, of course, a race winner back in Mugello, last in GT3. Certainly no slouch. As Mia Rose pits from second in LMP2. Absolutely crucial.
Well, the gap,
Enquist pits as well.
the gap
behind
had
her.
gone out to approximately 13 seconds. Obviously, from obviously having the spin earlier, started me and the second spin, obviously. So she pulled a little bit back.
Yeah, I wonder if Iris might be doing a driver change here as well. But Enquist gets in front by virtue of the pit box being a bit further down the pit lane. Crucial stop. Is Jake Dennehan going to respond to this? Look at Hivesi making progress in the number 95, desperately trying to catch back up to Varconi. Well, Hivesi has previously driven for Mugen, and now he's at their title rival, so that is interesting, of course. The number 20 not in action today.
And obviously, we got Dennehan, our leader, in the pits now.
So Dennehan is responding then. Pretty sensible decision, in all honesty. Rose is definitely going to try and gain as much as she can on this outlet.
So the gap was around 13 seconds when Rose pitted. Let's see how it is at the end of the pit stop phase.
I think Dennehan's almost certainly going to get back out ahead unless they change drivers.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it would be interesting to see whether or not Rose can make some inroads on the margin.
As we see Sean Jones
Saved!
off at the corkscrew as he tries to lap the Nick Homewood in the Freon Bond GT3. There is Dennehan being released, by the way, so Sean Jones narrowly avoids disaster once more. On another repeat code 80 there. But there's Dennehan being released. Mia Rose is about 20 seconds behind. Has Mia Rose actually lost ground in all of this? We'll have to see. There is Varconi a lap down.
And
Varconi does not get the chance to unlap himself, and Dennehan on fresh tyres.
and
released.
Rose is just turning onto the start-finish straight now. So
Yeah, it wasn't the best, either not the best of outlaps, or it was a slightly longer pit stop possibly.
yeah, so Dennehan's coming up to turn 5 just as Rose is doing turn 1.
Not going to plan for Mia Rose there. The undercut by 1 lap did not work to her advantage. Zux holds up Gabba Hivesi. Of course, we've still got plenty of time to challenge again. In fact, she's got 11 hours, 17 minutes to be exact. End of the world just yet, and of course Enquist did not really make too much inroads. I think Enquist is about 14 seconds, I think, behind Mia Rose.
Oh, and what's going on here? It looks like a collision between the Havazi and Plope.
Yeah, so Plope in the wars again. He has been. There we go. Yeah, we just saw the tail end of it. That's the first corner. Hivesi 95 not having a brilliant race. All sorts of incidents, and Plope causing another one that Hivesi couldn't really avoid. Serious damage to that Ferrari. It is crawling around. Might be okay. Have to see if Arthur Plope can manage it.
But I don't quite know what happened there, because obviously both cars ended up on the inside, basically on the pit road exit. So I don't know, had one of them just exited the pits and overcooked the pit exit, or had one of them they just collided and somehow ended up on the inside of the track?
This is interesting. So Toff has caught right back up to Roland Zux in the lead of GD3. So I don't know how that's happened. Zux has clearly been impeded somewhere.
Yeah,
Toff is challenging him. Toff going round the outside at
he's
the
trying
first
it,
corner. Oh,
they're
but they've got the Iris trying to lap them for the overall lead, I think. Yes, that's Dennehan.
Obviously the gap to the leaders, or between the leaders at the moment, is 18 seconds. And you got, that's the Mugen car threading the eye of the needle through those GT3s.
Marconi taking lots of risks here to try and catch up. Gets Wozniak, and then he goes the other side of Zoltan Toff.
And the Mugen car of Zux starting to feel the pressure a bit, starting to run wide, coming out of corners, kicking up a bit of dust, which is going to slow his momentum down on the straights.
And of course, yes, this is big news from the championship, of course, because if Toff can beat Roland Zux, if the number 70 Dream Team can put the 88 down to second, even if the 88 finishes ahead of Iris number 7, it won't be enough for the title, mathematically. Because they need to make sure... Oh, no, it will be, wouldn't it? Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here between the two classes. So, I think actually it would be more than enough because they're already 41 points ahead. Only 38 on offer at Spa. So, it does put them in a position where the number 7 can attack, and potentially the number 7 get in front and win the race. That does put the pressure on. Off, certainly... being the big fly in the ointment, as I said earlier, really being that Zux can't be comfortable at this stage of the race. Has just about managed to get things under control, but not quite enough, as I say, to feel comfortable. Meanwhile, Nia Rose sets a purple first sector, 22.379, fastest of the entire race. Not quite so good in the middle sector. 22.365, but still fast. Could be another fastest lap attempt from Mia Rose to try and cut that 16-second gap to Jake Dennehan. Only 40 laps completed and already quite a bit of action. Press circuit. Mia Rose completes the lap, but it is slightly slower. It was a 1:13.593, but still about half a second faster than Jake Dennehan. Though it's showing the gap has actually increased slightly. Mia Rose has not had a brilliant start for this next lap. Dawn Jones, meanwhile, is still making his way through the GT3 field. Here he is. He's just gotten by the Iris number 7. And now he's got Wozniak a lap down in the way. And then the two leaders in GT3, Toff and of course Roland Zux. Have made his way by all of them apart from Zux now. Hevesi, DEC Hackers sets a personal best for the race, 1:13.0. So he has got the pace back up again. He is 67 seconds behind Varconi now. Looking like advantage Mugen on P2 at the moment. But they've still got 3 cars ahead of them, so they're going to gain some points, but not near enough to seal the title today. Definitely going to go down to the wire. At least at this rate, anyway. But the 88 in GT3 still on course to win the race, and with it, the championship. Would be, if they could pull off, a very well deserved. Don't think, because we only had 2 seasons of EERC, so it's never not gone to the wire.
Oh, and that is Toff just taking it a bit wide, going up to the corkscrew, and has lost a little bit of time there.
Frustrating thing for the GT3 runners is it feels like every lap they're being lapped by someone. So there's a sense of always constantly having to get out of the way, and yes, Zoltan really pushing just a bit too hard on the Rahal straight. Corner into it. That was what really lost him a bit of ground there, but Wozniak luckily not able to unlap himself yet. Really a three-way battle here, GT3, with number 7 still able to keep Roland Zux in sight. Roland Zux, of course, formerly driver for DEAC Hackers, number 95. We've seen him aboard that crew before, so interesting choice of Mugen to employ him for these this potential title-winning race.
Yeah, and well, he seems to be doing the job at the moment, sitting there in first place.
Yeah, I certainly can't argue with the results, but certainly Toff is a bit closer than he would like him to be at this stage.
Interestingly, down at the back end of the field, Polyp is been replaced by Oliver Newman, and has just put in the team's personal best lap of the race.
Oliver Newman,
and
a bit more
that,
experience, so good to see.
Saying that, they've just gone off.
Okay.
Commentator's curse.
Well, Oliver Newman is a bit more experienced at this going off, so he's got it out of the way now, so he hopefully won't have to do it again. It's Emily Callison. We haven't talked a great deal about Emily Callison. Doing a really solid job for Team Shiba. It's number 73. Because Team Shiba, another team that's had a revolving cast of drivers, was really in the title front with Nikki and Giuseppe Pastor driving for them early in the season. But now, very much, they're sort of in one of 4 or 5 cars that's sort of trying to catch up to third. But of course, Allison has got... He is ahead of Bedrick Benz. So certainly a great chance to get some points on the 88. Newman.
Well, we should mention that
Goes to the
Toff
pits.
and Sooks right now getting very close to each other. Toff currently half a second behind the leader of the GT3 field.
Right on board
Indeed.
then.
And yeah, after Toff making that mistake earlier and running wide at this section of track they're at now, he's managed to close probably a quarter of a second in this first half of the lap.
Yeah, so Toff's pace never really in doubt. It's always been little mistakes that have cost the Dream Team. But so memorably, on so many occasions, Mugello in particular, where Frank Bond just held on the closing stages of the race, and the number 70 took a very late dive at the final corner of the race. They both spun, but the 444 ended up winning that one. 70 took 4 runner-up spots in a row, I think, if I remember correctly, from Le Mans, Dumal, have a race, the Mugello. Of course, Korea, they were in the fight for the lead, and then action. So the Dream Team's certainly been really quick, but they've lost slight erratic edges in their performance that have cost them potentially better finishes. But still, remain in the hunt here. I think Zux wouldn't fight them too hard, if I'm be honest, because his battle is not with Top, his battle is with Moina in the number 7. As we see, wide from Roland Zux. I think this might be the run that Toff needs in the last couple of corners.
He has a look, but then they've got one of the back markers in front who's just gone
it's
off
Emily
as well.
Callison, yes, just getting out of the way.
I think Callison going off kind of caused a lapse in concentration from Toff, and so also went wide, and that now allows allows Toff onto the back of Zux.
And Callison getting out of the way of Iris. So, and of course Wozniak a lap down. I think Callison is another lap down.
That's the problem for Munier, because obviously Munier made that slight mistake earlier, which allowed Wozniak through, and now he's got to. It's not as simple as having that 1.7 gap to the back of these guys. He's also got another car in between them who is just as quick.
Exactly, yeah. This is the problem with Gummich taking out the 444 of Wozniak. But Wozniak is still really quick, even a lap down. So Wozniak will be very hesitant to obey any kind of blue flags that are shown his way, because he's clearly on the pace of these leaders, like you say, Ryan. So for Wozniak, it's a case of sit back, watch the fireworks, and take advantage if the leaders keep making mistakes to unlap yourself, and then you're back in the running on the lead lap. It's a pain that Varconi is in a, like you said, in a similar position, in fourth at the moment, a couple of seconds I think behind Denhan on the road, but a whole lap down in reality.
But you know, I mean, obviously he is, as he's showing, as he's actually starting to catch up into the back of this group. It's an opportunity really to sit and watch and study what the leaders are doing in terms of braking points, racing lines. I mean, he's already fast enough, but it's just extra information that he can pull in, and eventually, because we've found with these races, not everything ends as it is at the moment, when we end up getting a lot of retirements later on into the race. So he could still find himself, even though he's a lap down, leading this race towards the end.
Indeed. That would be quite a turnaround for the 444. It did happen before in Mugello, let's not forget, so certainly don't rule out Mikhail Wozniak. But of course, he's still got his teammate Nick Homewood is actually ahead on the road. So the 445 is also sort of a factor, as is the 35. Certainly, a lot of runners in contention in GT3 for the win, and Bologna 2 for the title, of course. Whereas LM-P2, it's the other way around. Only 2 in contention for the win, but the 2 in contention for the title a bit further down.
And just looking at the lead at the moment, obviously we've still got Jack Danahan in the...
and Danahan
Iris.
losing time to Mia Rose. Not
yeah.
sure what that's about. Yeah, he had just a slow lap there, but he gets it under control.
So the gap was over 13 seconds, and it's now under 12 seconds now.
We
Certainly
should
impressive pace once more from Mia Rose.
We should be starting to see, has everybody made their rounds of pit stops here? And I saw Danahan, he made a pit stop early.
All of the LMP2 runners have been in the pits. I don't think the GT3 runners have all been in the pits yet, though.
Well, generally, obviously the GT3 cars can go a bit longer in their stint. I think, was it roughly, if I remember correctly, the LMP2s can run for about 45 minutes until they need to come into the pits, and the GTs can do roughly an hour, I think it was, something along that lines.
Yeah, they certainly got better fuel economy, which is the main thing, and also their tyres tend to... They shred them down to the canvas in GT3, not unlike LMP2, where when they start to go off, they change them. But also, interestingly, with the LMP2 runners coming through, Wozniak has actually given up position on the road too, like Milner. So Milner now, the third GT3 car, has not got another GT3 car of the same pace in front of him. There we go, you just see at the back of the picture there, Ring of On, the sort of light green, beige green and orange car just behind the purple car, the Iris Automation car. So I think Iris have been on the radio complaining about blue flags as Zooks has finally let the LMP2 field through. Of continuing to challenge. How much would it mean to Dream Team to get a win so late in the season when they've been fighting so hard for one? It's a shame that they're not really in title contention, because they have had some brilliant performances this season.
So Rose stuck having to battle her way through these GT3 cars. Obviously, before, at the end of the stops, Rose, the gap between them was basically 5 corners between each other, but it's now come down that there's only a two corner gap between Danahan and Rose.
So certainly, get the sense that Danahan knows that Rose is going to be a big threat. It'll be interesting to see how he responds once Rose really starts closing in, if she's able to do that, of course. But if Iris decide at a certain point, we are so far in the lead, we don't want our cars to take each other out, let's hold position for a few hours and let them race each other near the very end. It is so early days that I'm not sure you can really do that with Inquest 37 seconds behind.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, where Rose has had to deal with traffic. I mean, maybe the lap before, Danahan was having to deal with the same traffic, but beforehand, Rose was almost a second and a half quicker than Danahan, which I think is possibly down to losing time during traffic.
To mention this,
Evenly matched. We'll go on, Adam.
Gabber Havesi in the Hackers in the number 95. He has come in. We saw somewhat of a really good performance from him until he had an issue with his reg at the 8 Hours of Korea. So it'll be very interesting to see if he can get this team back up the order here in the LMP2 field.
Oh yes, indeed. It was very unlucky for Havesi. It was very interesting because he shared a clip from his stream. Some of these drivers might be live streaming. I don't think they've given me the link, so I can't share them with you, unfortunately. But I know Mugen had a stream as we reached the end of the first hour, so 11 hours left to go. But they released this clip, which is them obviously talking in Hungarian, of the moment where the rig failed. And what I thought was really interesting was Gabber Havesi was sort of figuring out, okay, can I get it working again? And also, if I can't get it working again, can I go to the pits and sort of rejoin the race from there? So he was sort of really thinking out loud about what to do. He was a bit frustrated, obviously, because by the time they figured out what was wrong, the engine had kind of overheated from the car just standing still. So unfortunately, that was number 20 out of the race. And it looks like really out of the championship, so it makes sense to switch over to the 95, which is still in contention from Gabber Havesi's point of view. But big unlucky moment there. Not the only driver in that race, of course, to have horrible luck and misfortune befall. The number 90 in the closing stage with like 2 hours left to go at the 8 hours was running in second place, and then they had what was it called? It was the double shift glitch that happened to them, where it accidentally climbed an extra gear, and the engine just blew on the straight. And number 90 with it was the name of that driver driving at that time is Callison, fighting with Ben Spejic. Interestingly, I had not noticed before actually, because Ben's horrible stint. Actually had fallen down to 8th and is now caught back up to Emily Callison. Well, teammate leads the race. Not going to plan for the 888 car. It's not really gone to plan for them since they won Daytona. So earlier on. Okay. Callison, we're going to see what she's made of here, because she's going to be defending for all she's worth here. 73. Edging. We got the better pace. Matter of sure he doesn't hunt Callison out of the way or come to grief himself. Keep an eye battle between Toff and Zooks. Looked like he was able to get ahead of Callison very briefly, which is why it flared up on the timing screen, but then I think he could have overshot the corner or something.
Yeah, Callison going ultra defensive into the corkscrew.
Doesn't surprise me at all. But Callison can keep this up.
Ooh.
And we had Bentz trying up the inside. It's not really a passing corner, that second to last corner, but he had a go, got it up on the grass and lost a bit of momentum there.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I was trying to click on the screen to change cameras and accidentally touch the overlay instead.
Attempting to try and tease it round the outside into the first corner. Not quite. Then trying to get it all set up, but it seems like actually he's lost a couple car lengths on Callison there.
And that's honestly, I think it's just the McLaren just trying to get the grip, and now Callison into the wall.
Oh, there we go. Wow.
Slightly. And that's the thing, like I said earlier about that turn 2, turn 3 area. It's one of those corners that it just makes you think that you can carry a bit more momentum, but you can't. And what ends up happening is you run out wide, touch the gravel like Callison did, and spins yourself off.
I don't think she even touched the gravel there. I think she just lit the rears up on the exit. But I get quite a good look at that because the overlay, unfortunately, misbehaving a lot. I'm lagging a lot, so when I drag it, it's it's showing me it dragging more after I've stopped dragging it. If that makes sense. So I apologise for that. I'm just trying to make it so I have to commentate on the race and do the cameras and manage the overlay.
Looking let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else happening on track. Toff is into the pits now.
Yeah, so
that's
that's
just a
top from
regular pit
second,
stop.
so that puts Iris up to second, 3.4 behind the lead.
Obviously, Callison has also made it back to the pit lane.
Yeah, so there wasn't a code 80 called for Callison, so I assume because the rear wing didn't fall off, it wasn't deemed like a hazard. He did have quite a way to go to get back to the pits though, so surprised they didn't call the code 80 for that, but she was just about able to get out of the way.
Well, as we hit a little bit of a lull point here, as the pit stops are going to cycle through, that's going to really spread out this field. As it's approaching, what time is it?
Whoa.
It's 8:15 my time.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
It's that McLaren getting a little bit squirrely through the corkscrew there. But a little bit of trivia, as it is the morning time with me. Toto Wolff, Mercedes team boss, when he took over the team, what was something that he pointed out? I found this very interesting for all you motorsports enthusiasts. I was listening to a podcast last night, and Toto Wolff, one of the things that he mentioned when he took over Mercedes, he said that there was dry coffee cups, and that irritated him. So, a little bit of motorsports knowledge about the mind of Toto Wolff.
Dry coffee cups.
Dry coffee cups, yeah. He said it's one of those things. It shows the attitude of the team. So something so small, of even having just dry coffee cups, he saw as an attitude thing. So as I am drinking my morning Joe this morning here in the United States, I will always think of that now. So hopefully that, make some coffee, drink some coffee, and get on with your day.
Well, I guess certainly not the biggest thing that had to be fixed at Mercedes in the last decade, but to get them to become the world championship squad that they are today. But I guess it's all part of that mentality, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they did start winning championships after Toto Wolff came in, so maybe the dry coffee cup was actually that might be a turning point in the team. You never know.
You know what? You know who would not have abided by that? Ron Dennis. Ron Dennis is anally obsessed with keeping everything clean. Like the inside of McLaren Technology Center is like the ship from the beginning of Star Wars. That's like white everywhere and is all very sci-fi and futuristic.
And obviously, everything is all the way down to the air pressure in the canteen being a different air pressure, so it meant that the smell of food didn't kind of spread out into the corridors surrounding the canteen. Yeah.
So
Team bosses and their weird little quirks, I swear.
we're pretty weird and quirky too. That's why we're talking about coffee cups. Anyway,
We're hitting a lull in the action. We got to talk about something.
well, there has been a bit of a change in the order since the number 70 has merged from the pits in fourth position. I believe also the 88 is pit now. Well, because as we see Vance spinning, just about getting it under control. Wow, well managed there. Shame he's not getting in the pit lane, but he just lost it in the penultimate corner. Found himself a real 360-degree spin there. Saved from the man in 7th place since getting past Callison. I'm not sure, I may have missed what happened to the 88 there. trying to fix the overlay.
Just lost it under looked like on.
That was the triple A
coming
that
down.
was trouble there, but the 88 of Rowan Zooks has now 69 seconds behind the lead of Moyner, so I assume that's either not changed drivers, so there must be a mistake there. So as we see Iris going a little bit off track there, and Falcone also going a bit off track. I think that was Denahan. A minor mistake. Falcone just about gets in front of Wozniak on road. So but the order in GT3 is Moyner leading Bukow, Wesley Bukow in the 35 by 35 seconds, but Moyner now pits.
And the Dream Team squad currently running in 10th. Had a driver change of
But Songzor Ferenzi in, yes, that's right, Ryan. Being serviced.
I will say it's really nice to see these GT drivers being very cautious, especially around the LMP2 cars.
Yeah. And the 35 pits now as well, so very similar strategy for the 7 and the 35 then. So Zooks should retake the lead then at this stop, and Ferenzi should take second.
Oh, Sean Jones is still out. Oh, no. Nope. Never mind. I was reading the timing screen wrong. I have to look a little bit closer next time. Yeah, Sook should retake this lead here. Wasn't too far back. So, what are we thinking? Pit stop time for tires and gas?
It's like 50 seconds, isn't it? Or something like that.
something along those lines. It's enough that basically, it's enough that you can. It takes almost like a whole lap, really, because we saw obviously Denahan pit, and Rose was probably obviously 13 seconds off. So yeah, it's roughly almost the same time as it would to do a lap. So about a minute, I think.
Oh, Gummich!
Gummich off again,
And
where's
Martin? That's just before the penultimate corner.
Well,
so that
same
would be rainy corner that he's lost
same
it in
corner.
at the exit.
same corner as he did earlier?
Yeah, it is exactly the same place he went off earlier. So yeah, Gummich not covering himself in glory, I think it's fair to say, but he gets going again. He doesn't hit anything this time, which is good to see. So, I think it's a slightly less long pit stop for the GT3 cars because I think it might be because they're better on. Well, they're doing less pit stops anyway because the fuel goes a bit further. Ferenzi has emerged 2.2 behind Roland Zooks, so Zooks has a little bit more of a buffer than he did earlier on.
Yeah, it's a bit more breathing space from the half a second that you had earlier.
While LM-P2, Denahan's increased the gap to 18 seconds, but we're also seeing a penalty for Gabor Hivesi in the number 95, so he's really going to hurt that challenge as Gummich makes another off. Very briefly and in a straight line this time, so no damage done. Yeah, Gabor Hivesi, luck's not really been on his side, has it? He's at least got 2-lap gap to Sean Jones, but Falcone, and again, he's 75 seconds ahead of Hivesi. He's going to be a whole lap ahead of his title rival. So, I'm not sure what the penalty for Hivesi was for. I could have a little check. Good decision. So there was already an incident earlier between DAC Hackers number 95 and Rookie Monsters 481, which I think is the 01 car. No further action. DAC Hackers number 95 had a warning for. It says remember blue flag rules, so I assume that means they've forgotten it. Then we have drive-through penalty for DAC Hackers number 95 for ignoring blue flags. There we go. So that might also explain why the 444 let the number 7 through. Because they couldn't afford to ignore the blue flags.
Emily Callison is back out there, or at least her team is.
Let's see who's actually aboard Emily Callison.
Nope, it's Emily. Emily Callison still
No,
in the
she
car.
hasn't changed drivers. I didn't think she had, yeah. A bit confused when you said that.
I did have my timing screen up. I was looking at the penalties, deciphering all of that. The store is very, very busy here.
Very
40,
thorough as well, yes.
6 decisions already being made from lap 16 to lap 57. So
And for
Chris
NG,
Tompkins,
interestingly, is closed to within a second from Zooks. So Zooks once again under pressure from the Dream Team car. This could be a very interesting battle. I was thinking about taking a break soon, but I might just see what happens to here.
I was going to say, you guys have a sim racing expo this weekend in the UK.
Oh, we do, don't we? I know there's one in...
Of course, we would like to give a shout out to Grid Finder for partnering up with EERC, as well as Sadler for being a sponsor of this event.
Exactly, and of course, helping us to not only keep the league running, but also to provide us with the... I believe they're the ones providing us with the cash prizes for the winners, of course. If Roland Zix and the 88 Mugen team can get themselves into a title winning position by the end of this race, they will win the 500... I believe it's 500 euros that they win. At least. Might be more than that. But it's certainly not a not inconsiderable sum of money.
Hey, it's money.
Indeed, money is money.
Money is money.
I was thinking because I don't have a frame of reference because in the UK we don't use euros, so to me it's like 500 euros. It's like, okay, but what's that in pounds?
What's that in real money?
Yes. Speaking of real money, let's talk about timing, because that 1 second barrier between Zooks and Frenzy looking very vulnerable here as the orange and red and purple dreamlike livery of the number 70 closes in. Black and white livery. It's a sort of a black, white, and grey of Mugen, I guess. I wonder if Ferengi is going to try a move here, because we've seen the Dream Team always go full aggression, especially early in the race. They tend not to hold back. They've certainly tempered some of that aggression compared to very early in the season, where they would basically punt the other drivers out of the way to take the lead on occasion, which was a little bit dodgy. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but yeah, you certainly think if they can get close within strike distance again, Dream Team won't hold back this time. Let Valley number 90 through. And I think Valley number 90 might feel a little bit disappointed. They would have been expecting, once Arcani and Hevesi were out the way, I think they would have been expecting to be in that fight with Virus. And instead they've dropped down to about 50 seconds from the lead. As Varconi and Hevesi both pit, Hevesi deserved his penalty, and I think Varconi, possibly for a driver change, as Vigoich go very off track to let the field through. I know, he's going for the pit lane, no wonder.
That Aston Martin really struggling here. It's the only Aston Martin on the grid today.
And actually, I think the 95 is having a scheduled stop. This isn't his penalty he's serving. So either that's been served before and I missed that, or he's going to serve it after. I don't think you can serve it as part of the stop. This isn't Formula 1. You just get like 5 seconds added into your stop and they let you off.
Again, this is a very tight track. Probably one of the more technical tracks out on the schedule. Of course, it's very short, so obviously we're seeing those lap times 111, 112s in the LM-Ps. In the GT3 class, we're seeing lap times around 120. So some reasonable paces for both of these classes of cars. Quite interesting to see those LMP2s go through the field here. Haven't seen many of those guys go airborne since we saw Mia Rose go airborne twice in a row through the corkscrew.
I think she's the only one doing it, to be honest. It is just spectacular. as we see, who's that clobbering the pit wall coming into the pits?
Was that Sean Jones having?
It looks like it, yeah. Oh, and he's pulling in just as just as Gummich was leaving his pit move. He finds the LM-P2 car cutting straight across his nose.
It's been one to forget so far for Reading Game Studios, hasn't it? The 72 is just, if it's not been missing its rear wing, it's been bumping into the wall. But it's certainly a great chance for a podium starting to fade for them. Nonetheless, Iris maintain their control over the LMP2 race, but Frenzy now closing the gap to win second almost of Roland Zux. While Mia Rose drops to about 17 seconds, or she's gained a second a little bit from when we last checked. So it's not completely fallen away from the 86 machine. Still just about in contention. But the number 90 certainly losing touch. Sean Jones gets a penalty. No doubt he did actually hit someone, or impede someone in the pit lane. He may have sped in the pit lane actually. Let's have a check. Look at Frenzy continuing to harry Roland Zux to the lead of GT3.
Does our Vector support VR?
Ooh.
Yes, it does.
And this is interesting. Decision number 7 by the stewards. Lap 61 incident involving Giovanni Iris Automation 86 and Mugen 21. Drive-through penalty for Mugen 21.
And I hate to
ignoring blue
interrupt you.
flags and causing a collision. Oh!
We just saw the leaders in the GT3 field coming through turn 3, colliding with each other.
They've collided each other twice there. Once at the hairpin, at the Andretti hairpin, and then again at turn 3, with Ferenzi losing out the second time there and being forced into the gravel by Roland Zux. The stewards might have a word there, but it also means Loic Murno is right at the back of Ferenzi now.
Well, 1, 2, 3 have all gotten very close to each other. We're going to see a very tight battle here for the lead here. Zux really tried to hold on there. He's on the green mark tire on that GT3 car, running about a 122 on that last lap, but the thing is that Frenzy is very quick in this McLaren as well, and then a BMW in the back. So this is going to get very, very interesting. Of course, got to worry about that LMP2 traffic coming through. So this is going to create some chaos.
And Enquist pits from third there, but of course he hasn't got to worry about Varconi because Varconi has got a drive-through penalty to serve for ignoring blue flags. So the 95 and the 21 not dealing well with being so far down the field as Ferenzi lets the leader through.
Yeah, and Munier trying to make up as much time as possible in Frenzy, absolutely lighting up those rear tyres coming out of the final corner.
Oh yes, so to see Muna putting everything on the edge here, because this is the battle to stay in title contention, let's not forget. If he can clear Ferenzi, then he's got Zux sights, and Zux not had the best lap either, because he's fallen back into the clutches within about a second of Ferenzi. So this is a freeway battle for the lead now. Could get very, very interesting very quickly. As Mia Rose is now pitting a lap after Enquist, being serviced in the pit lane. So once again, Danahan staying out longer might be able to maintain his 17-odd second advantage over Mia Rose. We'll have to see if Mia Rose can cut in to the advantage this time. Oh, look at that! The BMW sliding in the entry into the corkscrew, which is not ideal. Certainly, like you say, Ryan, putting everything out there, because this could be a brilliant opportunity to get past the number 70.
Indeed, and they've got the Emily Callison in front of them that they've got to try and negotiate, and the Mugen car ahead of Zux has managed that.
And Danahan pits are in the lead, by the way. So keep an eye on that. Now Ferenzi's got to negotiate. Emily Callison
takes it wide, but manages to hold on to it.
A little bit of Lando Norris action there.
This is brave stuff by Ferenzi. And the Iris has also made it past Callison too. So Moyner is sort of in the position he was earlier, where he just sits back and watches the fireworks happen ahead of him.
And it looks like Frenzy's got to run into the corkscrew, but he's not quite close enough. He looked like he was trying to get a dummy.
And he's got
sorted
Varconi that's lapping them now.
Sives up the inside and don't want to take out your sister team.
No, certainly not. Oh, but now Ferenzi's going to go around the outside. Oh, because it was briefly delayed there.
Dips a wheel onto the grass, and that all this allows Munier to get back onto these guys. He kind of was tailing off the back of them, and after a few corners, he's back with them.
Some scary moments here for the GT3 leader, having to defend very aggressively as they come through the...
And Mia Rose set a purple final sector there, and has taken the lead because Ryan McKibben has taken over from Jake Danahan in Iris number 87. So the gap, 10 seconds in favour of 20-year-old Australian driver Mia Rose.
Yep, and we saw McKibben just coming out of pit lane as we were riding on board with Munier here. And that, I'm assuming that's him just going past the three of them now.
Yes, and 2 purple sectors for Mia Rose. So I think that they're taking advantage here, aren't they?
They are putting in the laps.
I'm hesitant to check what Mia Rose is doing because this battle is so engrossing between the GT3 leaders.
Oh, little mistake there from Frenzy, but he still holds it. But that's probably because he cut half the corkscrew there.
There we go, fastest lap, 1:11.785 from Mia Rose. So she is flying out there.
He wants these next couple of laps to really count for something here, coming through.
Because they're delaying the driver change. I think they're keeping Mia Rose in. As Varconi, we're getting the, I think, confirmation of that earlier penalty for Varconi showing up on screen. So he will have to serve it. It's really going to hurt him because the more penalties he gets, the more he's going to be lapped in this position where he'll ignore blue flags and get more penalties. So it's a kind of vicious cycle.
Well, it looks like McKibben could be responding, although he's done a slowish first sector. He did set a personal best final sector.
Gap, I believe, is about 20 seconds, 17 seconds. Luna certainly closing on Zoltan Toff here. Frenzy, sorry, not Toff.
Frenzy, and he clobbered the inside sausage curb, and Frenzy's off onto the gravel.
Yeah, well, that's the Dream Team taking themselves out of the equation then. See if Frenzy isn't too badly damaged. I think it was just a straightforward trip through the gravel there. He's still going. Varconi now serves his drive-through in 4th position. Another fastest final sector for Mia Rose. Philip Weinbrecht for the 93 Royal Racing Bravo car, the Aston Martin. It's a unique graffiti livery. Is it graffiti livery? Or is it saying
10 seconds?
Oh, there was a big dash then for Ferenzi.
Yeah, well, it looks like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80.
It looked like Frenzy, but I think he lost it. He came back on track and then lost it at the corkscrew from what the track map was saying.
Yeah, so it might be more terminal damage then. That number 70, which is great news for Wesley Bucat in the 35. Let's make sure that we've got the code 80 graphic up. Take a while for Frenzy to back to the pits.
Oh, that was very tight.
Attention all drivers, we come back
Missing rear wing
in 10 seconds.
Oh, well, they're already going back to green. No need to put the code 80 thing up then. Because it's taking so long for me to get into the overlay. 4,
3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Oh, great. There, it's finally registered me pressing the code 80 button right as we leave code 80. Yeah, it looks like Ferenzi.
Oh, and the Mugen car's gone off and he's lost his rear wing.
Oh,
what
no.
is happening?
And that is the double 8 car.
Oh, it's the double 8 car, so it's not the championship leader, was it?
Has second place at the moment, so...
Oh,
That-
no, it was
that's
the
Ronald
88,
Seats.
so that is big drama then. For the 88, that's trying to win the championship here, because through goes Loic Murner into the class lead, and Zux missing his rear wing is going to lose time here. And if he drops too many positions behind Wesley Bukout, for instance, then that could really compromise his chances of winning the title. But no code 80 for that. So I assume they're just going to let Brunswick's go back to the pits and suffer the pain. It'll be even more painful without that code 80 because Bukout is going to breeze past. Not sure if that was entirely Brunswick's fault, as he's made it to the pits now with Ferenzi. So both of those two, they were fighting each other.
And that is, again, that is
Philip Weinbrecht trying to extricate himself from the gravel. He's almost hit the digger there.
Well, who's in the lead now? It's gonna be, is it Moiner?
It is
It
Moiner,
is.
yes. Moiner leads 38 seconds ahead of Bukout. And Homewood could possibly get into the podium positions here too. There he is now.
well. You did call it, Ed. You said Moynier was just going to sit there and wait for the fireworks to go off, and they did.
That was the exact quote from me earlier. Yes, that's quite the coincidence.
That really shakes us up here, as we are.
Yes, indeed, and it puts real jeopardy for the 88th chance of winning the title. Homewood is going to take third position there. Look, Zooks is still stationary. That's 4-4-5 up into the podium positions, and Nick Homewood not out of. He's 83 seconds down on the lead, but he's not out of a chance of winning this thing like he did in Mugello, where he just stayed in while those around lost their head. They able to hold on right at the end.
Oh, what a great onboard shot of this LMP2 car of Zoltan Hives, and we got to see just a little bit of what's going on the inside in the cockpit there of that machine, and going through that kink in the corkscrew there. What a great shot to see what these guys are doing. We
Interesting
could just tell.
that Hevesi has handed back to Hives. I'm surprised at that, given they changed so early. But
I think they
yeah.
just want to try and make up some ground.
because Hevesi was getting
Hives.
some penalties, wasn't he, for ignoring blue flags?
Yeah,
They're seeing Varconi getting penalties. They think, let's put Zoltan back in. See if he can make some progress. They are fighting to make sure they don't lose ground in the championship, of course. I do think Valet number 90 are somewhat vulnerable. They could potentially be caught by the 21 and 95 before the end of this race.
Oh!
Reinbrecht straight into the wall, and the rear wing parts company.
That Aston Martin really does not like that section of the circuit.
No, it does not.
Rainy curve is very. It's one of those curves. It's 50-50. It's a high-speed corner that there's really only a couple of different areas where you're going to find the grip. If you go off any of those areas, or you put too much throttle coming down the hill, the car's going to go.
And that's the thing about that corner is you come off with a corkscrew. Oh, and into the wall.
What?
That's the number 753 car of
We need a code 80 here. I feel like
That's the Paul Street Boys.
Zoltak Kovac, isn't it?
It's Kovacs, yes.
Yeah. So again, that's probably the third or fourth time the rear wing's been missing on that McLaren.
Quite the hit as well. The two rear right-hand side wheels just went up in the air as he hit the barrier there. Wall Street Boys not having a great run of today either. Only marginally better than Raw Racing Bravo and the number 1 car.
now it's going to come down to the fact who crashes
Slow car,
the
final
least.
sector.
So they've been warned about the slow car, but they're not throwing code 80.
I think there's been so much going on in the last, well, the last 10 minutes effectively. I think we'd probably run a code 80 and then do about 1 or 2 laps under green, then run another code 80, and then again another 1 or 2 laps under green as we see 2 LM-P2s cars going off there before the corkscrew. That was the Valley Esports car for one of them. I didn't quite catch the other.
There would only be number 90 because it's the only one in the race.
And I didn't quite catch what the second car was.
Looking at Kovacs just making his way back to the pits. I believe he has done so now. Yeah, there we go. It was Sultan Hives who went off. Just ahead of... he was trying to make sure he doesn't have to let the valet through, so that's him trying to avoid being lapped, I think.
And Enquist went off in sympathy, pretty much.
Yes. Trying to figure it. So, meanwhile in the lead, Mia Rose has pulled out a 30-second gap on Riley McKibben now. Of course, the only difference is that the 87 changed drivers, of course, but even so, a 30-second gap, that is impressive for Mia Rose to put the 86 back in control of the race. So potentially, when the 86 has to change drivers now, it's going to be quite close between the two of them. But it'll be closer, but the 86 will probably be in the lead by about 10, 15 seconds or so. At least at the current standings. But McKibben, certainly under a little bit of pressure, keep the 87 in contention. Looks ailing from that early mistake. The 88 has actually got going on the green tyres, which I believe are the mediums. And he's got going behind Frenzy in the number 70. So, but of course, because he had the accident first, so he repaired first, got away before Zooks did. He's 23 seconds behind Frenzy. Frenzy about 17 seconds behind Homewood. So I think that's going to be, over the next couple of hours, the big contested position to get back onto the podium between those three. Homewood's now a lap down on the lead, so Wesley Bukout is the only real threat to Mona at this stage. If things end this way, then certainly it will be set up very
someone's gone off.
Whoa, Weinbrett got the number
Money.
off. This time, this is I think this is again going, this is just before the Rahal straight. That's just before like a turn 6, I think. Gibbon negotiates traffic. Certainly a very intriguing fight between the Irish. Irish leading both classes now, with all three of their cars are in the best positions in this race, basically. They're leading GT3 with their one car. Both cars 1-2 in LM-P2, so could hardly be going much better than Iris with their dream, really. Oh, and another
It's off again.
Slams into the wall. I'm amazed that Aston is able to stay in one piece despite taking so much punishment. This is the first corner.
Yeah,
so he's
one.
completely... his brakes have completely failed him there. Or perhaps he's in the right way, I don't know.
Unless he did receive some sort of damage and he's not coming to fix it from the previous spin.
Well, I think if you're so far behind...
Intentional drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
He's up
That's
again.
probably sensible, the way that Philip is driving all over the road.
5, 4,
And Homewood,
3,
just at the right point,
2, 1,
and
code 80, code 80.
Falcone have all managed to get their way into the pit lane just as the code 80 falls.
Always feels like Falcone always comes into the pits exactly the right moment with these code 80s, right? He's always in the exact right position on track to take advantage. Valet number 90 comes in as well, in the hands of Enquist.
Yep, also comes in.
I wonder if Enquist, they might change drivers here.
And that Aston Martin team needs to figure out what's going on with that car, because that thing is just taking a beating here.
It definitely seems like a handful round Laguna Seca.
Anyway, with this code 80 in place, I'm going to take a short break. Turn the code 80 graphic off, because by the time I get back, we probably won't be in code 80. I'm going to go have a coffee, and I'll be back in like 15 to 20 minutes. Hopefully I don't miss anything too exciting, but I'll leave you guys for now. Leave you in the capable hands of Adam and Ryan.
Cup of coffee, huh? My little story there about Total Wolf got you thinking, huh? Well, we're still in the code 80 here. That 88 machine who had an issue into the wall, lost its wing. Now coming back out. Well, it's on track right now, currently P5.
Well, that's the thing. So Homewood by pitting under code 80, has actually managed to leapfrog Ronan Zooks. He's just coming out in front of him.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, this just spiced it up. Loic Muner is currently out
5,
ahead in that BMW.
4, 3,
Rocco in
2,
the Ferrari
1.
in second place,
Green
and Ferenzi, excuse me, in P3 amongst GT3s. In P4, it's Nick Homewood amongst the GT3 field. So, yeah, Ronald Sooks falling down to P5. The title clinching chances here today are slowly dwindling here, as now we're seeing, ooh, what a kind of a terrible time to go back to green flag racing, as we saw the LM-P2 field trying to go through the corkscrew and just having a tough time. Now we're going to see a move on the outside. No, it doesn't quite happen. Is this a battle?
So at the moment, this is the Enquist, as we see the Oliver Newman going off. So this is Enquist, and no, it isn't. It doesn't appear to be a battle. It just seems that it's two LM-P2s sharing the same bit of track, as we see the Mugen car all over the back of Homewood. So that is Ronan Zooks, who's just lost that position to Homewood due to Homewood being very savvy and coming into the pit lanes as the Code 80. But as they come into turn one, they're side by side, and the Mugen car of Zooks takes the lead, but Homewood gives him a little love tap there. And that is the Mugen 88 car back up into what is 4th position in class.
Well, he still has quite a lot of ground to cover here. He's currently 20 seconds now from Ferenzi, excuse me. And Ferenzi's got some pace here, as obviously we don't have any lap times to talk about because of that code 80. But Ronald Sooks needs to pick up the pace here to really have a chance of getting even a podium. It still wouldn't clinch the title. A win would clinch the title, but a podium finish does not.
And at the moment, still leading is Munier, who's got a near 40-second advantage over Wesley Burkout. And then again, like we say, Frenzy in 3rd position, 76 seconds off the back of Burkout. So the Code 80, and I can't quite remember where we are in terms of who has and hasn't pitted for their second stop yet.
Looking here amongst the GT3 field, Murner obviously only has done 2 stops so far. Bokart on just got done with they only have 1 stop. Connor Ferenzi may stop.
Yeah, he's stopped more recently because he's only done. He's just come out because he's completed 1 lap on these tires, I think, on this stint. But it does look like currently Munier and Burkout have ran 53 laps on their current tyres, so they should be due in soon. So then that would bring Sooks and Homewood back into play. And, and also Frenzies.
See here, Mia Rose currently in the lead over Riley McBidden. Is that how you say that?
McKibben.
McKibben, okay.
From Australia, I believe.
Tati Evanquist is currently P3. Did they make a pit stop recently? They did. No, they didn't. They're on 34 lap old tires right now.
And and that is who is that who's just lost it? I think that's Homewood. Homewood has just lost it, coming out of turn 4, I believe. And that is, oh, that's one of the lead cars. That is second place. That is Riley McCubbin just going off there. And that is also the Ferrari of Oliver Newman that I see in the background. As the Mugen car goes off onto the gravel. It's all happening.
Carnage at Laguna Seca. Definitely known for the carnage.
I think Ed predicted it. As soon as he left, we've just had, well, everything suddenly just hit the fan since he's left. We've had changes everywhere.
Where are we at? It's hard to keep up with some of this. And
that is an off for who is that? That is the PSB team. That is Zoltan Kovac going off again, but luckily that was only the second to last corner that he went off, so he's very quickly back into the pit lane. And again, that's not the Mercedes. That is the Aston Martin of Weinbreck, again struggling at that rainy section of the course.
Rainy curve. It's that is just a deadly corner. It's a high speed corner, or mid speed corner, I should say. But you could fly through there.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've just done the corkscrew, and then you're starting to wind back up the speed through that forever. It seems like a never-ending corner. And the thing is, the camber at first is in your favour, and then it almost kind of goes into a bump, and the camber starts to begin for the next corner. And that's, if you get the line slightly wrong, it can really catch you out. And of course, if the balance isn't quite right with the car, also it's going to play havoc with the car going through that corner, with the direction and the camber changes.
P4 of the LM-P2 fields, that's Zoltan Varconi. Having a nice little race there. He's just having to drive through traffic at this point. P3 is currently sent to Evanquest,
who we are riding on board with at the moment.
He is looking to capitalize on this podium here.
Yep, he currently has an 80-second advantage over Enquist, and is almost a lap advantage, really, and he's 26 seconds off the back of McCubbin. Obviously, McCubbin having that off, I don't know if he sustained any damage from it, but he's still soldiering on, with Mia Rose comfortably in the lead now, with a 35-second advantage, and again we see that Aston Martin spun round.
Now he's driving the wrong way.
Way he spins it round. That's not particularly safe, but
something needs to happen with this car. I'm sorry, that was absolutely dangerous right there. What he could have done, what could have happened there, could have resulted in massive carnage.
And the thing is, it's kind of a medium speed corner, a blind entry into the corner. All it would take is for him to be midway through a spin and someone being caught unsighted. Yeah. And he's on his roof now.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. I hate to talk poorly, but that's getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous now. You're just becoming a danger to now other drivers who are racing here for cash prizes. That is going to, if he ruins someone's day, they are going to be very upset.
Oh, indeed. But that is one of the risks in the championship. Is, you have got the slower GT3 cars to contend with in this championship, and that is one thing about multi-class racing. And we do see the Aston Martin limping its way back into pit lane. And we also see Oliver Newman also pitting.
I apologize to those folks watching on YouTube around the world here. But yes, enough. There comes a point when you can only wreck so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, as an American, yes, NASCAR, they wreck each other a lot. But eventually enough is enough, and now there's a McLaren going off.
Spin for the 6th place McLaren, that's Nick Homewood, I believe. Number, that is a 444 car, so that's... Just trying to see on the driver tracker, and just having to update my timing screen, so I think it's frozen for me at the moment, but
Yeah, it's a lot of chaos happening, so it doesn't surprise me. Getting word now from the race stewards, they are looking into the Aston Martin right now. So the Aston Martin under investigation for driving the wrong way on the track.
And how long ago was that? Oh, that was quite a while ago. Obviously, the Mugen Sim Racing 21 car has been done for ignoring blue flags and causing collision, but that was about a half hour ago on lap 61. We're now on lap 91 at the moment. Just so many different things to juggle at once. It's hard to keep an eye on everything.
Looking at the timing screen, anything changing so far? No. 75-second gap between Zoltan Varconi and Satu Enquest. Zoltan Hives currently a lap down on everybody. Sean Jones also a lap down. Looking at the GT3 field, Loic Muner currently in the lead of the GT3 field and has a 47-second gap between him and Wesley Bocote. And Ferenzi here trying to catch up as well, and is 63 seconds back on Bocote.
As we see these, is that the second place?
It is.
That is the second place.
And coming back with us is Ed Hunter, and as Ed said, I hope no chaos and carnage happens while I'm gone. Well,
the minute I get back.
Yeah, about
but also
that,
Nick
Ed.
Homewood seems to have hit trouble and lost 4th position to Roland Zux. That seems to be the big change.
Well,
Oh! More trouble for Nick Homewood at the first corner.
the thing about Homewood was he was very lucky with the code 80 and actually managed to leapfrog Zux in the pits by pitting under the code 80, and so he literally came out. As we see, that's
that's the leader, Mia Rose. She's spun
the-
at Rahal Straight, and now she's desperately trying to get the car pointing the right way again. But she built the gap up between herself and Ryan McKibben to 40 seconds, and there she is during station. And Ryan McKibben will be hearing this on the radio and pushing for all he's worth to try and gain time. And Mia Rose is going to emerge back in the lead, but with a significantly reduced margin.
Well, whilst you were also gone, McCubbin himself actually had an off and had a bit of a collision with the wall.
Well, that would explain why the gap had ballooned up to 40 seconds then. There we go. Frightening stuff for Mia Rose. Pointing towards the wall, that's not what she would have wanted at all, but she's been incredibly impressive so far in this race. Only little moments like that do put you on the edge of your seat, don't they, ladies and gentlemen? But as we see Lachlan Andrews getting on board Evo Alton Motorsports 35 that we did just see having a little bit of trouble earlier. So Frenzy retakes second place. The Dream Team looks in third. Now, with the 88 leading number 7 by 41 points, if it finishes this way as Varconi, very held up by the Paul Street Boys GT3 car, then I think Moyna, with Zux in third, would gain 13 points, because it's 32 for winning a 8-hour race, and I think 19 for coming third. So that would be a gain of 13 points. So that would not be enough for...
This is a 12-hour race, isn't it?
12-hour race, sorry, yes. So I am thinking of the 12-hour points numbers. 32 for a win. 28 or something like that for second, and it's 19 for third. I'm pretty sure it is. Anyway, so we look at Moyna circulating, he's a whole lap lead over Frenzy now, so looking very good for Iris number 7, and possibly even better for them in LMP2. The only problem in LMP2 is that they've got 2 cars, and they could end up fighting one another. Seems to be heading in that direction, doesn't it? Every time Rose pulls away, a mistake happens. Every time McKibben closes in, a little mistake happens.
Well, the thing is, she has been lapping quite happily, and even before McKibben did have his off, and it was only a minor lost a little bit of control and glanced the barrier, but it was still going forwards. I think I only really lost probably about 10 seconds from it. She was comfortably leading by about 35 seconds before he had his off. Now, although she's starting to increase the gap again, she's lost nearly 20 seconds from having that off.
I was stationed for a while there. I was very lucky that also she didn't get hit by anyone. I've seen other drivers befall into that fate, unfortunately. But luckily the battle continues, and the gap 28.5 seconds now. Conquest 62 seconds, I think, behind the lead now, and about 25 behind Riley McKibben. So Enquist not completely out of it, but certainly starting to be dropped. Everyone's negotiating Sonzo Ferenzi. That's put another lap on the GT class here. Frills and spills all over the place in Laguna Seca. It seems like you can't have a few laps without something happening to somebody.
Cuban having a slight going wide at that turn 3.
Oh, more than slight. That was well over the gravel there with almost all 4 tyres. But at turn 3, they always seem to get away with it there, don't they? Because it's such a... The wall doesn't jut out that far, at least. So we do see... is that Andrews still in the pit lane? But I think the 35 has hit some real trouble here. Oh, there he is. He's leaving now. But it did seem like he was pointing at his side there.
Yeah.
And so he's emerged behind Emily Callison. That would be 7th place then.
Also, the Royal Racing Bravo Aston Martin team, obviously they've not been having the best of times out there at the moment. They've changed drivers again to Joey Luffering, who has just done the team's personal best, best lap, and it's actually a fairly competitive time that he's just put in. In fact,
ooh, I'm just looking at another competitive time. Lachlan Andrews has just set on his outlap, I think, a purple middle sector.
Middle sector,
Out of GT3 class, of course. It's not purple of everyone, because the LMP2 cars are naturally a fair bit faster.
Yeah, they're approximately 10 seconds a lap quicker than the GT3 cars.
Although, if LMP2 cars stuck behind the GT3 cars, it can be significantly slower. But that's neither here nor there, really, as we see Zux making way. Oh, and just giving a little bump. Oh, almost avoiding a bump there, I think, from the side of the Iris. Mia Rose, the gap back up to 30 seconds now. Gained another 2 seconds in history.
As we go to our GT3 leader, who's putting a lap on last place Ferrari, which is now being piloted by Jean-Pierre Prim Mengol.
It's Joan Prim Armengol, yes, who was in at the very beginning. As we reach the 2 hours elapsed mark, so 10 hours to go then. If we can, I think, instead of gap to leader, we should have the intervals perhaps to next, because that's probably a bit more helpful with everyone starting to spread out more at this phase. There we go. Oh, Varconi has to take a couple of goes at the wheel there to turn forward.
Yeah,
Didn't help having the GD3 car on the outside as well.
just searching for the grip, and and that is the 6th place Mugen, the Triple Eight.
More pain for Bejic Bents. Triple Eight. Its outside title chances have really been fading. Even with the 88 hitting trouble, they've not really been able to take advantage with so many problems of their own. Yeah, it's been a real disappointing performance by the Triple Eight. We look at Lachlan Andrews, a little off, but just before turn 3, I think. Oh no, this is the end of the lap. Just out of rainy corner. A whole lap between Moiner and Ferenzi. Then Zux has cut the gap between himself and Ferenzi to 13 seconds. Homer continues to lose touch a bit with Zux. Wozniak was only about 26 seconds. So this could be... There is still a good chance of a podium for the Fring of On cars in 4th and 5th. But they're definitely going to have to manage this well. I think Wozniak could be catching up to Homewood at the end of this stint.
Getting it very sideways out of the Andretti hairpin is
Zoltan
5th
Hives,
place
yes.
Hives.
That was pretty entertaining to watch. I'm glad he got that one under control though.
I thought he was going for a full-on pirouette then, but somehow he saved it.
95 really battling here, because I think even if miracle something, well, from the 95's point of view, something horrible happens to the 21 and they have to retire from the race, 4th place really wouldn't gain them that much in terms of the title record. They are 29 points down. So you would have to say 21 is still going to head to Spa as favourites for the LMP2 title.
Oh, and that is the Aston Martin off again. And
Joey.
Again, that is the second to last corner, which the Aston Martin has been struggling with all race.
Indeed, yeah. All the drivers in that car have struggled. That very fast right-hander. Ultimate corner of the lap. Turn 10, I believe.
And
11 is the last corner. But,
just have to double check whether or not something did come of the car. No, so as it stands at the moment, just trying to catch up on what has happened. So earlier we did see that they were investigating potentially the Aston Martin because of effectively an unsafe rejoin. I'm not sure if you were watching whilst you were on your break, and that's who's that in the barrier?
I can't quite see
Hives. That is Hives. just gone off at the corkscrew.
Yeah, we did see him getting sideways, didn't we? And now he's in the wall.
But yeah, whilst you were gone, the Aston Martin, and that also is the.
No, it's not Hives in the wall, so it's Joan Prim Armengo in the wall.
Now it is Armengo. Hives was just picking his way out of the wall, and now we've got Armengo in the wall. And Hives is
Hives
coming
heading
into
to the
lane.
pits then, yes. Sean Jones is there as well, actually. I think that might actually be Sean Jones being serviced.
Yes.
The
so-
Reading Game and the DEAC Hackers number 95, both very similar liveries, white and blue.
Yeah. Well, I think it was definitely Hives that had gone off initially because it was saying on the side of the car that it was 5th place, and Hives is currently in 5th place. But yeah, the Aston Martin had a bit of a spin, and outside coming off of turn 3, and decided to drive the wrong way up the circuit before doing a 180 spin, whilst there was actually a car coming around the corner, which it was.
That does seem a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
A bit needless as well. You could turn around on the gravel. So I've no doubt that'll be investigated because the Aston hasn't really covered itself in glory. The number 93 for
and
Racing Bravo.
then yeah, going on to the Rahal Street straight, lost it, went into the wall, and turned it on its roof.
Okay, that's the second car we've seen on its roof because we also saw the Ferrari on its roof earlier too. Hives is being serviced now, so I think you were right in identifying there was some damage there. And 95 starting to really lose touch with the 21. We've got 9 hours, 54 minutes to go. Try and close back up and make something of this race. Be quite a tall order. Oh! Lackland wins again in the 35. Ferrari not liking that uphill corner, is it, onto Rahal Straight?
No, and well, yeah, and that's the thing. He seems to be churning out some pretty good lap times, but the consistency doesn't quite seem to be there.
Well, he's 2 laps behind Emily Callison now. Great news for the number 73 crew, of course. But not so good for the 35, which was hoping to beat the AAA. The 3rd in the championship. That was their aim coming into this race as Mia Rose pits from the lead. Possibly to change drivers.
Hives is Hives is now in the pit lane.
Yeah, he's been in there a while, so the damage must have been more extensive than we thought. It just lets the other Iris through of Riley McKibben.
So
McKibben retakes the lead then.
Retakes
from Mia
the
Rose.
lead.
So I think there is driver change then in the 86 then.
Although obviously Rose has been pitting approximately like a lap before McKibben.
Yeah, that's the 86 is on a slightly more aggressive strategy than the 87.
But yeah, Rose had managed to, after that spin,
Sean Jones really shortcutting the corkscrew.
Yeah, managing to put the gap up near 30 seconds again. So
well, this is a long stop because Enquist has gone through as well. Enquist was on a similar strategy to the 86 before.
She has been in that car for just over 2 hours now. So
as has Enquist actually since
yeah.
Marconi too, come to think of it. There we go. Connor Bell gets on board. Connor Bell previously competed at Le Mans with his own team, Bell M Sport, with him and Emily Callison, which almost finished 10th, had an engine failure right near the end of the race. Connor Bell was a bit unlucky there. As McKibben pits now from the lead, so Enquist either going to pit at the same time as McKibben, or potentially he could take the lead. But very important now for Connor Bell to have a clean outlap, re-inherit the lead that Rose has so wonderfully built up for him. The rest of the 86 team is Sean Jones. Decides to have a visit to the outside of the course. Walks through. I'm coming up with new ways to say somebody's gone off track. Like Quite odd.
You definitely need it for this race.
Oh yeah, because it's so narrow, right? Anyway, Enquist takes the lead, as we can see. And to Enquist for valet number 90. But of course, he is yet to stop. With McKibben being serviced, Connor Bell, who's gotten on board the 86, should inherit the lead here. There's about a 10-second gap between them. McKibben still stationary, so I think Bell should at any point now. Yeah, there's Bell. And then McKibben has been serviced then. He's nowhere in the pit lane.
And that's
so...
the lead BMW gone round, isn't it?
Oh dear. Jeopardy in both classes then, as McKibben emerges 4 seconds in front of Connor Bell. It was not a good enough outlap by Connor Bell. McKibben has taken advantage. And also, Moyner in a little bit of trouble there, but he is still a lap ahead of Ferenzi. So no harm done there for Iris number 7. But the 87, taking advantage. Yeah, Moyner. Oh, the Mugen had LMP2 had to stop really suddenly to avoid hitting the back of Loic Moyner. So that was a bit of a scary moment, but luckily did a full 360 at the penultimate corner. No harm done. Yeah, Connor Bell now. Of course, he's just got in the car, so he's got to bed in really quickly with the setup that Mia Rose was using so successfully. As Enquist now pits.
And Bell now just under 4 seconds off of the back of McKibben. Enquist, I would imagine, could this be a driver change? He has been in that car for a while now.
Quite possibly. We'll have to see. I'm wondering if we can maybe get an interview with any of the drivers that just swapped out. We'll be very interested to hear their thoughts on the race so far. Of course, obviously, middle of the race, so they'll obviously be trying to rest before their next stint and stuff like that. So, as that voice too much is Zux pushing it right to the edge and beyond the track. Quest to catch up to Sonzo Ferenzi, who's 20 seconds up the road.
I'll work on those driver interviews.
Oh, if you could just send a couple of them a message, I might actually do the same as well.
And Bradley Sellers is now in that Valley Esports car.
Of course, and Bradley Sellers was on board the 90 for most of the season, actually. He's one of the diehard Valet members in the number 90. And they were running second in career before they had the engine failure. The double shift as Zux again goes wide out the exit of turn 4, I think that is. It just about gets away with it. So the 88 pushing for all it's worth. Ferenzi now 21 seconds ahead, so the gap not coming down like they would have hoped at Mugen. And they're in a position, as we see Sean Jones pit again. 88's in a position really where it needs to get ahead of the 7, but the 7 is leading the race. So the only way if they can seal the championship today is by winning, basically. And after they lost their rear wing, that was a big dent in those hopes. They've got a whole lap to make up to Loic Milner and the 7 squad. So the 88 finds itself in a kind of win or bust situation. But of course, even if they lose, they don't win it today, they've still got a huge advantage going into Spa. It would take quite a run of bad luck for the 7 to win the last 3 races in a row, and for the 88 to instantly lose points to them. But it could happen, you know. The number 7 could snatch the title from under the nose of the 88. And I think the number 7 will probably... Whoa! It's
Oh!
trouble. That's at the outside of the corkscrew, the second bar.
That's the second time that's happened now.
Yeah. He's facing completely the wrong way and having to parallel park his way out of there. He gets going without the need for a code 80. As Bradley Sellers coming to the corkscrew himself. Won't find it blocked by the number 95 DEAC Hackers car. He'll be able to continue unimpeded. Really got a feel for number 95. Took its first victory of this in EERC last time out. They waited so long to get it. Seemed like their title bid was finally on, and they've just had a really tough opening 2 hours to this race. An incident with their title rival, and then several more incidents that have just seen them slip down the order. Struggle to really keep pace with those around them. Interestingly, Barconi has now got back up to 3rd position after Sellers' stop. Barconi hasn't pit yet because obviously having to pit early is on a slightly different strategy.
Yeah, Ed, he just set the fastest
hello,
sector
Josh.
of everybody so far, as I'm watching on the timing screen. Hello, Ed. Hello, everybody. He's just set the fastest 3rd sector time of everybody. I've just been sat here for a couple of minutes, just getting my bearings back in before I said anything. But yeah, Varconi setting the fastest 2nd sectors, but now Connor Bell lighting up the timing screens. Fastest 1st sector, 22.6. 2nd sector, 22.4. Going green as well, could set fastest up already. Sean Jones is coming to the pits for the 72 squad.
Yeah, and also, much like Rose beforehand, getting it airborne off the corkscrew.
Ah! So again, that keeps happening when I join. So maybe I've brought the drama.
Yeah, I should apologise. I think actually, if I understand the TeamSpeak correctly, it's Connie Bell, not Connor Bell. It's driving at the moment in the 86. Because I had mistaken them because it just said C Bell on my end, and I assumed it was the same driver, but actually they may not in fact be related at all.
So the 86 squad. Okay, because on the timing monitor on the race feed that we've got, it says Connor Bell, but as you say, on the TeamSpeak we've got here, it is Connie Bell. So
that could be an affectionate name for Connor. I don't know.
that could be, yeah.
As Nick Homewood goes very wide on the Rahal straight.
Do you think he's going to award himself a 3-second penalty for exceeding track limits?
I think even Nick Homewood is not quite that anal. No offense, Nick. But yeah, certainly Nick Homewood fighting to stay in. And the problem Nick Homewood's got is that Wozniak has been closing in at a rate of not. Oh, the 35 barges into the of Lachlan Andrews, barges into the side actually of I believe that was
Nick Homewood, wasn't it? Yeah.
it was either Nick Homewood or Wozniak. That was Wozniak actually.
Right.
Oh, and Wozniak hits the 95 DEAC Hackers car and spins it round and compounds a frustrating day for Zoltan Hives and the 95 Hackers team. I think really Wozniak should not already have been there on the inside. He just completely missed a braking point and spun him round there.
Once again, in the blind sights as well. I did say those last couple of corners, it's very tricky to even lap cars over there. We had this problem back at Suzuka in that last couple of sectors as well. Just numerous accidents coming through the 130R because the LM-P2s obviously much faster than the GT3 cars as well, but they've just got so much more power. As
Oh,
we
and
had
another
happened
spin for
again.
Wozniak. And this time coming out of turn 3, so there must be some kind of damage there. Let's see if the steering is okay. Not so
So
sure
I
it
do
is,
have-
you know.
I do have ourselves an interview here with Sentu MQuest here. Let's just drag him in here.
Okay, let's see.
Unless I don't have powers to do that.
Oh, I do. Let me see if I can find Incrist and drag him in myself. Santu Incrist. Okay, let's add him as a friend. Friend him in. We've just been joined by Valley number 90 driver Santu Enquist, who's just finished his stint. The car currently running in 3rd place in the race. Santu, how are you doing?
Hello, it's been an interesting race for sure. First time at EERC for a while.
Okay, it's great to have you back, Santu. Obviously, there was a big incident for the 95 and the 21 at the start, and you were right in the thick of that. Well, do you have any thoughts on that? Was it just a case of avoiding the incident and getting into 3rd position?
I mean, at the start, it was quite hectic. I got hit by a lot of people, had a lot of damage, and even hit one of the Mugen cars at the corkscrew.
There's only one Mugen LM-P2, so that would be Varconi.
Oh yeah. Then we had pen steering. I had to drive it like that until we pitted now and fixed the damage. But at some point we attempted to fix the damage by hitting the car into a wall on purpose, but that didn't really help much.
So obviously it's been a little bit of a quiet race at the moment, but Varconi and number 21 have worked themselves back in. Is that going to be your main fight now, or were you sort of hoping that you could get in the fight and split maybe the Iris cars? Because of course they've been controlling this race so far.
I think it's gonna be against Vakone today because we haven't done a lot of practice, and it's not been the greatest race for us, and obviously I haven't done any laps in 4 months, so this is quite out of sudden for me for this race. So we are just trying to do the best that we can, especially with VEC being today and some of the guys focusing on that.
Okay, Ryan, Adam, Josh, do you have any questions for Santi?
Well, just talk about how's the track looking? What's been kind of the difficulties for this race?
I mean, the grip has been nice on the track, and obviously it's quite a small track for multi-class. I would say there are multiple issues when lapping out the cars, especially driving into LM-P2. It's been quite hard to get past some of the GT3s sometimes, and they've been quite surprising with their moves. So it's been quite interesting to say that we haven't had a crash before I ended my stint.
Coming through the corkscrew, we saw Mia Rose getting some air through there. Has it been very difficult to really keep the LMP2 car through the corkscrew and into Rainy Curve, or have you been finding it very easy just to go right through there?
I mean, it's not been the easiest corner for sure. Like getting through it, you need to brake early and commit to it, and it's always different. Every lap you cannot make the same kind of corner, even if you wanted to. Like getting air is probably something that has happened to me as well, and so I would say it's not easy, but it's not the hardest corner on the track.
Any other questions, guys?
No, I think I'm all right.
I am very much okay, and I'm very thankful to you as well for giving your time and telling us through things of what's happening out there on the track. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. I'm sure you must be exhausted, Santi, from that stint, because it was like at least 2 hours there. So I think you've got a well-earned break there, and hopefully we'll see you in action later on whenever you're next called upon to drive the number 90. So best of luck to yourself, Bradley, and the rest of the team, and we'll see how things go.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we've got another interview almost immediately.
Right, bosses.
Let's just drag that person in. We've just been joined by Mia Rose, driver for Iris Automation number 86, and she's just finished a monster stint. Obviously took pole position at the very start of the race and has been fighting well in the fight for the lead for several hours now. Mia, how are you feeling?
Very tired, very sort of sore, but gonna jump in later for another triple or a quad, so trying to keep the spirits high.
So it's been your first race in EERC. I don't think you've competed here before, so obviously you've driven these cars before, so you're very experienced in endurance racing. But I assume a lot of these teams and drivers might not be that well known to you. So how have you been betting into the Iris team? Have they welcomed you with open arms? Because obviously you're very quick. You've been very impressive so far.
So, 2 fun facts before we start off. The first one is that I was planning on doing, I think it was the 2019 Spa 24, the EERC one, in the P2, but I think that sort of fell away. The second fun fact is that this is my first actual race in this prototype car. So
oh wow!
What
okay,
a track to do it at Laguna. But yeah, Iris has been a really good team. After I think it was last weekend or the weekend before Daytona 24 for VISC, they offered me a spot and sort of the first drive with them being this weekend after something else fell through, and yeah, it's been really fun. Yeah, they've been a great team to race with.
Yeah, it's been excellent having you as an addition to the championship, Emily, because you've certainly been lighting up the timing screens and bumping over the corkscrew as we see Riley McKippen hit the wall in the 87.
No, it's Connor Bell. It's gone off. It's first place, isn't it?
No, it's Riley. It's the 87.
No, yeah, it was Riley. I was just looking at it then.
There we go.
That means
Connor Bell takes
has
the lead.
taken the lead. Okay, yeah.
It is Connor Bell, right? Because I saw him listed as Connie in TeamSpeak. I'm a bit confused by that.
Either or, honestly.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to get it wrong, that's all. I was a bit confused because I was wondering if he was the Connor Bell, who's very experienced in the ERC. He ran his own team at Le Mans this year and almost finished in 10th and dropped out in the closing stages. But anyway, did anyone else have any questions for Mia? I think we should ask about that line over the corkscrew because it seems very aggressive jumping over the curbs. Is that a bit frightening every time? Because I've seen a couple of times where you've overdone it going into the corkscrew and spun around and had to collect yourself, but you've kept going. And it does feel like the car's very much on edge at certain points, the way you drove it.
Yeah, I haven't actually had a lot of issues with the corkscrew. It's just been stopping the car. This car is very weird to stop, and especially into the corkscrew, it's a very weird thing to stop. But no, the most difficult corner I've had issues with so far this race has been the corner before the corkscrew. You would have seen my 360 at the first stint, and then the half spin I had at the end of my third stint before. So, but no, the corkscrew has been like once you know what the car does and where the car's going to drop, you can just sort of be more aggressive every time you take it. So.
Yeah, it seems strange that both yourself and your teammate Connor Bell, you almost seem to be the only people that are getting some airtime going over the corkscrew. Everyone else seems to be fairly planted, but you guys deciding to do a bit of flying over the corkscrew.
I think it's probably down to internet stuff, because on my side I'm not really getting air. Like, I have got air a couple times because you can hear the engine rev out and go, oh, I've got some air, but no, other than that, we've just been taking normal line, and the R Factor 2 is like, oh, this car's been jumping over the corkscrew. So.
Mia, just... Oh, sorry, Adam.
No,
Mia,
go ahead, Josh.
Thank you. Mia, just talk me through that start, because when we were watching, our picture broke up a little bit, and you dropped back into third place as well. Could you just talk us through what happened on the start?
Basically not really knowing. I wasn't ready on the call, so I thought the call was going to be further up the straight. But when they called it, and when he called it, I wasn't really prepared, so I got swamped. And then somehow the two cars in front one of them went wide at one. I got squeezed in a 3 wide, and then I think it was the Mugen car that was P2 at the time, spun at the corkscrew, and then the car behind me got him. So it was a very, very bad start that turned to very lucky at the end of first lap.
Absolutely. Are you back in the car later on this afternoon then? Obviously, with the 12 hours. You got a couple of hours break now before heading back in?
Yep, so Connor's in for a triple at the moment, and then I'll be in for a triple or a quad depending on what the schedule is looking like. So I'll be back in the car, and I think after my second go of stints, I think that'll be it for me.
That'll be a mammoth second stint. Best of luck to it as well. Adam, back to you.
I don't have any more questions, but as we're seeing cars fly all over. We want to thank Mia for being here, doing that start. Obviously, a little bit of struggle there, but you got going there. So we wish you luck for the rest of the way.
And this interview certainly seems to have done the 86 car a load of good, because the moment Mia came to talk to us, the 87 spun and the 86 took the lead again. So hopefully that encourages you more interviews with us in the future, Mia, if you choose to do future EERC rounds. But certainly it's been a pleasure having you on and seeing you on track as well. So best of luck, and we'll see how things pan out for you.
Yep, thanks for that.
Quick comment from Emily Callison.
Yeah, we did just see Emily Callison spinning during that interview and kept going again.
So Emily Callison is so much.
Oh, sorry to cut across. You've got a car backwards down the straightaway towards, I think, the last two corners.
That's the 88 Mugen that's just gone off.
Oh, more trouble for the championship leaders. Let's
Absolutely
see if we can get
lost
a better
it.
view. Yeah, there we go. That's the inside. That's of course the Rainy Corner. He's lost it on the exit of Rainy Corner again. In the straight in between that and turn 10, he's just been backwards facing the wall. I do hope that the 88 hasn't taken any serious damage there.
Right.
Okay, that was a comment on Emily Callison. Sorry, we interrupted there.
It's all good. Asked how has been the race for them and for their team. They said it's been interesting. Bottled it a few times and rolled it 20 laps in, but other than that, no issues. It's been fun.
Okay, that's
Hopefully
3 cars that have rolled it then, I think, in GD3 alone.
Yeah.
But, the 73 is still going. Hallam Boyce has taken over from Emily Callison and is running 7th place at the moment. And let's see, what's the gap between them and the AAA car? It is 2 laps.
Ryan, with the accent that reminds me so much of Anthony Davidson, so I'm coming to you for a driver expert here. That 88 car spinning around, would that be oversteer at the exit of the corkscrew loop? It just flicked him back around.
Well, that's the thing. It's there's a lot of camber going on to coming out of that corkscrew because you do the corkscrew and then it's the rainy curve, which has got a lot of camber, and you're just winding up, and then you kind of pull the car to the outside, but you kind of go over the bump as the camber changes for the next corner, and that can, depending on the balance of the car and the way that the line that you take, it can upset the car, and that's what we've been potentially seeing with the Aston Martin a lot this race, and possibly what also caused the mutant car to lose it.
I tell you what, though, honestly, Ryan, that is fantastic driving analysis. But honestly, I thought I had to question myself for just a couple of moments as the 35, sorry, has spun off the track again.
Oh, more misfortune for Lachlan Andrews. Feels like the 35, they did have a brilliant chance to get on the podium, and it seems they had a few spins, they had a really long pit stop that just dropped them down the order, and they've been pushing to catch back up, and unfortunately making more mistakes. Lachlan Andrews doing his level best, but not quite enough, and Hallam Boyce continues to stretch his lead over Lachlan Andrews in the 35 Alton Motorsports car, and it's really denting their chances of challenging for 3rd. But of course, we've still got a race after this, 24 hours of Spa, so even if the 35 doesn't do particularly well here, they've still got another chance to improve. Let's see if we can have a look at steward decisions, see if there's any interesting incidents happened since we last checked.
I've got it up in the box.
There's been another warning for DEAC hackers. Surprise. It says, warning, be careful when lapping other traffic. So there was an incident with the 444 car. Zook's pits in the 88, so we did see it going in the wall earlier, but it's taken a while for them to actually stop. So the 88 hasn't actually lost too much ground.
Just out of interest, I've been looking at the stewards chat. Which team is the Rookie Monsters team?
That's the Aston Martin team.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the one that's got number 01 on it. But they haven't actually put 481 as their number. So it is a bit hard to tell.
They were not given there was no further action on their little incident in turn 3.
Interestingly now, Roland Zooks in pitting allows Nick Homewood to take 3rd position in the 445 Bring a Bond car. So Homewood might well be chased down again, but he's done well actually just to keep on the lead lap. And well, actually I think he's a lap down, but he's trying to keep Ferenzi roughly in distance. So Ferenzi's gone from being a lap down to just 43 seconds down on Moynier.
It's nice to see. No, it's nice to see Nick Homewood and doing well as well, and the rest of the stewards team as well, because we know that they don't always have the best of luck in these races. So it's nice to see them currently on the podium as well. And I think a little shout out, because even though we sit here and we commentate on the whole race as well, I don't think there is a single member that works harder than our 2 stewards of Chris Tompkins and Nick Homewood, who finish their driver stints, then go into the stewards room and they deal with everything as well. And it's so nice to see them up there in 3rd place at the moment. That's a good story.
Big shout out to Chris Gitsov as well, who I know has also helped with stewarding duties in the past. I'm not sure if he's here today because Iris seems to have a completely different group of drivers in their car.
I can only see 2 at the moment in the team speak. So
okay, it's
only
probably
2
just those 2 at the moment. Perhaps Chris or someone else is coming a bit later for the later in the night stint of the 12 hours. But Nick Homewood doing exceptionally well at the moment. But of course Wozniak is going to be challenging. Zooks will be challenging too. So Nick Homewood's got his work cut out if he wants to finish on the podium here. I think catching Frenzy and Neuner might be too big an ask for the 445 squad.
I mean, luckily for the stewarding team, it looks like they've still had a fair amount of stewarding to do, but they haven't had to do as much as they have in previous races, because I remember it got to the point there was a massive backlog of things they had to go through, to the point that like they were having to make decisions on stuff that happened 20 laps ago at I can't remember if it was Mugello or somewhere like that.
Yeah, it was certainly previous rounds where
I think it was
there were so
Mugello,
many
yeah.
incidents per lap that it was becoming a bit overwhelming for them. But they did a very diligent job, especially after the race, to apply a lot of the necessary penalties and stuff. As Ryan McKibben continues, as we look on board, to close on Connor Bell. He's got the gap from 6 seconds down to just 4.5. So I think Connor Bell could come under pressure, because Ryan McKibben, we saw him make that spin and basically concede the lead. But we could see him having the pace to take it back. So Connor Bell has got his work cut out. It could be very interesting indeed.
Yeah,
it seems that the Irish cars have been fighting each other without being together on the road, it seems. It's always like they trade mistakes or someone has a longer pit stop. We could actually see a battle for position very soon, which will be very exciting, I think, with them being a lap ahead of Arconi. Could be all guns blazing. These others just losing the rear a little bit at the Andretti hairpin, but no real time loss. Pushing as hard as he can to try and get back on song with Arconi, who is 34 seconds up the road now.
86 cars now got a 4.3 second lead over the 87s. So the Irish Automation squad very much controlling the field, a lap ahead of everybody else, but the battle's still on between the two teammates as well. So it's not over, is it? This is going to, I think, go all the way until the checkered flag in about 9 hours' time.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Josh, about the touring car race, because obviously things have settled down a bit. Yeah. How'd
yes.
that go?
2 red flags. Nick Hamilton hit the wall and he's okay, but that brought out a red flag. And we had Rory Butcher have an engine failure. So that dumped oil all over sector 2 and 3. So that took a little bit of a clean-up. So a half-hour session lasted for an hour, but they did shorten it down from the remaining, I think, 15 minutes to 10 minutes because they had to get another race in. So that's all resulted in Aidan Moffat taking his first ever pole in the British Touring Car Championship. He joined in 2013, same year
I think
that I
Aidan
started
Moffat's got a
commentating
couple
on
of
it.
wins in
Oh, that's one of the LM-P2 cars into the wall with the rear wing off immediately.
Oh, that could be a Code 80 then.
It is the Mugen car by the looks of things.
Oh, it's Valconi.
Yeah, 3rd place Mugen car.
Okay, I was watching, and did he lose it on the exit of the
I think
the
it was
rainy
similar to
corner?
the 88 that happened as well. Just dropped it down the hill into that tight braking zone as well. He's back into the pit lane immediately, so that's going to be a long
Attention all
rear road
drivers,
change.
code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, but he's already in the pit lane, so there must have been another incident as well.
Yeah, is that wing not been automatically returned?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
And a very opportunistic.
There's a car just popped back into the pit lane out of the race.
That is the Ferrari of Andrews.
Lachlan Andrews, yes, he was just having a difficult time. And it seems finally had enough, as Nick Homewood also pits, along with Ellis and Valconi. Excellent decision, actually, by the number 90, because now they can take advantage of Valconi's mistake to retake 3rd position.
Everyone diving in, 4 cars in.
I think the way that
pits as well
Ferrari,
from 2nd in GT3.
the way that Ferrari is in pit lane, that's going to become a bit awkward for other teams.
If they are out of the race, couldn't they disconnect and the car vanishes from the pit lane?
I don't know if, because they've been potentially been towed back to pit lane, I'm not sure whether or not they will have a very, very long repair period and then eventually come back out.
That
We
has
have
been
seen that
released,
before.
and also McKibben is now just a second behind Connor Bell.
Oh,
So has McKibben slowed down a bit later for the Code 80? I'm not sure why that has happened. But Connor Bell's slender advantage has disappeared.
Connor Bell's
drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
Connor Bell's sector 2 time 25.2. McGibbon's 23.3.
So they've gone to the straight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
So that gap came down in the second sector. So McGibbon must have braked late to respond to the Code 80. And as you say, it's reset itself now to 3 seconds with a very slow third sector time. But that was almost going to put the two leaders right back together again.
Yeah, and Barconi still being serviced. So he will lose time, but Tottenham Hive shouldn't overtake him. I wouldn't think he would. See? Because he's still got like 60 seconds over him. Rear wing should not take that long. But anyway, definitely big boon for the number 90 because it means they've got a much bigger buffer. Not directly fighting Barconi as they were before now. All the people who've interviewed us have had some really good luck recently, it seems.
It does seem to be going that way, doesn't it? As I'm going to be called away in a few moments to go on another TV station. I'm in very popular demand today as well.
Well, of course you are, Joshua. It must be your magnetic personality.
Oh, thank you very much. It's one of those weird days where Formula One isn't on, but suddenly everything else piles back in. So a weekend that should be relatively calm becomes suddenly quite hectic than a normal when it's... I'm never this busy when it was Formula 1, Formula E, MotoGP, British Touring Cars all on one weekend. It's only when it's only MotoGP and Touring Cars.
Well, I guess because this is an endurance race, it's more of an investment of your time. So
yes, precisely, actually, yeah. That does also put it into it as well, that it stretches the hours. But in terms of that, it's not actually that difficult commentating on the endurance races as well. You know, it's different style because... You've got to engage your brain a bit more longer and think long haul as well. So it's more like test match cricket as well, isn't it? Where
a little bit. There's certainly some parallels there.
Yeah.
By the way, Hives has taken 4th place from Barcani, so the 95, as it stands, will gain some points on the 21 if they can stay ahead. But they are only ahead to the tune of 10 seconds, so it was a long repair job for Barcani. We didn't see the incident. We just saw the tail, the very beginning, just before he went off. And then after him going in the pit lane, routing the rear wing. At least that's what I saw. So there's definitely going to be a big fight between those two, which will be entertaining to watch. But in the meantime, we've got the race leaders still 2 seconds apart. McKibben was pushing in 2 wheels onto the dirt on the exit of these corners. Desperately trying to close in. So what station has caught your eye this time that needs you to be on, Josh?
The Grid Network.
Grid Network, of course it would be Grid Network.
Yeah.
I've been on there too.
IndyCar preview and MotoGP preview as well.
IndyCar preview, of course, for Laguna Seca, so you've got a nice little... at least you remember the circuit pretty well, and some of the corner names that I've been constantly repeating.
Yeah, actually, good point. I until I said IndyCar, I had generally forgot that tomorrow evening it's the IndyCar race as well, so throw that into the mix. Just be glad it's not... Do you remember, Ed, that Monaco E-Prix we commentated on? And it was literally me running around like a headless chicken because it had everything on that weekend. It was F1, F1, Formula E, British Touring Car qualifying, MotoGP, and IndyCar. I think I was more exhausted.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've got a little battle. Zux and Homework. No, it's Coleman, sorry. Aidan Coleman who's taken over. Fighting for position here, and Zux right behind. And looking to overtake, but he's not going to do it in the corkscrew, surely, because Coleman will defend the inside.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh, he's going to touch the back of him. He just nabbed the back. It was a little
bump, but you could tell Zux was trying to go as wide as he could, but didn't quite go wide enough to go around the outside, and so made a little bit of contact, but nothing too serious.
If he's smart, turn 4 is an opportunity. But...
Let's see how he sets himself up into turn 1. Coleman, of course, on slightly older tyres in the 445 machine. Zux has been showing just some brilliant pace here. He really wants to secure the title today, you can tell. Quite a few mistakes. He probably would be leading this thing easily if he didn't lose the rear wing earlier on. But,
he's very late on the brakes as well. 1 and 2.
Very confident in this 88 Mugen machine, as they've been all season, to be fair. So we got 3 fights now. we have Bell versus McKibben, Iris versus Iris. We have Hives versus Varconi, and now we have Zooks versus Coleman.
I think Bradley Sellers feels a bit lonely.
A little bit, but he's happy that Varconi's out of the way now.
What, he's 2 laps behind the leaders and 2 laps in front of Zoltan Hives and Varconi, and Zoltan Varconi. Can we just call it the two Zoltan battles? That's nice.
The Zoltans of swing.
That's it, that's the one. Oh, the 88's got
Here we
quite
go,
close,
he's
check
got
on
a
the
great
outside.
run.
Move
Out
on the
straight,
inside
and
here.
he's going to try for the inside.
Oh, that is close. How they
Coleman
didn't make
ran him out of
contact there,
room
I
there.
don't know.
Harsh
But what a
there, I think,
defense
from
there.
Aiden Coleman.
Well, he's got it out
not
wide,
going to
but
give up
he...
position easily.
That's
Yeah,
close.
constantly on the outside here. So great positioning, actually, for the 445. Keeps them onto the podium, at least for another lap. But surely the Mugen is just going to get to the point where they'll force a mistake and they'll breeze by.
Max Verstappen,
Oh,
Lewis
as we
Hamilton
see
as they do.
McKibben now within 2/10 of Connor Bell because he's being held up by traffic.
Your screen's updating very much quicker than mine.
Oh, sorry about that. So that makes a change.
Yes, that does actually, doesn't it?
Usually we're trying to anticipate things. So I'm not sure whether to watch this battle or the Zooks battle, but it seems McKibben. Yeah, and McKibben I didn't think was quite able to get on song there. His gap's gone back up to 8 tenths, so Connor Bell through the traffic now. Zooks got a very clear run, nothing in his way between himself and Aiden Coleman. What can Coleman really do here against such force? Sure, he's got another great run.
No.
No, they're pushing each other, they're bump drafting up into
There
the
was not enough
corkscrew.
space for Zooks on the inside of the straight, but there is in the corkscrew.
He's gonna run it wide.
He goes full on Alex Zanardi into
I
the
was just thinking
corkscrew.
of Zanardi.
It happened! It happened! I said it earlier on at the top of the broadcast. I wanted to see it, and it had just happened in front of me.
Yeah, he just got the brakes very late. Will they let him keep that move though? They let Zanardi keep it, so.
They didn't let Rossi keep it though when he passed Marquez in 2013. They switched it back.
But
So,
that was bikes, not cars. Bikes
Good
are
point.
thinner than cars.
I think, is he going to order all 4 wheels off the road though?
And a penalty for Joey Luring. I thought that was going to be an instant penalty for Roland Zooks there, but no.
I'm not that bad at commentary curses.
Let's see what Luring's penalty is. As McKibben now a second
Can the
behind.
Mugen 88 give that position back? 'Cause
There you go.
went
Oh, there we
back in the
go.
corkscrew.
Day follows night, so there we go. And look, there's all this lap traffic in the way now, which makes it much harder for Zooks to give the position back, because also they've
He's done
got
it.
the valet
No, he hasn't.
trying to lap them both.
Now he's
What
being
did he do?
defensive.
Where's he going to let... Actually, I better go 3 minutes. But
There he is.
yeah, there he
He's
goes.
pulling
Pulls
alongside
over.
now.
There we go, so fair play to Roland Zooks. It was a brave effort. He's definitely the faster car of these two.
Mm.
And then
But
they're
he
getting
had to
lapped
get-
by the GT leader now.
2
Another
battles
lap.
for the price of 1 screen. I shall be
Oh, yeah.
back in half hour.
Oh,
All right.
this is well, I mean, I'm due to be signing off in a minute, and I'm thinking, oh, what does this all have to happen now?
Exactly, yeah.
We are in for a show here with
There's still only 16 cars. All 16 cars that started the race, I think, are still in it. Because
Yep.
the 35 did get going again, so... Did they get going again? I'm not sure. But, yeah, I'm not seeing a reason for Joey Luring's penalty in the steer decision chat, so I should assume they were so focused on that battle for third that they decided just to... The game may have just given Joey Luring a penalty for, like, speeding in the pit lane. In fact, there he is serving it at the moment. But the lead, once again, has gotten interesting in LMP2. McKibben now within half a second of Connor Bell. So that is probably a conflict we should be drawing our attention towards.
Leaders of the LMP2 class here having a nice battle here as they come up through the corkscrew. This is a little twitchy movements coming through the corkscrew, but Connor Bell doing a great job holding on to the lead as they come through Rainy Curve. Now the task is on for Riley McKibben.
I
who
mean,
needs to find something here to get on the inside or somehow set up a move here, but keeps falling back through, especially through the corner of Rainy Curve.
Well, I mean, after seeing the last-minute lunge that he attempted into the corkscrew, I'm getting pretty nervous vibes here that this could all end in tears.
Oh, that would be disastrous for Iris with such a big lead. Bradley Sellers a lap down. Even if they both hit each other, you would think that unless they both went straight into the wall, the damage would be repairable in time for them to, one of them at least, to emerge back in the lead. But it's not a chance you really want to take with Coleman still only about four tenths behind Zux. So I assume, while we've been watching all the drama, that Zux has gotten back through again, this time cleanly. And Varconi has gone back ahead of Hives because Hives has decided to visit the pits.
And this is not what you are hoping for if you're the leaders right now. Zoltan Varconi, currently his team is in the lead in the standings with 161.5 points. They could clinch the title today with a victory, but
well, they need to gain at least 9 points, don't they? On because they're 29 ahead. There's 38 on offer. Bar. So surely that would be the only way for them to seal the title, is gaining 9 points. And if they're just one place ahead, I don't think that would be enough. The difference between 4th and 5th isn't big enough, I don't think. Pretty sure it's 32 for a win in a 12-hour race, about 28 for second, 19 for third, then I think 15 for fourth, 12 for... I can actually have a check, and I can actually speak with more accuracy about this. So, victory is 32 points, second is 23 points, third is 19, fourth is 15, fifth is 13. So it would only be a 2-point difference, which would not be enough as it stands for Zoltan Varconi to clinch the title in the 21. The 88, though, on the other hand, also not doing enough at the moment.
The championship leaders not having a good time here. But if you're the Iris Automotion 87 right now, let's talk about this. 86 points. The person closest to him is Val Esports, the number 90, with 80.5 points. So right now, that 87 car sitting in second place, trying to build that gap in the points to retain and hold on to P4 here. It's going to be really tough to get into that P3 position as the number
also
20
with the number 20 out of action. Number 87 does have a brilliant chance to get third in the championship. Would get some prize money for doing so, were they able to do that. So I personally think 86 and 87 should just race one another. I don't think it really matters whether you finish third or fourth in the standings, because neither of them are in contention to win overall. And also, I think it would be an amazing story for the 86 crew to win a race this season. The 87 crew have had their fair set of troubles too. They've taken quite a few podiums, including last time out they were second in Korea for the 8 hours. They were second for the 4 hours of NOLA at the very beginning of the season. So certainly a very loyal crew. Gibbon certainly has been there since the very beginning. So he will really be hoping to get on song. But Connor Bell starting to pull away again now they're out of the traffic. So now the opportunity may have gone away. Actually, no, Connor Bell's pitting. There we go. So Riley McKibben takes the lead.
There's been so much action happening. When action even happens anymore, it's like it's hard. It's like, oh man, what's happening now? Looking now, we're with the McLaren here, the 445 McLaren. That is.
This is the 444 actually of Novak, which is 23 seconds behind the 445 of Coleman. And Ryan is going to have to leave us at this point. So thanks for your help, Ryan. And unfortunately, I think this might be the last we hear from you in the broadcast. Hopefully, we can hear from you again for 24 hours of Spa.
Obviously, you know, it's always been brilliant commentating on this series. It's very well put together, and there's always good competition in it. So I'll always be back for it. But yeah, that is me for tonight, and it has been an exciting first 3 hours, And I hope the rest of the race is just as exciting. But it is
Hopefully
goodbye
we'll
from
still
me.
have a title fight in Spa for you to come back to.
Yeah.
In at least one of the classes.
Well,
I definitely think LMP2's going down the wire.
It depends how much the Mugen team wants to try and throw things away in this race.
Yes.
But yes, that is goodbye from me, and thanks very much for having me on.
Okay, so Ryan Ferris leaves the commentary box, Connor Bell leaves the pits, Ryan McKibben enters the pits. So we will now see if Connor Bell's outlap is good enough for him to stay in the lead, or if Ryan McKibben can snatch it away.
Just hearing the roars of their engines, and now we're seeing the GT3 going off track on the final turn as being
moving
lapped
Triple
by the
Eight,
leader.
I think. Just going wide. Didn't really need to go that wide to let the leader through. You don't usually need to go on the gravel. But here we go. I think Bell is about to retake the lead here. Oh, Zoltan Kovacs embeds himself in the gravel and tries to get himself out. But Connor Bell does indeed take the lead. There's McKibben, sorry, still stationary. Bell doing a great job, actually, because McKibben has been showing some very impressive pace. Bell has been able to respond really well. Looking out for him. It's a long stop, but I think Dennehan might finally be swapping out after 3 hours of driving. But no, Dennehan hasn't been driving since the very beginning, has he?
No. He
Dennehan's
swapped out.
coming back in. It was McKibben who just did that stint, so...
But
The
Dennehan
86
has
has had
been
one
quick
driver
today.
change. 87 has had 2, so they're putting their best driver back in, I think. And McKibben was very impressive on that stint too. That spin really cost them, I think, in their battle. So 33 seconds gap between Bell and Dennehan after the driver change.
Lap 46. This is another decision from the stewards. The number 87 team in the number 4, or the number 1 team, or the 481 team. No further action. Again, lap 46. The stewards were not sure what they were reporting.
That might have been an unsafe rejoin, because I know that car's it's been in the wars and upside down a few times today. Closest battle on track is actually still Zux and Coleman. We're watching at the moment, but as Zux continuing to pull away from Coleman. But after the first attempt did not go to plan, the second attempt certainly did. Zux is sort of putting himself back in contention with Ferenzi as Dennehan sets the fastest last sector of the race. Tell me something there. Looks like things have kind of settled down a bit, and certainly Iris continuing to strengthen their grip, because Bradley Sellers has dropped down to 61 seconds behind Dennehan now. He's about 92 seconds off the lead. Dennehan sets another purple first sector on his new tyres. Yeah, 30 seconds. It will continue to close, so the pressure's not off Connor Bell just yet. Certainly, Dennehan is going to continue to be a threat, possibly for the rest of this race. It is really turning into career part 2 for the number 7 Irish team. Because let's not forget, they took control there. The 445 was out of the way. They pulled away and nothing Mugen could really do about it. It reversed how the season had gone up to that point, really. I have to say, full credit, Iris, to launch a title challenge so late, exactly when it matters in this season. Longest gap. You have a chance of potentially gaining 13 points here. Reduce a 41-point gap to a 28-point gap, which would definitely be much more breachable when they get to Spa, with 38 points on offer. Certainly you would not have put money on this after Magello. Dramatic turn of events as Denahan cuts the gap to 26 seconds now. Bell on his older no, it wouldn't be old tyres because they pit as well, didn't he? But Bell quite able to match the pace of Jake Denahan, so Devon strategically working its way in, so we'll have to see who the 86 got on their roster. Definitely we'll be hoping to get Mia Rose in, that she can make the difference. Back on song with the 87. Did the 87 make it through in this stint? Will Jones pits from 6th in class. So 72 Reading Game Studios still in the race. Completely out of it yet. Certainly fair share of drama and incidents. Lately they have cleaned up their act and 6 stints. Get out of trouble. They are 3 laps down on Zoltan Hives. Oh, Zamugan completely misses the corner there. The Triple 8 car probably had a disappointing round of all 49 seconds down on the Ring of On cars. That might be a good time to chat, which we've not done in a while. We'll also see if drivers around, managers, have a chat. .9 seconds the gap now. Denahan and Bell. We reach the 9 hours remaining mark. Now we did have got a statement from Alton Motorsports. I believe it's Alex Skinner. He said, Alton is done. R-Factor 2 decided not to want to allow Andrew's shifters to work. That's why he was having so many problems. Even after a restart of the game. That's really bad luck for the 35, because that was a great chance at a podium gone. But, well, that's R-Factor 2 for you. Sometimes these things happen. Not Codemasters F1 game, though. Just pointing out that, Tompkins Resurrected pointing out that Nola was also pretty mental. I agree, yeah, it was very hectic, especially because I was struggling so much with the broadcast in that one. Almost throughout. I could barely see what was going on for like half of the race. Thankfully, that's been sorted out since. Denahan continues to pressurize. Well, yeah, now 21 seconds. So do let us know if you have anything interesting to say, if you're enjoying the race or not, and I'll try and read out some of your comments on stream as we watch Iris lapping Iris. Different classes, of course.
I have returned.
There you are. I tried
yes.
to maintain the illusion that you were still there, but just being very quiet.
I'm still here. I just had to make a quick conversation with somebody. But
Yeah, I think
86
Denahan was closing, but has lost a bit of time in the traffic just on this lap. Because what they have got the gap down to about 21 seconds. It's showing 24 on RaceView. On the stream, it's up closer to 28. Yeah, certainly, Denahan's pace has been a bit worrying for Conor Bell. But potentially, when they change drivers again, the 86 may emerge behind. But of course, there's still a long way to go.
There's the 888 car. on screen now. Rough day for him. Well,
Yeah,
rough day for
Patrick
the entire
Bentz has
team.
really had a tough time there. Just the second half of the season really just did not go to plan for Triple Eight because it was supposed to be 88 and Triple Eight fighting out all season, and instead 88 has kind of dropped out and been replaced by the number 7, picking up the mantle. Whenever the 88 has struggled, 7 has been there to take advantage. Triple Eight have kind of lacked consistency in a way, but still seeing contention so late on. I think it's something that they can feel fairly proud of.
Well, a win for this this Iris team would be absolutely huge, considering that 88 team currently not high enough in the standings to win this.
Yeah, I think 88 would. The least they could lose is like 3 points, but the difference between the podium positions is so big that just by winning, the number 7 is going to stay in it. They can stay there, of course. They've got still got Lapta Forenzi, Dream Team, which are the real cork in the bottle here, as they have been pretty much all race, and really holding up the 88 team. So, in order to give themselves the best chance, because at the moment they're going to go from a 41-point advantage. They're going to lose 13 points if they finish third and Iris win. So that would take their advantage down to 41 minus 13. I did say it not too long ago. I think 28? Yeah, I think it would be 28 points. So there are 38 on offer for the win in Spa, as Kovacs in Full Street Boys makes a visit to the pit lane in the 753. But he certainly would feel more comfortable if he finished second. I only lost about 9 or 10 points. As Erdeli gets a penalty for Full Street Boys. He's just gotten on board the 753 actually. As Bullock's Erdeli has sort of inherited a penalty from the previous driver there.
8 hours, 54 minutes to go here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, only one retirement, the 35. Old Motorsports. We were just looking in the chat and they had explained that basically R Factor 2 wasn't playing ball and he couldn't change gear. His shifters weren't working, even after a restart of the game. So, really terrible luck for the 35 because they were running in the top 3 when that happened. I think they were second actually, behind Milner.
Now,
But their usual job was staying out of trouble.
here's a real good trivia question.
Ooh,
How
so
many
you prepared this beforehand?
Oh no, it just came to my head. How many right-hand turns are on Laguna?
Walkthrough certainly counts as a right-hander. 4. Oh, Sean Jones makes contact with the wall. Not through a right-hander, but through the end of a left-hander. That's the Rahal straight, and the rear right looked like it took a little bit of damage there. But he seems to be continuing okay. Sean Jones visits the pits. Yeah, worrying moment there. Sorry, didn't mean to shout over you there.
No, that was perfect timing. I think you said an answer right before that
I said
happened.
4, yes.
You said
because
4.
there's
You are
3 and 4. There's the first one on the corkscrew, and then there's the penultimate corner.
Yep, exactly. 4 right-handers out of 11 turns, so that means there are 7 left-hand turns, bringing that American style to this track. As most of you know, the oval tracking here in the United States, going only left, down a straight, into another left. So kind of
Sean
a...
Jones, he coming in for servicing, so definitely was quite a lot of damage there.
A lot of the guys that we were expecting to be out in front today just not having a great day here at Laguna. But you know, I think as majority of sim racers, and we even said this, you either love this track, hate this track. Oh, and a move on the inside by the McLarens. These 2 McLarens, the Mugen McLaren team. That's a Mugen.
Yeah,
team,
this
right?
is
Yes.
that looked like 88 being lapped by 88.
That was a daring move there. We're seeing more traffic. That's going to be the Ferrari coming on in.
Well, I suppose Ron Zux is in a position where he has to make those sorts of moves to catch number 70 because they're in the position of, right, we want to win this title. But yeah, Triple Eight could have made that a little easier.
Probably one of the things about this track is, I think I think probably over 50% of the drivers today are not happy about it, about their performance. But if you're the team out in front like Connor Bell is right now, you're pretty happy about that because this will be a very good win in the LMP2s for this team in that 86.
Iris probably aren't too fussed which car wins, to be honest. But it certainly would be an amazing turnaround for the 86, considering a lot of their drivers are fairly new as well. Like Mia Rose we were talking to earlier, was going from pole to winning the race. Big story, but they've had many challenges. Given the bad start that the car made, they've had to make up ground and basically been very entertaining to watch the 86 and 87 wobble with one another, but we haven't really seen the 87 come and try and make a move on the 86 yet. It's mainly been mistakes that have been traded, or pit stops. Certainly the 87 strategically have changed their driver. Got better pace than Connor Bell at the moment because they have been slowly closing the gap. It's 21 seconds at the moment, but Connor Bell has been able to keep it fairly stable in more recent history.
Currently on lap 151 here, and we said there would be close to 600 laps if the pace was continuing. Right now we're on kind of trajectory here of 593 laps.
I would be very surprised if we make that as Aiden Coleman drifts onto the rail straight, then gets lapped by the LMP2. Oh, Sean Jones in trouble. He's just been in the pits and now it's showing him in the car park with a bunch of lorries. I'm not sure what's happened to him here.
Who is this?
It's Sean Jones. I think Sean Jones, he was being serviced in the pits, he might have retired. Yeah, there we go, DNF for Sean Jones. That's our second retirement from the race. Reading Game Studios. Oh, there must have been a more terminal issue there. Tom Dillon has sort of disappeared, unfortunately, after his stint, so we'll have to see if we can get a word in on what happened. Bitter disappointment for Reading Game Studios. They desperately wanted some more points in their battle for 7th overall Teams Championship.
But the leader of the GT3 class, Muner, and that number 7 BMW, looking very strong here. Again, we were when we were in qualifying, that BMW just looks so loose on the rear end. It seems like they got it somewhat figured out because Muner right now is the fastest man amongst the... Well, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. Ferenzi is the fastest man. It looks like... No, not even Ferenzi. It's Sukes with a 120.2 on his best.
And it's interesting how the more stable cars have all hit trouble, whereas the one that's really loose has somehow managed to build a big lead. Avoid incidents and trouble. Shanahan's got the gap to about 19 seconds now to Bell. Novak, interestingly, is closing in on his teammate Aiden Coleman. Now the gap's now just 8.5 seconds. So we could see potentially some team orders at Free Bond Racing. Because I think the 444 has got the best chance of challenging for the podium here. I want to make sure that Zux doesn't pull too far away. Because if there's any more mistakes from the 88, Free Bond are going to take advantage. So Aiden Coleman will know that Novak's coming. So interesting, we've got... Oh, look at that drift from Aiden Coleman. There we go.
That was a power slide.
That's how much he's pushing to keep his teammate behind him, but Novak continues to close in.
LMP2s coming through. That's P5. That's Zoltan Hives. Zoltan Himes and Zoltan Varconi still out on track. I feel like they've been in this car for a very long time.
Well, because they're so far behind, they really want to make their stints as long as possible so they can take advantage when others pit. I think that was really the plan, and it sort of worked for Varconi, but then he got a penalty.
Is there a driver stint maximum time, or is it in EERC? I guess I don't know this.
I think there's like I think there is a sort of maximum time where you can't do more than like half the race or something like that. So is it a third of the race? I don't remember what it is. It depends on the race, but there's certainly like a maximum stint length of like 4 hours or something like that. But we are sort of getting to the end of. I certainly think that Varconi and Hives must be starting to tire out a bit, especially. Well, the Hives actually has had Gabby Vesey do a bit of a stint for him, so it's Varconi that's been in since the beginning. I believe he's the only one who has.
Bradley Sellers has entered the game here. Somebody who had I would say had a very good performance in Korea. We were saying his name quite a bit in the Valley of Sports number 90.
Him and Boton Bekenyes, yes. I'm not sure if Bekenyes is still part of the 90 squad for this race. Have to see. But I thought Bekenyes was driving when the double shift glitch happened, where basically the engine destroyed itself, and it wasn't really Boton's fault. As we see yellow flag in the final sector, that may have been Ferenzi hitting a little bit of trouble. Yeah. You alright? He's not in the final sector, so I think it might be a different team in trouble. Back now, 4 seconds.
He's getting on. He is currently a lap down.
We were just talking about how well Bradley Sellers was doing, and there he is without a rear wing. So it's clearly it was him who hit the wall somewhere.
We talk about him in commentators first. We are bad today. We are just absolutely bad when it comes to this.
Yeah, Bradley Sellers, luckily, has got a lap between himself and Varconi, I believe. So he'll be alright. It should still come out ahead, but it's going to be a bit touch and go.
Looking at the battle here in the GT3 class, this is for 5th and 6th place, as on your screen right now. Also, I want to mention the fact that Loic. Well, it might be. Unless they have fallen down. Nope, they've fallen down.
Benz is 48 seconds behind Novak. Novak is quite close to Coleman, though. There we go. The change happens, and that's why, because Coleman is going in the gravel.
Well, Ferenzi and Muner, currently, Ferenzi is a lap down.
That looked like the beginning of Rahal Straight, the corner just before that, where Novak had gone off. But that's certainly great news for the 444 squad. And it gives them a clear run at Roland Zux. They can keep up with him, but Aiden Coleman will not be too happy about that. Now it's really a case of holding on to 5th.
Is there a chance we can switch over to Ferenzi's car real quick? I thought I saw him getting behind that BMW, even though he's a lap down, but I could be wrong.
So it's just showing Coleman entering the pits after he's off, so clearly there's more serious damage. Yeah, Ferenzi is let the BMW through then. It's incredible to think the number 7 has lapped everyone so early in the race. It was quite a fairly substantial GT3 field. Usual numbers, like 10 or 11, isn't it? Not the race. Whereas LM-P2, it's a slightly reduced field, I think because it's the title run-in maybe a little bit. But it's disappointing that the number 20 couldn't make this race because they did have a good shot, and I think by not participating here they've effectively forfeited it and just put all their eggs in the number 21 basket. Which I guess makes sense. They were 21 points ahead. Yeah.
Well, and you got to think about this. The number 20 right now sitting in P3 with 130 points. With the way that 87 is driving right now in P2 with Jake Denahan behind the wheel.
Denahan continues to close on his teammate. The gap 15.9 seconds at the moment. 17 seconds on screen at least. Timing screen is 15 seconds. Frenzy continuing. Dip a wheel on the grass there. Oh, it bumps right over and heads towards the scene of an accident. on the Rahal straight as Coleman exits the pits. Why we switch over. So I think Frenzy survived that one, but he was heading right to the wall there, wasn't he, Adam?
He was about to make a very
How's the steering
rough.
look to you?
Oh, that steering is messed up, and he just got out of the pits. He's only one lap on these tires, so
Yeah. That was
excuse
just
me,
pushing
50
way
laps on
too
these
hard.
tires.
But this is great news for Zux, though. He's still a lap down, but he doesn't go for the pits, so Frenzy's just going to stay out with this damage with the car veering towards the right. Might have to find another wall to bang into to correct the steering a little bit. Like we heard from the number 90 team. They were tried to do their steering, but it didn't actually help.
And see, the problem is now, as you can see, there's a little bit of an angle in the steering lock now towards the right. Well, basically turning right. The wheel is basically almost sideways at this point. That's going to make it so difficult, not only to make those right-hand turns through 3 and 4, but then turning left, you kind of have to, like you see there, he's over-correcting himself there. Then that's the challenge here of sim racing, is that you get into a collision, mess up your steering, it's gonna affect you throughout this race, especially on Laguna Seca. You don't want to have any problems with your steering, especially, let's see what happens here through the corkscrew. He gets through there, nice. He has to cut the corner a little bit, but he can't get it corrected throughout the corkscrew and has to go off
he's
track.
almost straight lining it, yeah. So I'm surprised he didn't pit the previous lap, because maybe he's just trying to see how bad the steering is on this lap, because he has got sort of, with Zux a lap down, he has sort of got time to decide what he wants to do. Is that Zux right behind him, actually, trying to lap?
Zux just
unlap him? Yeah, there you go. So he does go for the pits. Wise decision in the end, I think.
Well, that might does the you're gonna have to tell me this R factor does it repair all the damage unless you or if you have steering issues, will it not fix the steering?
I think you can get it to repair issues, but the problem is if you damage the suspension, that can often take really long to repair. A lap, you could lose a lap doing that. So
Ferenzi into the pits.
We'll have to see, because Zux about 60 seconds to make up. So I definitely think we're going to see a change for second place here. Bad news for Iris, isn't it?
Very much indeed. This is not what they were hoping for, because now Ronald Zux could potentially gain a position here, go up into second place. And that Iris number 17 is hoping for a miracle here to continue the race here, and also the second place guarantee the championship.
It doesn't, because
it has to be a win.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the point situation would be. So 32 points for a win, 23 for second, 19 for third. So instead of gaining 13 points on the 88, number 7 will only gain 9 points, I believe. That's doing between 32 and 23. Oh, as Novak goes wide, trying to chase, because he knows there's a chance at Frenzy too as well, because Zux has gotten through. That 2-lap gap between Molyneux and Zux, but with no cars in between, it almost feels like it doesn't matter so much in terms of the championship. Going to be tight between Novak and Frenzy. I think Novak is the 444 is going to get up to third here. I think Frenzy may get back through with his pace. Oh, Connor Bell had to have a couple of goes turning that one in on our screen. But Dennehan, the gap now about 14 seconds? Be 12.
And like Josh was saying earlier, it's a busy day of racing today. I mean, without Formula One, I mean, everybody wants to bring out all the cars, apparently. We got
Marconi pits from 4th, is crucial. That hands 4th back to Zoltan Hives in the 95.
Ooh,
That is going to be really interesting how that battle works out.
the battle of
They're
the
battling each other
Zoltans.
for 4th and 5th, yes. So, Novak has actually gotten out 2 seconds behind Frenzy, so Frenzy's held on to third. Oh, look at that! As Delhi spins right in front of Jerry Luring.
Do we still have
to
that?
avoid making contact.
Well, it looks like is Frenzy. No, Frenzy is out of the pits.
He is, yes, there he is, just getting by Delhi.
So he's on a new set of tires. Looks like that. Well, hopefully that steering was able to get fixed here.
We can have a look, actually. Find him.
Hey,
Doing look okay to you? Because I can't see it yet. Because it's
yeah,
laggy on my-
it actually looks fine. Looks like it's back steering straight. He is eating a lot of that curb though. Coming through turn 5. Let's see what he does in turn 6. Yeah, just eating the curb. Gotta be careful with these GT cars because they can get unbalanced and unsettled.
Salsa
very
Frenzy
easily.
only really seems to know how to drive on the edge, which is entertaining to watch. As he starts to pull away from Martin Novak. But he's got 42 seconds to make up to Zux. I think Dream Team could. That is bridgeable, but certainly he'll be disappointed to have lost that second place. Because, I don't know, if something happened to number 7, they would have been in prime position to take advantage, and now they've lost that. And also, yeah, it's not good for number 7 either, because they really needed someone in there to take points off 88.
Well, it's one of those, it's one of those things. This is a 12-hour race. The first 11 and a half hours is all building up for that last 30 minutes of the race.
Yeah, the gap between
And-
Danahan and Bell now 11 seconds on my screen. So Connor Bell definitely looking vulnerable. Danahan doing the hard work here.
And there's a McLaren off. Who is this? Who is this? This is a Mugen team.
Oh, is it Triple Eight again?
Gonna come back and rejoin through Radiant Curve, just right out of the exit.
Triple
there.
Eight now 41 seconds down, and it's trips to the gravel that will not help them catch up to 50 seconds now, isn't it? Actually, between him and Martin Novak.
Well, the stewards coming in with the decision. I don't know if we reported this, but on lap 107, Val Esports number 90 and the Mugen Sim Racing team of number 88. Looks like it's no further action between those two. Both were at fault.
Oh yes, didn't Mugen 88 hit the side of Valet number 9? Oh no, it was 95 that got hit by a different car, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was by the 35, of course. Yeah, and the 35 then retired, so it didn't have to serve any penalty. 95 might be a bit annoyed about that.
Riding on board with Ronald Sukes.
I think it's Roland Zux, isn't it?
Roland Sukes. Sometimes sometimes my Midwest accent will change the way that names are pronounced. So
Americanized the names.
I gotta Americanize this, all right? I'm the only American broadcaster here today, so
Yeah,
I gotta give that little bit of that style here as we're watching now this LM-P2 car coming through this kink there. As you can see, he goes down into third gear and just keeps his foot on the pedal there.
But all the time, Danahan has been closing, so the gap now just under 10 seconds. So
This Connor Bell.
Yeah, this is Connor Bell. Oh, as Novak completely straight lines the corkscrew. He had just lapped his teammate, so he's lost a lot of time there. This is Novak, I think, desperately trying to keep up with Frenzy. They're failing to do so.
Full on yeet there.
Yeah, it was almost like the brakes weren't working. Like you expect them to bite in and then they didn't.
Well, once again, this BMW here on your screen currently doing a great job keeping up here. Just leading this race very comfortably, has held the lead for quite some time, has not had a single challenge. And now there's an LM-P2 off.
And this is why he's ahead of David Kolopsho. He's taken over the number 21.
Nice, be careful. There's that GT3 coming on up behind him. That's the 88 there of the Mugen Sim Racing team, the current championship leaders, who are trying to clinch that victory today. We also see...
And there's 2 laps between 88 and championship victory at the moment.
Oh boy.
But at least, from the 88's perspective, they will eliminate at this rate the Triple 8, which is several laps down on them. I'm noticing Kolokshai, having just got in the 21, is starting to set the timing screen the light, with Zoltan Hybes going off. 95 looks pretty vulnerable. I do think the 21 is literally only behind by virtue of their driver change. I have to see what the 95 do here. Do they want to swap out a new driver in, sacrifice track position, or do they want to hold on? How long they can hold on for? That last lap, 1 minute 12.106. Personal best for the number 21. They're currently the fastest men on track. Fastest drivers on track, I should say. Because the number 73, 86 with Emmy Carson, Amir Rose. Driver roster still circulating. There's the 73 just being lapped by the Triple 8, I think. I think the Triple 8's been helped a bit by the 445 having a really difficult stint. I think Aiden Coleman struggling to keep the car on the road at points. Well, there's a 32-second gap between the two. I certainly think the Triple 8 could be a threat to the 444 as well. There's 48 seconds to make there. All off the back of Frenzy. Frenzy. Gap between himself and Zook's fairly stable, but see, more mistakes
Pit
from the
stop
88.
time. I figured enough. I've kind of figured that we would be starting to see the LMP2s starting to drop into the pit lane at this point, especially.
Remember, Hives and Kolokshai, the 95-21 are on a different strategy because they pit so early. The very first stint repair. Benahan, gap between himself and Bell, about 6 seconds. So I really think that's the closest battle on track.
Ooh, and P2 in the GT3 field off track here, going off at the kink, going up the hill towards the corkscrew, and that's again a very
Isn't that
great
P3?
day.
This is Frenzy we're looking at, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Frenzy, excuse me, P3. I thought he was still P2. My apologies. But
Well, the reason he isn't P2 anymore is because of stuff like that.
on the 4 team right now, the 444 team getting closer and closer, because we just saw Ferenzi go going up the hill almost towards the corkscrew.
Yeah,
and now
Mark
the gap-
Novak really does not like that corkscrew chicane. He keeps straight lining the second bit.
I mean, anybody who likes a corkscrew in my mind is absolutely crazy.
Renzi now goes to the pit lane, so maybe the tyres were starting to wear. It's a pretty early stop though.
That's a very early stop for Ferenzi because they just pitted, so he only had about 18 laps on those tires.
It feels like Frenzy is changing his strategy to try and undercut. Unless they didn't put more fuel in the car when they repaired it. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. That puts the 444 into third place. First time. Well, no, I think Homewood did get it into third earlier, so for the second or third time race. I really expect the 444 car to be much of a threat to the 88, with all due respect. Unless the 88 starts making major errors.
Well, as Josh was saying earlier, it's a busy day of motorsport racing. We got
Indeed it is.
FIM Endurance World Championship, the 24 hours. at Paul Ricard. That's a Moto Endurance Series. Then we had the DTM earlier on, the Michelin Le Mans Cup on. I mean, it's been a crazy day. Plus, we still have IndyCar and NASCAR here in the United States to come. So it's Formula One just needs to race every weekend, so it's not such a busy weekend for our friend Josh.
Oh, well, we just finished the triple header for Formula One, though, so I think it might be a bit unfair on those who work in the sport to keep them away from their families for like even longer.
Well, you could be the World of Outlaws Dirt Car Sprint Tour, which does 100, I think they said over 100 races every year. One of those stops were here in my hometown was able to be a part of that as an announcer. So,
wow, well done.
Yeah, I mean, it was
taking on real racing too.
Well, I was just an announcer for dirt track racing for the local track here this summer, so I got to get to be a part of the behind the scenes of what was happening at the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Tour. But those guys, they do over 175 races. Plus, they get some guys from the NASCAR level coming on down and
code
racing
80
there.
in 10 seconds.
Code 80. Who
I
is
don't
the
think
Code 80?
I was trying to follow Denahan, so I missed it.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Yeah, it might show us now. We try and press the code 80 button. Have I done it? Nope. Doesn't like it.
Oh, it's the 444.
Oh, it's Novak. I did think he was pushing a bit hard. Yeah, we see the consequences in front of us. Last few corners. Got to go for it. Snail's pace. Seems like he's come to grief at Rahal Straight as well. But helps. Doesn't really help anyone actually.
Well, that has made
It
this
hands third
interesting.
place to the 888 though, surely, once it comes in. Alright, so code 80 should end in a few seconds, so there's no need for me to put it up.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, Connor Bell has just gone into the pits. During the
These
last
code
10
80s
seconds of code 80.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Denahan
green
too.
flag.
So now we see them converging on the same strategy, and it's that Denahan being he's right next to the Mugen that's also pitting of Zooks. No, it was actually Bell that's at the side. So well, no, it was Denahan. Sorry, that we saw just having to tuck in. There's Bell.
He's
Bell
gonna
gets going
take
first.
off. So a good stop there by the leader of the LM-P2s.
This really, I'm not sure actually if this necessarily plays into it, because Bell has been in there a while. They've sort of 87 has done an extra driver change compared to the 86. So thing is, this has sort of closed them back up together, but it has kept Bell in the lead. Has it? Actually, no, it's put them a bit further apart, so it's allowed Connor Bell to maintain his lead. So yeah, it definitely has helped the 86 because the 87 didn't stay out. Change the rest of the field. Adam Sergio has got on board the 88. Of course, it's Bentz. Been able to overtake both of the Ring of On cars in quick order because they've basically dashed off the road and made the path quite clear for him.
Okay, drivers, back to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh my god, what happened there?
Oh, what now?
Another Ring of On car decided to part company routes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
And who is this on? Well, it's definitely not that Ferrari.
Going Bentz is still in the pit lane, I think.
The car looks intact. Just trying to see if there's a car that's not intact, but it must be that McLaren.
Yeah, I think it's the 650S Mugen. Or it could be Hallam Voice has made it to this as well.
Okay, and back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
We're back to racing.
But if I'm not reacting to what's happening on screen, that's because I've got a crap load of overlay controls in the way. This is my setup. Someone else's computer. So, code 80's over, so there's no point for me putting it up. Bence is in the pits, Voice is in the pits, and Joey I think it was Luring who had lost his rear wing, maybe.
In the Aston Martin.
Moyner continuing his leading of the GT3 class to the tune of 2 laps now over Serege. This, interestingly, with Ben stopping, this puts Aiden Coleman back up to 3rd. 445. I believe.
I do have to go here momentarily.
Thing?
Well, in about 10 minutes, I'll have to leave the broadcast for the day. I don't know if I'll be back in time for the last few hours. As I head down 2 to 2.5 hours away from my hometown to broadcast some college American football.
Fair enough. Well, you have fun. I just wish we had a few more commentators.
I know.
I just end up having to do the whole bloody thing. And then everyone complains the moment I take a break as well. Like, oh, why is no one commentating? So I've been commentating for the last 4 hours on my own. Like, it always happens. But what can you do? You can't force people to commentate. People can't force me to commentate. I can leave anytime I want.
We ain't paid. We're not paid.
That's very true. Right. Ooh, Gabavesi just sets a purple middle sector as Danahan continues to close the 13 seconds between himself and Connor Bell. Refresh the overlay because it's not showing the gaps. Drivers. There we go. But anyway, thanks very much for your help, Adam, and I guess I'll see you at Spa, if not later in the race.
I'll be here for another few minutes with you to get us through these next couple of
look
laps.
at that! That's Jake Danahan having to push his way through past Marvin Gubbich. Pretty coming up the works there for the Irish team, but Danahan makes it through. I guess. Oh no! That's Ben Spedchik, the 888 car, just gone up to 4th, spinning. Not hitting the wall, crucially. The Rahal straight. And look, right behind him is Novak. Is Novak going to try and make a move into the corkscrew? He's not going to be far enough alongside to do it. There we go. And Novak's about to be lapped anyway by Moyner. That was really, again, a careless mistake from Bedrick Bence, who's been in the car probably just an hour or two too long. Since the start, hasn't he? As well, going on board with Novak. Continues to stay within about a second of Bence. If any more mistakes, and he'll be through. Certainly. Danahan sits the purple first sector. That remains 13 seconds. 12 seconds now, actually. Yeah, you see Wozniak has got 888 car in his sights. Wasn't close enough because of his own mistakes, funnily enough, to retake that 3rd position. I know this is Coleman, isn't it? Not Novak, sorry. Danahan sets the new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.588. So on these new tyres, he is pushing. Cap 11.5 seconds on my screen. Light car beginning to stretch out of reach. The 445 machine. Ultimately. There we go, that's certainly not going to help as the 445 goes very wide at the penultimate corner. That's the 95 through to lap it.
The 95 kind of just full scented in that turn there.
As
Just went a little
Moyner
bit too
pits
wide.
in the lead in GT3.
Well, he's got a comfortable lead. He's got 2 laps amongst his rivals here today. He'll have to, just take this pit stop. He's probably not even. This team is not even sweating.
I apologize. It was actually Novak chasing Bence there. I couldn't see the right-hand side of the screen because the camera controls are in the way. But Danahan continuing to put pressure on Bell as he has the whole stint. I think Bell has done really well. Stay ahead for as long as he has. There's a sense of inevitability, really. No holding back Jake Danahan, is there? His service, he's still going to come out 2 laps ahead, I think, of Adam Sureje. Sorry.
There's the leader of the LM-P2s just going by here.
Yeah,
doing a good job.
Only a 10-second gap between himself and Jake Danahan. Danahan closing continuously as he was before the Code 80. The 2 Code 80s, sorry. As again, played slightly too far to the right. Awkward.
Let's see how this goes here. Oh, and that's the 4.45 into the wall.
Well, there we go.
That is
Aiden Coleman
another
had done
lost
so
lead.
well to get out to 3rd place, and now he's blown it, unfortunately. See if I can have a look at what happened, because I'm lagging. I haven't seen it yet. I'm still on board with Kolokshire.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Well, that was predictable. I haven't seen the accident because it just skipped forward.
5,
for me, so.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
There's the Code 80. Another Code 80.
Code 80s are fun Code 80s.
Yeah, this has been absolutely...
We had almost no Code 80s at career as well. So
we had one. We had one.
No, we did. Yeah, almost none. That's what I said.
Almost none. And what are we up to now? 7, 8
Back to
Code
the
80s?
standard Code 80 amount, yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Coleman
back to green in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that's not good for Coleman because it doesn't give him much time to repair. Rear wing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Okay, so 888 back through to 3rd. And 445 drops behind its teammate.
If Murray Walker was still with us, he would be, he would have to say, go, 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 many times after.
I don't think Murray Walker did a lot of endurance racing commentary.
That poor man would have had to say the same phrases over and over again.
I
And
also
there's
don't
the
think
two.
he ever did sim racing commentary.
Well, he would have been great if he.
Oh,
if
no
Murray
doubt.
Walker was our age in this time period, he definitely would be doing some. He would be doing sim racing. He would be doing.
Well, he started off doing like hill climbs and stuff, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So he started off doing commentary. And also with his dad was a motorcyclist who went into commentary, and he helped. There's like footage of him and his dad reporting on. And now to my son Murray, who is at another part of the track. And he said, "Oh, thanks, Dad. This is what's going on here." Kind of cute.
It's very interesting to see the evolution of motorsports, not only just in real life, but the way it's been able to become a simulator and a competitive esport at this point. I'm an esports fan myself. I'm a fanatic of esports.
You wouldn't be here.
I've
if you
coached.
hadn't.
Well, I've coached it. I've commentated it. I've been at the professional level of esports, and I tell you what, it's the evolution of just esports and motorsports really coming together. It's quite the amazing thing.
Oh, and I've been corrected actually. I just got a text from Joshua, who's clearly listening to this. He said that Murray did. Ah, yes, I remember this. So a few years ago, when they put the 1988 McLaren into the Formula One game, Murray commentated on Ayrton Senna's famous qualifying lap from Monaco 1988. It was for pole position that was like 2 seconds faster than Prost or something ridiculous like that. Teammate. And there was no footage of that lap because whoever was doing the Automobile Club de Monaco, whatever it is, who does the cameras for Monaco, was away for a tea break or something when Senna did that lap, which he said was amazing. He said it felt like the entire lap was like a tunnel for him and he was basically in the zone. And it's like this mythical, often it's a big feature in the Senna documentary from about 10 years ago. He talks at length about that this unique, almost spiritual kind of experience. So there's like no actual footage of it, so they just use onboard from a race several years later at Monaco that Senna was just leading on like heavy fuel tanks. But yeah, so Murray has commentated over online racing footage, but he never did an online sim race of any variety that I recall.
Well, he was definitely one of the greats of commentary.
Yeah. That doesn't mean he didn't make mistakes, of course. I mean, we all do.
we all
Murray was
all
the best
do.
at making mistakes. That's for sure.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps.
Laps,
This
yes.
is the one that comes to mind when talking about.
And David pulls
blubber.
across in front of Coulthard. Yes.
Have you seen that Schumacher documentary on Netflix?
I did the other day, actually. And
Oh,
one of the
what?
things that took me out of it was when they show footage of Rubens Barrichello overtaking someone, and it's supposed to be Michael overtaking people, and it's clear they've mistook him because they didn't recognize the helmet as, oh, that's very deep in the gravel for the Skazbolik Adeli in the Paul Street Boys machine. Oh no, it's Marvin Gummich. Sorry. When you put the battle graphic up, you don't know which one in the battle is supposed to be highlighting. So,
Well,
preparing for a battle that didn't happen, so I'm going to get rid of the battle graphic.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna come back though. I'm gonna go run and actually grab some food. I'm absolutely starving here.
Cool, pretty good idea.
So I will be back here in roughly about 15-20 minutes. I have to run to the local McDonald's. So
Well, don't run someone over trying to get back in time. I'll fill you in when you get back, and if anything
Hey,
interesting happens.
I take only one main road. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay.
I'll be
I didn't
back,
realize you lived that close to McDonald's, but all right. The other
This is
food
America.
outlets are available.
This is America, okay? There's Starbucks on every corner of major cities.
As Marvin Gummich demonstrates some brilliant driving of his own, not to McDonald's, but into the gravel trap on the rail straight. Anyway, see you soon, Adam. Adam Serege. His teammate coming through to lap him again. Oh no, this Adam Serege having lapped his teammate and now lapping some more GT3 cars. So about 4 of the, I believe 10 GT3 cars in the race, all occupying the same piece of racetrack. You have only lost 2 runners so far, Reading Game Studios number 72 and Evo Motorsports number 35. Not sure quite what happened to 72, but I'm sure if Tom Dillon is around, he'd be able to tell us. Massimiliano Ruboli tells us that Boson Bikinis couldn't race today for the number 90. Doesn't clarify why, but Ruboli, I know, is his teammate, knows him pretty well. So Vessi will go snapping that car into the last corner and makes it really well. Novak still within 2 seconds of Bentz in the 888 machine. We should perhaps check in on them. Oh, big crash from Marvin Gummich, and the front end goes straight into the tyre barrier and bounces right off. Continues, but I suspect the steering will not be in too good a shape. Big crash there for Marvin Gummich, who was struggling for several laps. That could be a code 80 if we're not careful. Way back to the pits. Bentz got a Novak not too far behind. Before get back on the podium, it feels like they've already blown it with the 445. Was on a mission. Joined by someone in the commentary box.
It's me, Ed. Hello.
Oh, hello, Joshua. I'm assuming the Grid Network show went well.
It did indeed. Sorry I'm late getting back to the box. There's a maniac out
not a
there.
problem.
There's a maniac outside with a Starbucks coffee in one hand, with a McDonald's sort of KFC style bucket of fries with a beef burger stuck between his teeth, shouting, "Get out of the way!" with massive honking of horns as well. I had to duck behind an alleyway and save an old lady. Very, very dramatic getting back here.
Oh, wow. Drama in Lincolnshire as well as in Laguna Seca in California.
Yeah.
But Adam just left to get some food. Funnily enough, he also mentioned McDonald's.
Did he really?
I did wonder how far afield he would have to go to get there. He seemed to think it would only be 15 minutes. I didn't realise he had a time portal to Lincolnshire. Or not time portal, a space portal rather. As Marvin Gummidge hit, and not Novak goes straight on the gravel. Oh dear, there was just no steering at all for a second there, and Novak gets going again, but he was closing in on Ben Boros, is it? The Triple Eight driver.
Not sure I'm on the same
Magic Bench,
pictures.
sorry.
Not sure I'm on the same pictures as you there, Ed.
Yeah, but Novak, already got going again, so he just went straight on at what looked like the first corner to me, and he was about 2 seconds behind Bentz, 2 or 4 seconds. Now, Toff in the number 70 is just a second behind. So,
is that Zoltan?
Yes, it is Zoltan.
There's 2, isn't there? Oh no, just 1 now just left in the.
There's 3 Zoltan. Zoltan Hives for number 95, not driving at the moment, and then Zoltan Varconi, number 21, also not driving at the moment. So 1 Zoltan now, 2 Zoltans potentially later.
Zoltan sounds like one of those tablets you take at night to help you sleep, doesn't it? Okay.
Isn't it like a really bad Adam Sandler comedy or something called "Don't Mess with Zoltan" or something?
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's what I recognise the name from, but I imagine these 3 Zoltans probably offended at any association with that movie.
Well, if it helps, I thought when you said Zoltan, I thought of that Buzz Lightyear Darth Vader rip-off from Toy Story 2. You know, there would be the big Z on the chest.
Emperor Zurg.
That's it. Yeah, that's the one.
That would be an odd name for a racing driver. And now, filling in the number 25 is Emperor Zurg.
No, Buzz, I am your race winner. That lot going on.
Buzz driving the number 95, of course. The Lightyear.
Well, come on,
wait,
we have
that's
lightning.
Well,
side
that's
by
Lightning
side on
McQueen,
my
isn't
screen.
it? Sorry. I'm getting my Pixar Cinematic Universe mixed up.
And then, well, didn't we have a McQueen driving the 95 at some point this year? Because I swear we made
There
a
was
comment
something
about that.
That's top. Oh, how's it go?
Oh,
At Novak at the last corner. And Novak holds his line. Holds very firm, and Top really sort of dived at him there. And couldn't quite make that one work out. So as they get lapped, he's going to have to think of another way through into 4th position. So Toff has had a brilliant fight back from losing his rear wing earlier.
just switching around now as well as they come back through as well. So I heard as well in the commentary when I was finishing on the Grid Network, because I had you lot in one ear and Joe and the guys in the other.
That can't be easy.
It was not, but very helpful as well to keep on track of the races. We've had 7 cautions now, 7 Code 80s. That's unbelievable. I know you only had 1 in Korea, so that's unbelievable. We've had that.
It was
many already.
unbelievable. We only had 1 in Korea, and it was
To be fair,
only
yeah.
because of, I believe, an engine failure or something. Off continuing, bounces right over the curb, really clobbers it.
Oh, and the McLaren's off on my screen as well, off, and so it goes through as well. So yeah, that's Toth, I think, going wide there. So I think
Another
Novak's
mistake
gone
from
through.
there. He just went too wide
Yeah.
into rainy curve and headed straight towards the barriers, it looked like. So I do hope Novak was going to continue without too much damage. Wouldn't be long to get back to the pits. There we go. Didn't seem like he hit the wall too bad. He looked on board. Now, does the steering look? Is he?
Yeah, the steering looks okay for on my picture. As
It
it
looks
comes
pretty
down.
and mostly
Yeah.
straight, which is about as good as you can hope for at this stage. Yeah, so that's about for 4th done, and Toff only 16 seconds behind Bedrick Benz. But the 88 are now a lap ahead of its teammate. Definitely looks like the 88 is going to be a tough nut to catch. But certainly a big blow for the number 7. That the number 7 lost its rear wing, because they could have done with gaining 13 points rather than just the 9 that they will gain here. A reminder, 38 points on offer at Spa. The 88, 41 points ahead going into this one. So, lies very much in the balance. If the number 7 has a big crash and hands the lead to the 88, the 88 will be in a title winning position. As it is, the number 7 is holding on. It's going to cut the gap down 41 points to 32.
So that's already very much close. So it's a 32-point gap, did you say?
Yeah, 32 with 38 on offer. So they would only need to gain 6 points on them.
Something's telling me this is going to go down to Spa, you know. We had a chance of it.
GT3?
Yeah, in GT3, yeah.
I think in LM-P2 as well, actually, because at the moment, even if the 21 beats the number 95, they came in 29 points ahead of the 95, because they finished, difference between 4th and 5th is, I think, 2 or 3 points. That would not be enough. That would only leave them like 31 point. So again, it seems like the two classes are mirroring each other. The way it's going to be out. 32 points GT3, 31 LM-P2 at the moment.
Swings and roundabouts. We've seen it all season, not only across esports, but across all the motorsport series as well. IndyCar, MotoGP, Formula 1. The titles this year just keep seeming to throw between each other.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think, sorry, is it something to do with the fact that we were all bottled up with COVID? So everyone's had sort of an explosion of energy and have just sort of recharged themselves because they had effectively a year off, which is really nice to see.
Well, we were doing this, I started commentating this in the middle of COVID, I think, last year.
Yes.
And it did feel like there was certainly whenever there was big gaps between the races, it did feel like things swung between different teams. Like Mugen got everything together sort of just before Daytona, and Daytona was a delayed race. Up until then, it looked sort of like I've seen in Pennsylvania were going to dominate the season because they won both classes in Nola, which was a pretty crazy race. Turned out that was the anomaly. Mugen dominated Daytona, pretty much, and then they won something like 4 straight races. At least in GT3, LP2 they didn't quite have things their own way, but certainly they've been the strongest team overall. But in this race, Iris they really have the edge. So it feels like every different track we come to, it seems to suit a different team. But as we see yellow in sector 4.
Oh, that's why we've got a spinner and one of the GT3 cars into the wall as well and gets going again. Hasn't taken off the rear wing.
Yes, and Novak in the pits then. He dives for it after being overtaken by Zoltan Toff.
So Novak pits, and that's going to drop him down. Might just, yeah, we will get passed by Coleman then in the other GT3 McLaren.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing the 888 spinning off now after just
That's
getting
the
into third place. So
Yep.
through goes Toff then into third position.
And that's Zoltan, isn't it, Toff, as well? Because we had
exactly Zoltan
was
who
it-
we were talking about earlier.
was it Joseph Toff we had earlier on as well?
We
who
did
was-
have Joseph Toff
Yes.
earlier as well. Yes. And,
Prince is just in the McLaren as well, P11 at the moment. Just set 3 green sectors and done a 1:20.147.
Oh, yes.
Great time.
That's Fringavon 444, Stin Prince, who we've seen being very effective for that team previous occasions for 444. As Bradley Sellers dives into the pits from third. Ganahan has got the gap down to 6 seconds now. It was 12 seconds after the Code 80. He's been consistently closing on Connor Bell. But I have to say, Connor Bell has been doing exactly what has been needed by the 86 crew. He's just been continually not making mistakes, keeping on the island. And that is what has kept them in the lead for so long, I think. Even with Denahan having a bit of an advantage at the beginning of each stint, he's been able to sort of just cover him off, make his way through the traffic. It has been really crucial that he's doing this because when his teammates hand over, it's going to make all the difference, hopefully.
He's got, what is it, a 5-second lead at the moment, doesn't he?
Yes,
to
the problem is
Denahan.
now that Denahan is, the closer he gets within sight of Connor Bell, the more desperate he's going to be in front. And of course, they've got 3 laps now, with Sellers having pit to the next driver, David Kolopcha, the 21. So there's a sense that Iris have their own little private battle to themselves. They're not in the championship fight. The 87 has definitely a great chance, regardless of whether it wins or not, frankly, of jumping the number 20 for third position. So why not let them fight and see what happens? The only problem is, if you're Iris, you sort of think, well, we've got 7 hours to go. What if the 21 of Kolopcha, who you do not underestimate, closes back those 3 laps? and we spend so much time messing around early in the race that we lose the win. That is what they will be thinking, but at the same time, the drivers, you can't control them once they're out there. They both want to win. The teams both want to win. You can tell when we had Mia Rose on earlier that she was really thinking about her own car. There was no mention of, there was a little mention of the team being nice enough to pick her up and invite her in after a VSC round, I think. So certainly there's harmony within the team, but certainly we win each car's in a race-winning position on track. I don't think Iris are going to call that off. I think they're going to go. I think Denahan is going to go for it. Certainly, we'll to see if Connor Bell can. Because the gap's now down to 3 seconds. Has Connor Bell hit trouble somewhere? Has he been held up? Here we go.
He's got traffic in front.
Oh, Denahan in trouble.
No, surely not.
Oh, well, he's apparently looking at the feet of one of the spectators. Who has been disconnected. Something has happened because Denahan, who was closing, now falling back. So what was looking like a dominant 1-2 for Iris is now suddenly in jeopardy as Marvin Gummidge spins.
Oh!
And finds himself in the middle of the circuit, almost stationary, but keeps going.
Is it the right way this time? Yeah, okay.
Definitely. But Denahan still
stuck.
has disconnected, certainly on our end, and on the timely screens too.
He's not there. I'm looking at the driver track. He's not there.
Yeah, lap 194, and have we lost our third retirement from the race?
I think he's stuck.
Iris 87.
He's gone a lap down now, Ed, as well, because his first sector time has not changed.
Yeah, he could be disconnected here.
Yeah.
And if he can get back in, he can restart from the pit lane. Potentially ahead of David Kolotch. He's still got those 2 laps on him now, even though he's just lost a lap. But that certainly takes the pressure off the 86.
Oh, they're spoiling our fun. That's not fair.
That is, yes. Now we have to watch Bentz try in vain to catch back up to Zoltan Tov. Tov in turn is trying to get back on the same lap as Adam Sereje.
I've just had a very weird message come through saying, anyone know what the tide is like? I mean, how am I supposed to know that in the commentary box?
The tide, where? It would help if you specified. Maybe it's
in Grimsby. Well, Cleethorpes to be precise as well. What the tide is like.
It's showing DNF for Denahan on my screen.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean he can't reconnect back in. It just means that his connection is certainly timed out, I think.
There was a spin up.
It was Gummidge, I think. Gummidge got going again. There he is.
Running down in P14.
The Aston Martins? The Aston has turned evil in this race. It's bitten him and the other drivers of Royal Racing Bravo number 93 repeatedly. Kolokshai now only a lap down from Denahan, so potentially this plays into their hands. If Kolokshai could get Sellers in between himself and the number 95, it could potentially put them 13 or 9 points ahead, which would 29 points ahead going in. Would adding 9 points be that we're sort of getting into position where 21 could be approaching mathematical impossible to beat territory if it can get ahead of the 87. We'll have to see, but of course the 90 is only 40 seconds down, so the pits could work in favour of Valet here. But
so Denahan's just... Oh, and Kolot's guy's actually coming to the pit lane. I was about to say...
Well, that gives Denahan a little reprieve. But he's hoping to get back in soon or have another driver take over. There it is, stationary though. So all he can do is hope the Kolot show just gets held up and goes straight into him. I don't see that happening.
Well, I think was it Ryan he said earlier on as well about that possibly happening when we have one of the Ferraris in there as well.
Yeah, we did have, but luckily the Irises were able to avoid him at that point as Coleman, just about keeping 2 wheels on the track there.
Oh, and he's got a massive tank slapper through the corkscrew. We've got one of the cars off as well, and he's hit the wall. Hasn't taken off the rear wing. I can't see what number it is at the moment on my screen, which is really bad.
Really tried to save that, almost overcorrected there, and Gummidge in 93, the rear just went straight in, but the rear wing thankfully held on. That looked like
is that suspension? Yeah,
the 93 is finding new places to crash out here as Sellers retakes third position, only 60 seconds behind the stationary, the disconnected Denahan.
So as they keep coming through, and
certainly panic at the 87. struggle to get this car going again. I don't think they're going to.
Well, if that is the case, that is the quickest end to an endurance racing challenge I think I've seen in a long, long time, because that would effectively put the 86, and it has. Bradley Seller's gone up into P2 for Valley Esports, the number 90. There's a driver change that's happened. So the 87 of Jake Denner is down into 3rd place now. You just feel the heartbreak, don't you? You absolutely feel it.
Certainly, because it was looking like a 1-2 for Iris, and they were well in control by several laps, and all it's taken is one misfortune to set them back. Even if he could get going now, it would still be worth it for the chance for the 3rd in the overall points.
It's dropped to 5th
slipping
now.
away now.
But it's last. It's
showing
back.
us him in the pit lane, so he has managed to get in just after the 21 has gone by.
I wonder if that was something maybe by the stewards.
Yeah. Yes, so Hevesi has also gotten by Kolokshai. Denahan now showing his DNF'd again.
Oh.
So potentially the connection a bit too unstable.
Could they reset to a different driver?
Could have got one around. Look in TeamSpeak, see if they've got any drivers around. Got 10 Lure on standby, I think, at the moment in the 87. Yeah, in the 87 channel.
Yeah, I can see it now as well. It's waiting on. I wish we could access the team's radio to play it out for you, but as you know,
I think it would be a bit rude to and interrupt them.
That's what I was thinking as well. The amount of probably swear words that can't be broadcast.
I've been hoping to get either Sean Jones or Tom Dillon in to explain what happened to a reading game. Like they were struggling the whole race. David Kolokshai only 2 seconds behind Ivesi. Pit stops.
It keeps jumping between 2 and 27 seconds as well. Now it's 1.7 seconds, and now it's stabilised finally. So yeah, you're right there, Ed, as well. As Class Guy's going to close up on.
Yeah, here we go. We see it now.
All right. Oh, I've just realised actually the World Feed audio track isn't turned up in my earphones, so I couldn't hear the onboard. I was wondering why it was a bit quiet.
Nice.
Just goes late into turn 1. Has to hook it up through 2 and 3 as well. Don't forget to lift mid-part.
This is the title fight, remember. The 95 must make sure they go into Spa with the closest gap they can in the points. 29, it's going to be difficult to beat them 29 points behind, but if they're 25, 22, we start to go from the realm of the difficult to the realm of maybe we can turn this thing around. Because it's been Mugen 21's way most of the season, it must be said. But look at the way Kolokshai is closing in. Has a fearsome reputation that he does for nothing. Several race wins that put them in this position. Here they go, right to the back. So much more confident under the brakes. See if we can.
Fastest sector 1, and just at the personal
he's
best.
making the best of these new tyres.
1:11.958. That's qualifying.
In they go. They didn't want the ignominy of being overtaken on track, so they pit for fresh tyres. They can see position. Denahan tries to get just as the 95 was coming in. That was a bit bad timing. So Denahan now a lap down on Hevesi. Will now have to start the difficult task of closing back in. Got a feel for the 87 crew. Second has turned to 5th. Isn't too big a thing in the scheme of things, but with the amount of laps they've lost, it's a huge setback.
Happened to the 2 championship contenders though right at the start of the race. They both pitted after lap 1 contact, put them down a lap as well, but they fought back. Admittedly, they haven't closed up the 4 laps that Connor Bell has got at the moment. But I think as we're about to go over to lap 200, so I think our prediction of over 300 laps might have been a little bit too short of the mark.
Yeah, we're probably looking more at like 500, 600. They were saying, depending
like
on code 80s.
Yes, that's right. I'd like it if we get to 500. That would be nice at Laguna Seca. We would call it the Laguna Seca 500.
Isn't that usually the amount of miles, not the number of laps? But
we can change it.
It doesn't matter too much. Anyway.
It's a 2-mile track, isn't it? So they've already done 400.
So the gap between 95 and 21 is 29.5 points, if I remember correctly. So 3rd place at the moment will give Kolokshai 19 points. 4th will give 95 of Hevesi. 15 points. So
Damn
that
it.
would be. So they're fighting over a 4-point swing here, basically. Whether it's going to be.
Between
would
them.
be 33.5 or 24. No, it'd be 25, wouldn't it?
Right,
29
yeah,
minus
yeah.
5 is what? 25.5 or
Yeah.
33.5, which is a big difference when you think about it. That's 8 points either way.
Half points. Always a nightmare.
Well, that's because of one of the races had something happen. I think we had one of them had a. The reason they're half a point ahead is because the 21 finished outside the top 10 at Portimao because it had a horrible time while I was in Scotland. I didn't see what happened to it, and no one's bothered to explain it to me. So
I wasn't here. Where was I that weekend with?
you were doing commentary for Formula E in
That's it.
Puebla.
Mexico, yeah, that's it, Puebla.
You weren't in Mexico, but you were watching. the footage
I
from
was
Mexico.
watching, yeah. God, that's
Well, there's
ages
the
ago.
Triple Eight in trouble.
Oh, is that in the banking? No, okay.
It's a disconnection, it looks like. This is very similar to what happened to number 87. Lewis got going in the 87, coincidentally.
He's got it going, but he kept pinging back to the pits as well, so it was a bad one there.
It's showing DNF for Ben Spedjic. So that hands very much could hand fourth and fifth to the Fring Avon cars.
If you take a look at the TeamSpeak chat room there, Ed, it's saying connection lost, and that's why they keep dropping, look.
Yeah, it's certainly sad to see this race being influenced by connection dropouts. I suppose there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And Prince continues to close on teammate. He's only 3.8 seconds down.
So he's not that far off at the moment, is it? So this is possible. This is completely possible.
Yep. So it certainly feels like it'd be difficult for them to beat Dream Team with them 72 seconds down, but it certainly could be a good inter-team battle. We're not going to get it from Iris now. It seems unlikely anyway, unless something really bad happens to the 86, which I certainly wouldn't wish after the misfortune of the 87. But
neither would I. I will be back in 2 minutes as my headset microphone shield has decided to detach. So while I fix that and don't want to cause ruffling, I'll be back in 2.
okay. Right, so while Josh does that, watch Mabel continue to circulate. Big 3-lap lead, which definitely takes the pressure off. Certainly, no reason I'm too complacent at this stage. Darkness starts to fall for California. Iris still leading both classes with at least one of their cars. Got a real feeling. Got the feeling that Steelhead and the number 7 team would have hoped to have someone in between themselves and Serege, as Simon Marshall has just taken over the last placed car in GT3. Service to Serege has an off-track moment there. Close up the 2 laps to himself and Gilhead. Gilhoed. Anyway, spoken about Valley number 90. Very good job actually to hold Coltrane back as long as they have. Coltrane about 16 seconds behind. If he's closing. It's Gummich. Again, facing the wrong way. Ooh! And Mugen missing its rear wing. That is Adam Sereje. So, real trouble then in GT3 for Mugen. Potentially, this puts Zoltan Toth into second. Commentator's curse, wasn't it? I was just talking about how number 7 would really love someone, the 88 to hit trouble and have someone in between them. Sereje makes it back to the pits. Triple 8, Bence still hasn't been able to reconnect. So, case of putting that rear wing on as fast as they can. Good. We can potentially drop off the podium positions here. Pull down to Coleman and Prinz. Prinz who's right behind Coleman now, so Ring of Honor really need to make a decision now, don't they? We can Prinz chase Coleman. They are. Might be a bit too far back, to be honest. The top is certainly going to catch Sereje. Coleman, I really think, might be the prudent move for Coleman to move aside for his teammate Stin Prinz. Depends. There's personal pride at stake here too. There we go. So they unlap themselves. Sereje. Sorry I've been so far behind. I can't help it. My connection's crap to Chris's computer. Leader pits, Connor Bell. Perhaps this could be a driver change. The Sereje rejoins ahead of both Ring of Honor cars, 45 to the tune of 47 seconds. But Prinz now ahead of Coleman, so Coleman didn't fight that one too hard. Bell's still in the pits. Plus 2 laps over Bradley Sellers, so no real threat from behind here. Present moment. Lockshire continuing to close on Sellers. So the 21 could become a major threat in the later stages of this race, especially with the 87 out of the way. No one tanked his rear gunner, as there we go, Mia Rose steps on board the 86. Back on board, rather. It's a 2-lap lead for Bradley Sellers, so 86 will continue and make good. Strong start to the race. There she is. Sellers lapping. Forward. No, he's not lapping, he's being unlapped by Ben Lure.
Okay, drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Not sure what that's for.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Is anyone going to pit under this one? Lockshire is closed up within 3 seconds of Bradley Sellers.
Remember, you must be in first gear under code 80. Anyone not in first gear will receive a penalty. Back to green in 10 seconds.
Prince got behind Coleman again. Prince must have hit trouble. He's gone into the pits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
I need to put the code 80 graphic up. But he's slow anyway. A lot shy. Well within striking distance of Bradley Sellers for a second place. As Off and Prince need to be serviced.
Hello, Ed. So we're under code 80, I see.
We were.
Oh, that's green now, yes.
Yeah, but not anymore.
What caused that drama?
So obviously the 88 had an issue earlier.
Yes.
The Ring of On cars swapped positions. The 444 overtook 445, and then I think the 444 hit trouble because it's gone in the pits. It seemed that was what caused the code 80. The 444, I think it took damage or something.
Ow!
It because yeah, they were wearing 4th and 5th, so it doesn't really change all that much in the scheme of things. But yeah, Toff has taken the opportunity to pit under the code 80, so
Maya Rose back in command of the 86, I noticed.
yeah, Mia.
Sorry, Mia. Sorry, it's the Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah.
Also, got a spinner. LM-P2 in the gravel. Is that the race leader? Oh, don't tell me I've cursed.
Yeah, well, no, it was Ten Lure in the 87. Because we were on board
Oh, thank God.
Heroes, and then it cut to Ten Lure. So yeah, I'm very far behind, unfortunately. There's not really much I can do.
Thank goodness I didn't get the wrong one, as I've had to switch to a handheld mic. I was very worried there. I got the wrong one again.
Lockshy now within half a second or so of Bradley Sellers. He closed up a lot just before the code 80 on the Valley number 90.
Closing him down once again, and
Ferrari
finding that
gets
pace.
out of the way of Simon Marshall.
Every driver who pitted, as you said, Ed, they're now taking up the opportunity to use fastest lap times. I'm seeing greens all across the board here at the moment.
Yep. And I think Mia Rose has got the gap back up to 3 laps over Bradley Sellers.
I'm reading 3 laps.
I think the big threat, it's no longer the 87, it's going to be the 21. Once it gets past the number 90, anyone can close up those laps. It is Zoltan Varconi, David Kolokshai, who've been such a fearsome combination, along with their other co-drivers this season.
I'm sensing Le Mans, I'm sensing Suzuka, where it is the same situation
Well, they lost
again.
Suzuka to the number 90.
In the last couple of moments, yeah.
To just a one badly timed code 80, basically. They took
This
advantage in Le Mans, though.
this could be very, very well done if they have the opportunity here. As
And potentially, at the
hits.
95, it's 68 seconds down the road behind Kolokshai. If the number 95 ends up a couple of positions behind, we could start to veer into the 21 taking a maximum 32 points, and maybe the 95 only taking 15 points or so.
4 tenths between them at the moment then as they come into the turns 2, 3 and 4 segment.
38 points is the big number. The gap now at the moment is 29 points going into this race in LMP2 between 95 and 21.
Closing. Oh, this is great fun, isn't it? Exactly what we want to see.
And the darkness starting to fall, so the headlights all coming on.
Now this is the point of the night where nobody has any clue what's happening. Ed's probably got the best view in the house. He's got the timing graphics.
All of them, yeah. Oh, it's Kolokshai.
Oh!
Attempts to go around the outside of the corkscrew, but runs out of room there. Bradley Sellers saw that one coming, and Sellers looking very vulnerable now.
Just find the right path as well. Find the right time to get through. Don't be over optimistic as well. Plan your moves. It's win or lose on the last lap. Not with
setting up the
8 hours to
last
go.
corner pretty well. He's well in the slipstream, but I don't think he's going to quite be close enough to do a dive up the inside into the Andretti hairpin. Go, another lap completed. Lap 211 for the leader. Oh, look at that. Very early turn in from Bradley Sellers. But he's able to make it work, actually.
I'll tell you what, he's got the best seat in the house, hasn't he? He's got a bright yellow car right in front of him, shining up the road as well. You don't need to be Dorothy to follow that path as well as they come back through.
More like Brum with a bright yellow alley car.
That's better. we want to go into it, Bessie from Doctor Who as well.
Oh yeah. Or Yellow Submarine from Beatles. Yellow Submarine.
I'm trying to think. Jordan's. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Jordan have a yellow car. As Toff, it's the
Well,
fastest
right.
lap on his fresh tyres. GT3, 1 minute 20.270. So he's trying to close back in the 13 seconds to Adam Cerejo.
And they were
Very interesting as Kovacs pits.
And Sellers and Kolarski are very close through the corkscrew section as well as they come back down towards the last two corners. Turn 10 and 11 as well. Loops it back. It's a good exit. Got a GT3 car in the way. One of the McLarens.
Yeah,
is it Ferrari?
it's no, it is one of the McLarens.
McLaren.
It is the 4th place Aidan Coleman in the 445.
Gulf livery.
Yeah, the Ring of Honor. You can tell it's Ring of Honor because it's orange.
Yes. That one's orange. Papaya. Right.
It'd be a good colour for racing cars at the moment, given McLaren's recent form.
Oh, what a race.
But Kalokshai looking very threatening here. He's the one man, I think more than any other driver. Him and Barconi really are the two drivers you don't really want to see coming up behind you in this series. As Cerejo is given a penalty. Oh, Josh, I love it. You could tell me what that's for. As a Delhi gets on board the 753 Paul Street Boys machine.
Yeah, the incident involving the Valley Esports 90 and the Mugen Sim Racing 88. It's a 10-second stop-go penalty for the 88 from Mugen Sim Racing for causing a major avoidable collision on the board.
That would be why the 88 lost its rear wing then.
Yeah, and that's what caused the
3 laps
80,
down rather than just a lap down.
Yeah.
Or was it 2 laps? I forget, but they lost a lot of time with that.
Getting close again. Back in 2.
It's probably going to happen, and I'm going to miss so far behind. Lockshot continuing to pressurize. Fellas to onto the pressure. Ivesi closed a couple of seconds, so he'll be hoping that Sellers just keeps Kalokshai behind, bottles him up, and allows him to close in. Not an easy gap to close. Marconi waits for his opportunity, really. Be patient here. Sellers has got it covered at the moment. Absolutely brilliant job for Valley number 90. Once again, Kalokshai closes, and this might be another lap where he seeks an opportunity. Will come for him, who knows? Off has closed the gap to Cerejo to 8.9 seconds. Certainly rocketing around this track at the moment. Go. The Rahal straight. Again, get the best run he can. He's up in the tight corners, but there's no real way around the outside as Cerejo pits to serve his penalty. Off is back through into second position, which is brilliant news for Iris. Gain 13 points if they can keep it like this for the next 7.5 hours. That goes a little deep in the last corner.
this battle's still very much closing together as well, as you try and talk, and the helpful little virtual assistant that we've got here tells you that your microphone's muted, so that helps.
Is it?
It was, mine was. Oh!
Okay. Oh, look at this. Being badly held up there, Bradley Sellers, and round the outside. Drives Zoltan Varconi, but again, no room. Wall Street Boys car momentarily delayed.
Oh, down the side by side, he's got the inside line coming out of the
that's
corkscrew.
brave. Brilliant move there by David Kolokshai through Rainy Corner.
Well, that was coming from a
And
mile
that's
off.
up to second position then. So now, to 21, looking to gain 28 points, I think, out of this race.
I would agree with you there. We're down to 14 runners now, according to my live timing screen.
We've had a couple drop out recently.
Heartbreaking. This is so
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
23 points.
Yeah.
For second position. Hevesi, down in fourth, will only get 15 points. Imagine 23 minus 15 is 8 points difference.
Right.
So this is going to gain 21. They're going to go from being 29.5 ahead to being a whopping 37.5 ahead.
And points for the last round is...
38.
So we are literally going to the last round of the year with a chance by half a point.
Yeah, so it's actually, funnily enough, looking like LM-P2 is going to be the cut and dry one.
Yeah.
And GT3 is going to be the one that's a bit more close, the way things are playing out, with the 88 having a bit of misfortune.
I think the last thing anybody wanted was for the Spa 24 hour to be a dead rubber
Yeah,
race.
I think Kolokshai is going to do everything he can to close up the gap.
Yeah.
And he's got to hope. Really, the only way, I think, at the moment, that the 21 can seal the title tonight, or tomorrow morning, rather,
Yes.
is if Lure somehow catches up to number 95. Don't see happening because he's about 3 laps down. Or somehow the 21 is able to catch the 2 laps to the 86 and take the lead, which also quite difficult, but you never know, especially when we saw the 87 hit trouble. That's opened it up now, hasn't it? So
It's
frustrating for the 21 to be within half a point of securing the title, because that means they don't have to do a whole lot in Spa. Really, just to get to finish the race in Spa, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 24-hour race, though. That's what everybody's thinking.
Finish the
One
race,
hour.
hope that the 95 doesn't win.
Yeah, yeah. This is so
Half a point
dramatic.
would seal it for them.
It's a shame we don't award it for fastest laps.
Yeah, well, that's one way of ending it early, is Marvin Gulich approaches the pit lane and is serviced.
You better update me then later on this evening with the championship standings. I know you'll be watching along as well, just waiting. So you better text me, because you've got the graphics on, I don't. As they
I
come
use all the
through.
graphics at the moment to figure
Yes.
out what's happening. But
I've only got the timing screen. I've got the timing monitor and the driver tracker, so at least I know where we're looking, but I've got no clue which driver we're actually looking at. So I'm using my amazing memory. Right now, we're watching the 21 Mugen Sim Racing. That's quite obvious.
yeah, I've actually not set the camera on auto, so there's possible that other things are probably happening around the circuit that we're missing.
Yes.
I'm being lazy.
Ah, don't bother.
I was trying to reduce the resolution so I wouldn't be so far behind what's actually happening, but I don't think that's actually helped.
There's a
that
lot.
much.
There's a lot of gaps between everybody right now, so
Yeah,
nobody's
because
close.
Kolokshai's now starting to pull away from Sellers quite easily.
Yeah, yeah.
But Sellers did well to hold on for as long as he did, frankly. Realistically, the closest battle is really Coleman and Sergio, 15 seconds, I think. But even then, Sergio's starting to pull away. Probably trying to refresh if we can. Overlay, because it's not showing the gap between Sergio and top, which is Right, Paul. 30 seconds.
At 209, so it's still closing up between. And 219, sorry, if I said 209. This is the one thing I always find a little bit scary as well. I'm scared of Laguna Seca as well. It's such a high elevation track as well, and it's tricky to get right in the sunshine, and trying to get it right in the dark must be downright terrifying as well. And they've got most of the race in the night as well, which is even worse. I think we're coming up now with 7 hours to go.
Yeah, about 220. We have 7 hours, 20 minutes left.
Right. There comes the BMW leader in the GT3 class as well. The number 7, and the other Iris Automation.
Still got all 3 cars running in the race, with Lure down in 5th in LMP2. Also 5th overall.
You were right with your call, Ed, that Lua would take over their driver connection.
Yeah, it did seem like... I think that's the sort of thing that comes from experience of having done these races before and seen what happens when people get disconnected. I do remember someone got disconnected in a race in Kota last year, like right in the last 8 minutes or something like that. SBC Coleman.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Lure's lost his rear wing at the Rahal Straight. So
Are
that's
we
5,
just cursing them
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
I think we're cursing them at this point, Ed. We're not going to be welcome at the Iris Automation party at the end of the year. That's the second time today.
I could put up the in-game overlay for you if that's helpful.
Oh, that will be helpful.
Yeah, that probably explains why he's had this trick. It's all my fault because I tried to replace something at some point.
Oh, can you hear that? I'm sorry.
Okay, drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Lure being repaired, so that
5,
means
4,
over.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
Okay. Try to. Code 80 button, and then just put you back to R factor. That's how horribly delayed this thing is, even on the lowest possible resolution. Everything looks like crap, but none of it works. If it was a 4, nothing worked, but at least it looked nice. Oh,
Look
well.
very fancy as Lua's back in the pit lane, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he's still in the pit lane, isn't he? He was the one who pit, so... Lost the rear wing. There you go. Everything makes sense. Sort of.
I suspect people are desperately trying to contact me as well, with loads of different things coming in at once as well. I'm getting like 70,000 different text messages coming through.
Oh, and the good news is Adam has just returned. Sojourn to get food. How you doing, Adam?
Oh, I am satisfied, to say the least.
I'll tell you what, Adam, you were very, very lucky you didn't hit me. I managed to get that little old lady out the way just in time as you were screaming down the way to McDonald's.
Hey, I had to go to Taco Bell today. Honestly, it was.
Oh no! What a sacrifice you made.
What a sacrifice. But what have I missed? It looks like Mia Rose is back up in the P1.
Yeah, because she's taken over the 86. The 87 had a disconnection and it's got going again in 5th. Lewis just crashed actually and lost the rear wing and having it repaired at the moment. Lost quite a few laps though, trying to get back in the race. And Kloppshire's got past Bradley Sellers for 2nd position, so the 21, as it stands at the moment, is within half a point of taking the title. Funnily enough, because of the difference between 2nd and 4th. Bessie 4th at the moment, about 60 seconds or so behind Bradley Sellers. So the only way that the 21 can clinch the title today is if they win, or if the 95 drops behind the 87. And I think it's more likely that the 21 can pull off a shock victory, being 2 or 3 laps down. Yeah, it's a 3-lap gap between Mia Rose and David Kolokshai, but not an impossible gap to close in 7 hours, it must be said. So I think the 21 probably fancy their chances here. It's going to be real tough with the 86, especially without the 87 to back them up. Before, the big threat was arguably from the 87. Now it's from the 21. Certainly been managing superbly well, the 86, throughout this race. What was his name? With the teammate whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. It was Bell, wasn't it? Connor Bell, of course, yes. Sorry, I don't know why that name. I counted a few weeks ago. There have been almost 180 drivers, probably more, who've taken part this season. At least 180 drivers, given the amount of teams. So I'm surprised I don't forget them more often, as Bradley says pits. That potentially hand over third place to number 95, DAC Hackers, because they are only about 30 seconds behind. Well, I've been talking for a while now, so I think I'm going to have a very quick bathroom break and then come back.
Yes.
That's
Take
all right.
a break, sir. You have been putting in the work today, and just I'm gonna let you know, just on stream, there's some frame lag. I don't know what's going on, but we are riding on board with Gabber Havesi, currently in that LM-P2.
Let me know if it's better now. Probably not.
Just if you want to, just take off the graphic screen on our feed.
That might be
in
what was
Discord.
causing it, yeah. Okay. Because Josh was complaining about it, so I thought I'd put it back on. That's only causing problems. There we go.
That seems to fix it. So, looking here now at the Aston Martin of, I'll just pull up my little
It's
timing
Marvin
screen.
Gummich, number 93.
Marvin Gummich here. 40 laps on those tires, on the green mark tires. He'll definitely be looking at potentially pitting here very shortly. We're seeing stints of those green mark tires. Oh, never mind. Did they go 77? No, that's 11. But 25 laps for the other tires, the other drivers with the green mark tires. Looks like that issue has figured itself out. So Aiden Coleman as well, running currently P4 as we hit nighttime here at Laguna in California. Obviously, it's not nighttime currently in the United States, but it's nighttime for most of you watching today around the world, right here on YouTube on the EERC Endurance Championship YouTube channel. Adam EV500 joining you in the broadcasting booth currently. Taking a look now at our leader, Mia Rose, who started on pole, lost 3 places at the very start of the race, and now has retained the lead. Gabber Havesi in 3rd place, looking at now the 445 GT3 car. That's Aiden Coleman. Currently just having a little bit of a lonely race, has a 25-second gap between him and Adam Sergey. But the leader of the GT3 field, Sven Gilhead, in that BMW Iris Automation Racing number 7. Currently 20 laps on the blue mark tire. We're hitting lap 227 here. And this is when things can... We're hoping the little action comes our way. Currently, the P2 leader has a 3-lap advantage over the number 21 team. The 21 team, the current championship leader, looking to seal the deal tonight here at Laguna, but without that win, this championship will go in to the 24 hours of Spa, which is next month.
Indeed it is. So we're in a sort of point where, realistically, I mean, unless something horrible happens to the 21 in Spa, then where they just can't finish the race, can't continue, then kind of theirs to lose, really. If there's only really half a point that they need today, but the problem is there's no more points on offer unless they win, and there's like 3 laps in between, 2 laps actually, technically. Culture has closed the gap to within 2 laps. But still, difficult ask given the pace of Mia Rose. They could afford to lose that one of the 3 laps they have on them. Still be very strong position.
Well, Zoltan Toth is into the car now. It's in P7 overall, P2 in the GT3 in that McLaren 720S Dream Team Endurance.
And so Toth takes over from Ferenzi, I think. Continues in second position ahead of Adam Sereje in 37 seconds.
Let's see. Right now, still the fastest lap time amongst the LM-P2s is a 1:11.5.
Oh, Toth goes wide though. Avoids the wall, thankfully. Another scary
No broken
moment.
wing this time.
Yeah, not this time. But can't afford too many more of that. As Kalokshai pits from second, will probably hand second to Garrett Hevesi, who has just overtaken Robert Strachan through the pit stops. Strachan has just gotten on board number 90. I'm probably going to have to go quite soon to eat dinner. Yeah, things
Oh, we
happening
able to
downstairs.
cover. I'm here for at least another good hour, so.
And then I think after dinner I'll be able to stay on through to midnight. Josh will take you through the last 2 hours, hopefully. Or maybe no one will, because everyone will be asleep after me.
That BMW still looking very strong here. Sven Gilhead in the lead here. That's his first time in the car here. 10 laps on the Blue Mark tires, putting in a 1:21.4 on that last lap. The best lap time in that car, though, is a 1:20.3. And then the man behind him, Zoltan Toth, only a 10th faster in that car. 1:20.2 is the fastest lap time. And
Sereje's, the 88 has set a pretty similar time as well to Toth.
And that's on the green Mark tires.
I believe so. Are the greens the softs or the mediums? Oh, as Hevesi gets really badly held up by the Aston Martin there. As he takes second place from... is that Kalokshak just coming out of the pits now? Go, title protagonist, second and third. As Hevesi runs very wide. This scene. I'm recognized to recognize I'm lagging behind because the cars start going inexplicably slowly because my connections to Chris's computer is so poor. Like an idiot. Predict when things are going to happen. I'm sort of constantly having to say moves before they happen. But there is Varkonian ahead of him. Remember Hevesi, his rival and former teammate, it must be said. I'm going to invent a rivalry here, but certainly I think Hevesi will probably dive into the pits again before Kalokshag will get a chance to overtake him. The advantage is this way, and the 95 will close. Not many points. 23 and 15. Oh, as again he goes wide, and oh, Kalokshag just ran out of room. He didn't want to dive on up the inside and risk taking both of them out.
How you say David's last name? My apologies.
Kalokshag.
Kolokshai.
Matter too much. See the GD car getting well out of the way. Real championship battle now we're witnessing. Through the corkscrew they go. Alright. Oh, there's the Ring of On right in the way for the 95. Kolokshai has almost waits his turn. He doesn't lose too much through the triple four. Now he's got a brilliant run on the straight. See what Bessie can do here.
Getting right close to the rear bumper of
Yeah,
that.
he's definitely trying to
Hevesi.
intimidate Hevesi into a mistake because he did make one here just a few laps ago. Right. No such errors. He doesn't put a wheel on the grass or the gravel. Certainly Hevesi, out a while, perhaps more fatigued than David Kolokshai. Big threat here. Just in the race, but in the championship. Absolutely vital that 95 keeps Kolokshai behind for as long as possible, but can he keep him behind? All over the back of him, showing much better pace. Surely only a matter of time before the 95 DEAC Hackers car is overwhelmed. Ball goes into the pits, as we see here. Yeah, there we go. Just when it was getting good, they dived in and decided, oh, I want to finish in a good position in this race, not be overtaken on track and just stay out forever.
Well, now
Okay.
Kolokshai needs to put in the next lap or so. Needs to put in the fastest times he could potentially put in that car if he wants to be able to come out ahead of Hevesi after the pit stops.
Yeah, but remember, he's also trying to stay ahead of Robert Strachan in Valley number 90.
What I'm really surprised about is that they even pitted, because those laps, those tires are 5-lap old tires.
Oh, really? Interesting. I thought he'd been on it a lot longer, because it certainly felt like a while since the 95 had pit, and that's why they were ahead.
Unless the tire thing is wrong on the leaderboard, he must be... Oh, he's on 33-lap old
Yeah,
tires.
there you go. That sounds more like it. Yes, he drops back down to 4th. Edges.
Hevesi's out of the pits now, so now he's lost 2 positions because of that, but the man in Kolokshai needs to really put in a fast time here. His last lap time of 1:11.988.
Mia Rose dips a few wheels just off track there, but is able to just about hold on. See what this is for the race leader.
It's looking quick, isn't it?
113.3. So she's been very consistent actually. But
Look-
Kolokshai is setting 111.9. So really pushing it.
I'll tell you what, guys, the drama of the day continues. I'm now being rushed off to Hull for an emergency meetings at this time on a Saturday night as well about a possible opportunity of job. So I've been...
Very important. Oh,
Whoa,
Coleman just
no.
hits the back of the Aston Martin.
Do you know, do you
And
want
flashes
me-
his lights angrily at him. What was that for?
I'll tell you what, Ed, do you want me to just keep spouting nonsense? Because every single time I do, there's something dramatic that happens
Well,
after.
I've got to go eat dinner now, so you can spout as much nonsense as you want, Josh.
Yes. Well,
Anyway, As Sven
well,
Gillhead
yes.
pits to refuel, I'm also going to pit to refuel in a very literal sense to eat some food. So enjoy the next half hour or so while I fuel up. Take care, guys. So I'll be back to take you through from about 8 or whenever dinner finishes through to about midnight. So look forward to that. Nick Rose leads LM-P2, Sven Gillhead leads GT3. It's Iris all over, but no champion on the way to be decided quite just yet.
Thanks, Ed. Hope to see you soon. As well, I'll be the one relieving Ed later on, and Adam is still there, I think, isn't he? Hello, Adam.
Yes, I'm still here. enjoy myself. I'm here for another good hour before I have to take off for my job. Have to travel 2 to 2.5 hours to commentate American college football. So
I am in awe of you, sir. I am in absolute awe there. That is a fantastic job as well. I've got to go for 40. I've got, well, in about half hour or so, I've got to leave here, drive 45 minutes, do that, and then come back just in time to relieve Ed at the end of the race.
well, you'll get the final 2 hours. You'll get that last 30 minutes. Hopefully that is drama fused.
I know, it's been so good, isn't it? You were with us in Korea, weren't you? And I
Yes.
missed that race. So how did you find Korea then? Was it was more dramatic than Ed has been texting me saying that it's one of the best races he's ever seen?
It was, you know, for an endurance race, the early parts of the race were very dramatic. I mean, guys fighting for position, trying to, you know, the LM-P2s trying to fight through all the traffic, and the GT3 cars and the LM-P cars coming together. We saw that quite a bit happen. We saw a lot more driver participation, which made it more exciting. Sadly, I had to step away for the last couple of hours of that race. But I will say this race, in terms of the fact that the champion right now, in both classes, are not in the lead here, makes it very interesting. Instead, we have two kind of out of the blue leaders here who have a solid chance of winning this race. It's the Danny Ricciardo at McLaren situation.
It's the best type of situation to be in, though, isn't it, as well? The underdogs having their day, big slide, and almost into the back of the barrier. It does touch the barrier. Is that the 88 car again having another off? I can't quite tell from this angle. It does look like it's the 88.
The only time they're getting any screen time anymore is when they go off track. And there's an LM-P2 coming off track.
Fourth in class.
That was a scary moment, especially right there. That's kind of interesting to just go wide there, because you can really take that corner really fast. So must have just had way too much speed coming off a 3 just to get that line wrong. The leader currently, Mia Rose, he is absolutely dominating here today in the LM-P2s. That's the number 86 car. The 87 car turning lower is not anywhere near the leaders after having a horrific accident not too long ago.
Punters down to 14 runners as well, as you know, and out of the 17 we started with, it's amazing that we got this deep into the race with so few retirements. I was expecting only 9 cars to finish overall as well. I'm quite surprised we've got 14 running, but as you say, there's a long time to go, and now for probably a world first, could have a COVID test right now live on air. So give me just a second, Adam.
A COVID test of course.
Right in the back of the gums. Thank you, Megan.
Ooh.
Yes, Megan is my co-commentator for many sports alongside me there. Megan, do you enjoy just having to put a COVID test in me?
I mean, it's kind of natural by now because I seem to be getting quite good at it, and they don't really affect me, so it's kind of simple for me to do it. And since, you know, siblings, it's kind of nice to watch you be in pain sometimes.
Oh, thanks, Megs. You had your COVID vaccine yesterday. Adam's laughing, by the way. Yeah. COVID vaccine yesterday. Are you feeling all right then? You're the only person I've noticed that haven't had any side effects.
Yeah, I feel fine. I haven't even really had an achy arm, only the fact that obviously you know where you've been stabbed by a needle.
Yeah, all right.
And you've had awareness.
Thanks, Megs.
Give it a couple hours. Give it a couple hours.
Give it a couple of hours, said Adam, yeah. And I've got to put this up my nose now as well. Megan's actually got the mic back up now.
It's been a day and a half.
It's been a day and a half.
Day and a half? Man, I felt the effects. Like, I had to commentate a 4-hour race immediately, like the next day, and that thing just
changed,
absolutely killed me. I had to like step away and go take a nap for for part of the race because I was just so exhausted. Like, I just had this overwhelming feeling of tiredness. Obviously I'm fine now. The second dose wasn't too bad.
I had
the first
reverse.
dose that got me.
I had the reverse. The first dose I had as well, that was okay, just a bit of shivering. Had that day before pre-season testing for F1, then did 8 hours of commentating, and then the second one as well absolutely destroyed me, and I was almost unconscious for a couple of hours as well because it was just so bad. What do you say?
Fond memories. And I just took paracetamols a couple hours before and after, and I think that might be why I have had no symptoms whatsoever.
So paracetamol is the big thing there, Megs.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think it's affected anything.
Thanks. Yeah, Megs will be going in a second. She's literally just standing alongside me right now, doing the COVID test to make sure it's okay.
Stabbing your nose. This is a...
Dabbing the nose. Yeah, I had that. Oh, the world we live in. So I was just getting back up there. At least, so Megan wants me to point out as well that I had the AstraZeneca vaccine. For any of you watching in the UK, the AstraZeneca is one that was linked to multiple causes as well of possible failures of it as well in vulnerable people and so on as well. So luckily I'm okay. And I hope you are too okay, Adam, as well now after your second dose.
Of course I am good. I, for people who don't know much about myself, I'm actually in the middle of the United States, in a state called South Dakota. Most of you probably haven't heard of it. It's in the middle of basically nowhere. We're dealing with our COVID issues just like the rest of the world here, but I've been able this summer to continue on my work, and just living the American dream, as they would say, one day at a time. Sometimes it's 1 minute at a time, really depending on how I feel. But of course, because of the pandemic, I'm a business owner. I own my own media company that DJs weddings and put on shows, obviously.
Oh, awesome.
So we had to put on a lot of our stuff on the back burner for this year, and I'm just glad to see things back up and rolling. If you haven't seen it, look up Camp Randall stadiums from the past 2 weekends, and it's been massively packed.
I'm going to go Google that as soon as I leave here because I've got a 45-minute drive. Luckily, I'm not the one driving.
Hey, there you go.
So I will
That
go
must
and
be
take a look. Yeah, I'll probably have to on the way back there. Sorry, what was that there, Megan?
It's negative so far.
Oh, it's negative so far. Thank you, Megan.
Hey.
Well, I should hope so as well. I haven't been here in the past 2 weeks.
I took a test yesterday, so it's fine.
Say again.
I only took a test yesterday, so it's fine.
Thanks, Megs. Yes. Well, you did, yeah. Thank you, Megan. And you'll hear Megan across my own YouTube channel several times this weekend or next, I'm not too sure, when she graces our... What, sorry? Maybe, she says, in the back as she leaves, yeah. But yeah, so thanks for doing the COVID test.
After doing those COVID tests, I'm surprised your guys' relationship isn't strained.
Oh, she'll get the thing is, she'll get her revenge as well, and I'll get my revenge on her because I can make her do whatever racing series needs to be done in commentary. So there's that bonus. And in the second, she'll get her revenge on me is because you were mentioning earlier on about Murray Walker as well, and me and Megan used the same commentary style of Murray and Martin, where if one person wants to say something, would have a hand on their shoulder. So if Megan wants to say something, she'll put a hand on my shoulder. If she wants to say something urgently, she'll shake my shoulder. If I'm still not shutting up, basically, in the race as well, she will dig her big, long nails into my shoulder blades until I either wince with pain or I stop talking and Megan can take over. And I'm not allowed to do that to her. So, that's great. Younger sibling can get away with anything, can't they?
You just take the abuse.
Yeah, I just have to. Problem is, it's live as well on camera to people as well, so they can see it as well. But that's only when it's just me and her, because sometimes as well, my dad's in the middle of the box as well, and she sits opposite as well. So she wants to say something, she'll either stand up and stand behind my dad to put a hand on my shoulder, or she'll just sit there, look at me with a little bit of a wave and a death stare. So I always know if I go too far.
Well, looking back, right now, track temperature, 29 degrees Celsius, air temperature, 17 degrees. It's gained a degree since the start of the race. Kind of interesting because I know California does not get warmer at night. It gets much, much cooler, especially where Laguna Seca is at in Monterey, California. It's in the hills, so if you don't know anything about the hills, as of right now, Rose putting up the fastest Sector 1 in the LM-P2.
Ooh! Brilliant time, 22.290.
That is very, very quick. So trying to put in those next couple of laps because Mia Rose really has to keep this lead here if they don't want this 21 to gain a lap here. We got, 6 hours?
Yep.
6 hours, 51 minutes when this comes across the stream.
I think when
green sector in sector 2.
When Ed left as well, I think he took the graphics off, so I can't see.
So the graphics were actually causing the stream to frame lag.
So that problem back in where was it? Le Mans, I think.
So we decided just take it off. I got my live timing screen up.
I've got the same, yeah.
And I've got the stream up as well on a whole other setup, so I can at least look over there, make sure I'm talking about the right people. P2 and P3 are catching P1. Oh, excuse me. Never mind. That's older lap message. Older message on YouTube. What's the fastest lap in GT3? Well, let me take a look here. It's going to be Sven Gilhead with a 1:20.224.
So, yeah, numerous seconds off as well at the moment, isn't it? Well, I'm hearing multiple you at the moment there, Adam. Don't know what's causing that. There we go. Back on.
We good now?
6 hours and 51 minutes to go according to this monitor I've got up. You gave me an idea there, Adam, as well, to have a second screen up.
It's always good. See, I have 4 screens that I work with. I got 2 computers. One's obviously the one I'm commentating with, and then I got a nice little secondary computer that has other racing on and standings, and I'm a data-filled person. If you need data,
I agree.
got it.
I completely agree with you there. I've got I want 4 screens in front of me, same as you, but I've got one screen with the TeamSpeak on. And I've got my laptop screen 1 has got the YouTube feed on. Screen 2 has got the Stewards' Decisions chat and the world feed picture we're watching, and the third screen has got the live timings as well. So I think pretty same boat. Usually, I tell you what, the record for when I commentate on Formula 1 as well, 7 screens at once. That is the hard thing.
If you got 7 screens, imagine the technical director having to look at 200 and how many cameras does Formula 1 bring on a race weekend? Like 100, over 200 cameras.
I think you're about right there. Yeah, I think you're about right there, isn't it? Because paddock tracks, cameras on boards, helicopters, safety cars. Yeah, probably is about 200, isn't it?
I heard it. I heard the number somewhere, and I can't quite remember it. I'm just like, that just seems awful. No wonder at Monaco we missed the only action that happened.
Of course, at Monaco as well. It's not their usual FOM production, is it? It's Tele Monte Carlo, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it was Monaco's production company, but I'm one of those sticklers. It's like, if you're gonna broadcast a race, you stick with the same people because that way no issues, because they're gonna figure out the issues earlier in the season. But obviously I don't have the money to have that kind of say.
Same.
Monaco is.
Well, if you want some breaking, not really breaking, but if you want some insider news as well, from what I've heard from Dieter Renken and from Joe Soward as well, is the fact that next year Monaco is going to change to a 3-day format, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it will also not be produced by Tele Monte Carlo. It will be produced by FOM, because Monaco is now going to have to start paying a hostage fee for the race. Usually they don't have to. And they no longer, after this year's misery and everyone complaining about the direction of the coverage, FOM want now to take over and produce the entire season, which I think is going to be wonderful. So that's
wonderful.
That's why Monaco is taking so long at the moment, because the only thing that is a hassle is the fact that Monaco has a free range of what date they want it on in May. So right now they're trying not to have it on the same weekend as the Le Mans 24-hour. But the factor is, of the Indy 500, sorry. But the factor is, at the moment, they want to put it on the 24th of May, which would mean that there'll have to be a race on the 12th of June. And they don't want that, because that's the same date as the Le Mans 24-hour race. And there's an agreement where you can't do that. So what they're trying to do is, they're trying to put the Canadian Grand Prix on June 12th so that the race starts 4 or 5 hours after the end of Le Mans, which makes sense. However, one thing I'm worried about is that if it turns into Azerbaijan, which could fluctuate on that date as well, the race will start an hour before the end of the Le Mans 24-hour race, and I'm covering both races live. So that's a worry for me.
That's a flight and a half.
Yeah, I'm worried.
It's not that not that easy to get from Canada back to the UK on an international flight.
Yeah, so and I'm looking to get more races next year, obviously with COVID lifting a lot, and I can get back to tracks. I'm definitely hoping the fact that I'll be able to attend more Grand Prix and races as well, not just be stuck with the touring cars.
Well, we're happy to invite you to the Miami Grand Prix next year. Very excited about that one. That's actually one I have marked on my calendar that I might attend because
May 5th, if you want to know.
May 5th? Did they confirm it already? Nice.
That is the date running around the paddock of the time they want it. So May 5th, I think, is the first weekend in May. That's when they want to have it as well. So they can, if they have to, back it with Canada and move Spain after Monaco.
Or just get rid of Spain. I mean,
I know. I wouldn't miss it, to be fair. Let's have a look. May 22. Oh, sorry, it's May 7th and 8th. So it's May 6, 7, 8. That is when they want the race for Miami.
And then having the U.S. Grand Prix, which is held in Austin.
In November, I think.
In November.
Yeah.
So 2 trips to the United States, 2 separate trips. From our F1 insider of Josh here. That's
thank you.
You honestly, being an insider sounds like a very interesting job. I watch a lot of sports podcasts about with lots of insiders and stuff. It's a savage game though.
It is. It really is as well. And the problem is as well, if you find something out as well, you have to quote the person you find it out from as well, and it gets messy as well. And definitely as well, it's a cutthroat business. I mean, Ed might remember during the sorry, coming back to the screen there, because I think Joey Luring is in the pit lane. I think he's backed out as well. So we'll keep an eye on what's happened to the Aston Martin, the GT3 class. But yeah, I think Ed might remember as well. Yeah, there he is. So he is back in. So probably a disconnect issue. Will get back out. As Ed might remember what happened in Belgium, it was 4.5 hours we were broadcasting, and because it's a watch along as well, we've got a camera on us at all times. So I'm desperately sat there, and you can see me as well. I'm texting people, journalists who are at the track. I'm texting team media people who are at the track as well, trying to find out if there's any information that they know about the race, because I've got all the data screens from the FIA up here in the commentary box, but I can't actually listen into the radio streams that well. So trying to find out what's going on, and I'm hearing that they're going to restart the race, but it's only going to be 36 laps. I'm hearing that the race has actually started. I'm hearing that they're going to do an hour sprint type race, and there's going to be no actual laps. And then that one was incredible. They restart the race, and I knew actually, but I couldn't say anything on the stream because I had to hype it up just in case I was wrong. But I was told by about 5 people and 5 team members from 5 separate teams as well that the race would be restarted for 2 laps, and then it would be red flagged, and that's it, because there was no chance of getting it done. So we all knew it was going to happen, and it happened. So that was bad. But the good thing about being an insider is also you do get to you sort of become an outside member of a family, which is nice. Mm-hmm. But I tell you what, it grants you no favors. You're like the black sheep.
Yeah.
With a mic, nobody wants to talk to you at the time.
It's in the media industry gets scrutinized quite a bit, and for some of the reasons are pretty valid, I will admit.
Unfortunately so, yeah.
But you are the one with the information, so you become quite an important figure, as Joey Luring is. I think that's going to be a DNF after putting up the fastest lap time of the GT3s with a 1:20.1.
I think that is a DNF, yeah. So that's even worse. It's registering as DNFs on our monitors. I can see it. So that's bye-bye, Joey. And that takes us down to 13. Simon Marshall in now for the number 1 Ferrari 488 GT3. into the pits, running 13th as well. So he's been in there for around about a minute now, minute 30 actually, coming on the boards. We're trying to give you the calendar actually for what we're predicting next year. Here it is. So the calendar for F1 next year seems to be that we'll have 2 tests, one in Barcelona on the 23rd to the 25th of February, and then on the 11th to 13th of March we'll go to Bahrain and do testing. And then in March, we will have back-to-back races. So the season will kick off in Bahrain on the 20th. 7 days later, we'll go to Saudi Arabia for race 2. On April the 10th, we will do the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park. 7 days later, we'll do the Chinese Grand Prix. April, I think, is looking that they could be stepped in with a return to Imola and Portimao.
Yes.
Yeah, if of course they can't do Australia and China. May is the good one. May 8th, the Miami Grand Prix. There you go, Adam. That's your race that you circled in.
Yep, that's the one I'm planning. I'm gonna try and get there. I mean, I'm 1,000 miles away from it, but I will try my best.
Definitely possible. We've got plenty of time. If you set off now, you might just make it. Then, of course, this is where we get into trouble as well, because May 21st, it's the Spanish Grand Prix. May 28th, the Monaco Grand Prix, same weekend as the 500, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Then in June, and these are the 2 dates that could fluctuate, either on the 12th or the 19th, it could be Canada, but the same could be said for Azerbaijan. So that's why they're currently fluctuating to see if they can move them around, because if Canada stays at July 12, they can run it with Le Mans. We've already had it confirmed. This is the only race officially confirmed for 2022 for F1. It's the Grand Prix of Great Britain, so the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, July 3rd. Then it gets confusing as well, because the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard might not happen due to low numbers over the past couple of years, and the drivers don't really like the track. So it could be 17th or the 24th of July, the Austrian Grand Prix, 24th or the 31st of July, it will be the Hungarian Grand Prix, and the French Grand Prix could either be on the 17th of July all the way on the 31st of July. So that's the little swig we've got there with the French Grand Prix. August, that seems to be already confirmed, is the Belgian Grand Prix on the 28th, as per normal. It'll be a triple header with the Netherlands a week later, and then a week later we'll have the Italian Grand Prix. That seems to work well this year. Then we've got the Russian Grand Prix on the 25th of September, and a 2-week break before we return to races we haven't been to for a while. October 9th will be the return to the Singapore Grand Prix for about 3 years, we're hearing. Then on the October 16th, back-to-back, of course, it will be the Japanese Grand Prix back. Nick Homewood just spun as well on the track while we were talking about the calendar, so he's got going again. October 16th will be the Japanese Grand Prix, and November 30th it will be the Mexican Grand Prix. So Halloween, Day of the Dead celebrations for Mexico City this year, after it was supposed to be on Halloween this year, but the date got changed, and that upset everybody, especially the promoter of the Mexican Grand Prix, who is throwing big money for a Halloween race in Mexico. So that's unfortunately gone, and that's disappointed a lot of people, actually. Last 3 races then. November 6th, it's the United States Grand Prix at COTA. 20th of November, it's the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Don't forget, it's not the Brazilian Grand Prix. That got cancelled. So it's the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And either on December the 4th or November the 27th, it's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix to round out a 23-race calendar. So there you go, Adam. That is how it currently lines up.
Ooh, that is a spicy calendar. Of course, the 2022 regulations coming on in, brand new F1 cars. Obviously, an engine freeze coming into place. That might be extended depending on how the talks with Red Bull and the FIA and all the teams is going. That's been a very spicy situation. I've been hearing talks on YouTube and just watching YouTube videos about how that might go down. Red Bull looking like they're about to make a deal with the Volkswagen Group.
Yeah, I've been hearing this as well, and this is for the 2025 regulations, isn't it? So they've locked Honda down for the remainder of this era of the hybrids. So they've definitely got Honda engines, or what they're going to be called Red Bull H engines, as far as I know. They've got those until those 2025 ones as well, as you say. But then I've been hearing Volkswagen want to come in as well and take over with Red Bull. I'm hearing another one, more others as well. BMW, was interested but dropped out of it. They want
Audi.
to focus. Audi, yeah, they're a big one. They've just left Formula E. They're focusing on the hypercar era for World Endurance, and they definitely do want to come into Formula One as well, because there's a lot more relevant tech in Formula One than people think, especially with how this regulation goes in. So Audi coming in as well. I'm trying to think of others I've heard. Porsche I've heard, but I don't think they will if Audi go in. So if that, it's like it's like a hot potato situation. If Audi go in, Porsche won't. If Porsche go in, Audi won't. So it's a strange one because they don't want to be competing. But that's all I've heard at the moment. And the only other one I've heard is that Ferrari are actually very interested in providing IndyCar engines as well. They want to be alongside Honda and Chevrolet.
Well, obviously that is coming into play, especially the fact that Callum Ilott, a Ferrari Academy driver from Formula 2, is now going to be racing in IndyCar. That's kind of an interesting thing. He raced last week in the Portland Grand Prix, and I think he's on the docket this weekend as well.
He is, yep, last 3 races of the year. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Callum Ilott. I will say I'm a bit disappointed in some of the decisions that teams made not picking him up, because I think he would have been a stellar driver for whatever team he went to. So obviously has won with Iron Lynx in GT class racing. So definitely somebody who is I enjoy watching race. I watched him in Formula 2 go head-to-head with Mick Schumacher. And
he's a great driver, yeah.
He's a great driver. Too bad he doesn't have the financial backing as Mazepin does.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I don't know why that guy's even in Formula 1, let alone in motorsport, to be fair.
What is the general sentiment about not only just Nikita Mazepin, but also the fact that Haas basically, as an American team, sold out to the Russians?
Yeah, I was saying that in preseason testing as well. It kind of feels like another Cold War, but with Formula One, doesn't it? As well, I think what was most insulting as well is the fact is that the Russian flag is banned in World Championships at the moment after the doping allegations, and then they convicted doping as well of Russian athletes as well. And so Nikita Mazepin running under a white flag with RAF written on it for was it Russian Athletes Federation, something or other. But to get around it, they drape the Haas car in red, white, and blue, which is not only the colours of the American flag, but the colours of the Russian flag. And everyone got into flack with the fact is that they're not arranged in an American way, they're arranged in a Russian flag way on the front wing as well. So there was a lot of controversy around that. Not for the first time, Haas were under investigation for a livery, but they got cleared as well, and because they changed it ever so slightly. But any talks of Gene Haas selling the team to the Mazepins? I mean, at this point, it's pretty abundantly clear that Gene Haas has no more interest in F1. Obviously, the car is a dumpster fire. Yeah. I'll tell you this: Gene was done with Formula One at the end of 2018.
Really?
Yeah, that's why he signed with Rich Energy, be the title sponsor. Gene was done with it. He was done with. He thought he would come in with Ferrari B parts as well, be a B team, and be able to take victories. And admittedly, it started very well. They were 5th in Australia with Grosjean. Admittedly, they did cause a big accident with Alonso that caused him to miss out 2 races, but we'll cross over that. He was 5th in Australia with Grosjean. He was 5th again in Bahrain. No, he was 4th in Bahrain, wasn't he? Was it Gasly 4th? Can't remember. No, it was a year later. He was 4th in Bahrain in 16 with Grosjean as well. And ever since then as well, the first 2-3 seasons looked quite good for Haas. They were getting the data. But by the end of 2018, the regulation changes had really hurt their car. The drivers weren't performing that well as well, and he was done with it. So he needed more money. He signed a deal with William Story, who's the Rich Energy boss as well. Rich Energy didn't pay them the £50,000 that was supposed to be paid, or 500,000, whichever the amount was. The money is, don't think they got any money. Rich Energy then got sued as well. It was all that went on as well. That dragged Haas into controversy and through the mud as well. It all came ahead at the Monaco Grand Prix. They ran the logos that were illegal as well. They nearly got done for that as well. for running a copyrighted livery on their car. And all that as well, it frustrated Gene Haas so much as well. It frustrated actually poor Gunter Steiner, who you can see in the Netflix documentary as well. He's absolutely done with it as well. Gunter, he's been around Formula 1 for a long, long time, and he was part of the Jaguar squad as well when it came up. I think Gene's done a fantastic job with what the limited resources he's had at Haas. But yeah, Gene Haas was done with Formula 1 in 2018, and he's only stayed on because Rich Energy fell through, so we had to take it up for 2019 and 2020. He towards the end for 2021 as well, he sort of got a little bit interested because Haas had got some more money for finishing it was so high in the Constructors' Championship in 19, or was it 20, whatever. And then they really have had a poor 2021 as well. The worst car on the grid is constantly 3 seconds down as well. They took on Mazepin as well. His father, Joseph Mazepin, of course, now part owner of the team with Ukulari. They had to put Mazepin in the same way Lance Stroll put Lance Stroll in.
Mm-hmm.
But
At least Lance Stroll can drive.
Yeah, that's always been my defense as well, actually, Adam, as well. Lance Stroll is a good driver. He is a champion as well. He is a good driver. Nikita Mazepin has won races in Formula 2, but I didn't. Yeah, barely. Yeah, and I didn't like him even before the assault at the end of last year. I did not like him anyway because of his dangerous driving, his punching of Callum Ilott unprovoked in the pit lane as well, his childish attitudes as well post-race as well. He was Nikita Mazepin is not a good guy at all.
It's a lack of responsibility as well, isn't it, Josh?
Oh, hello,
by the way. That's a great point. I was waiting for a point to interject, but yeah. The only thing I would say is that let's not pretend that Mick Schumacher doesn't also bring a fair bit of money to the team as well.
Yes. Yeah,
Adam Sergio pits from third place in GT3.
Yeah, Mick brings a lot of money in as well because, yes, he's got the Schumacher name, but he's also got fantastic sponsors that bring a lot of money. Like 7-7, I think, is one of his, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, but no, Nikita is pretty much he's the pampered one.
Here's my thought, and I don't know if I'm just talking nonsense, but the fact that I figured last year that Mick Schumacher would be going to the Haas or Alfa Romeo. It was going to be one of those two, just because of the Ferrari partnership. As soon as I heard that Mick was going to be going to Haas, I went, why didn't Gene Haas go to American companies, American corporations, and say, sponsor our car? We have the son of the legendary Michael Schumacher joining the team. I guarantee you.
Because Americans don't know who Michael Schumacher is.
Surely they must.
I mean, all you have to do is say 7-time world champion.
Like Jimmy Johnson. They know who they are, but they don't know who Michael.
Well, Michael Schumacher was the Jimmy Johnson.
He's in a coma in the moment, unfortunately. So
yeah, but it's one of those things. You're getting a lasting name in motorsports. Americans, we know F1. I would say F1's become quite more popular because of Drive to Survive, but but I guarantee you there would have been an American company or even a Canadian company somewhere not with with Russia or and just selling it out like that.
Would they offered as much money
they would have given more.
Instead.
I think.
I mean, you got to remember, we have the world's richest men who live in the United States.
I agree with you though, Adam. I think there would have been someone who would have gone there, but I think how long would it have taken? Haas needed it pretty much ASAP because Gene wasn't going to do 2021. The team would have been
pulled approach out. Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos has so much money.
But Jeff Bezos is never going to sponsor a Formula 1 team. Why would Amazon sponsor a Formula 1 team when they're blowing all their money on space exploration?
I was going to say, they could have just done a Blue Origin space team, but then we all know what that rocket looked like. We're not going to talk about it.
Well, to be fair, Nikita Mazepin driving a car that looked like that pretty much would be apt. To be fair, if you want to go out.
I mean, they would just be looking. They would just be looking each other in the mirror there. But now we're seeing a McLaren GT3 off the track and rainy curve.
And Kolokshai pits as well.
Who is that?
I was just refreshing the overlay, so unfortunately I can't see what's going on.
Yeah, he's back into the pit lane now.
There we go, it's Tim Prince.
Well,
in the
Nick Homewood was the man who went off track, and there's another GT3 off here going up the hill.
It's the 88. It's the 88.
Oh no, that's the third in class. It's just pit and lost position to Prince. So now Prince is coming into repair, as is
What is it with that 88 car?
There's so much pressure on Milotai and the 88 crew, though, isn't there?
It's
in the title.
It is really starting to affect their race. That's another rear wing loss on that car. It makes that, when you lose a wing on a GT car, you just might as well just be flying because there's just nothing there.
Well, the big thing that hurts
downforce
is that there's no full course yellow or code 80 here. So,
unfortunately,
Nick Homewood's going to close.
Yeah. Unfortunately, chaps, that is me done. I have now got to leave to drive 45 minutes to Hull. So I will be back later to relieve Ed. But Adam, it's been a pleasure. Ed, a pleasure as always. And I wish you both good luck. And I will be back later. Goodbye.
Drive safely on your way to Hull.
I will. I'll watch out for little old women this time, and I won't stop for any McDonald's or Taco Bell.
There you go.
I would advise against that.
Have a Starbucks.
Very nice.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Oh, there we go. So, Joshua Birch.
Well, we got some inside knowledge of what's happening inside Formula One.
Robert Strachan pits from 4th. And it's interesting because I'm watching Kolokshai's been pulling away, but Hevesi is 11 seconds behind Kolokshai. So it really feels like the number 95 are trying to go as long as they can on pit strategy and sort of just hoping for code 80s. That's the impression I get. But Strachan and number 90 start to lose touch. So if Hevesi can keep in 3rd behind David Kolokshai, then it prevents number 21 from getting itself into a title-winning position.
To all your Burnley fans out there, I hope your hearts are broken as the Arsenal Gunners take another victory. So...
Did Josh tell you to say this?
Nope. I just looked down at my phone and saw Arsenal won 1-0. I'm a very happy man now. So, are you a Burnley fan?
I don't care about football at all. So I guess I'm not a fan of any of the teams.
Good man. Good man.
I'm a motorsport guy. The other kids that like the football.
You know what? I feel like I feel like in the UK, it's either you're a motorsport fan, a cricket fan, or a football fan.
I kind of like cricket as well, but my dad's the one who's really in cricket. I'm more of the motorsport guy.
I'm gonna be honest. I've tried to watch cricket and try and understand it, and I can't. I love sports.
Well, Dad
I'll watch
is
any
the same
sport.
with baseball when he's gone to the States.
Wait, really? Baseball's easy.
Yeah, well, I think
cricket.
he thinks the same about cricket. So yeah.
Really? I see. I lived with one of my former roommates was from Dubai. And knew cricket pretty well. He tried to explain it to me, and it just went right over my head. But it's it's an interesting, intense sport.
Well, if you've sort of grown up in that, and you sort of know what an over is, or how many ways you can get one the batsman out and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't want to get too cricket technical here.
Well, we're seeing some more LM-P2 traffic trying to get through the GT traffic.
Yes, so the problem is we had a bunch of guys who pit for repairs at the same time. We had Milotai, Toth pitted under code 80 just to get on more fuel and tyres, and I think Prinz as well. So Prinz is 5 seconds behind Milotai. Milotai's dropped down to 4th in the 88 machine. And now Nick Homewood is up to 3rd in the 445 car. So this is really good news for Iris, actually, because if Homewood can stay ahead, 45 seconds to the good in front of Martin Malotai, then that means instead of getting 13 points, it will be. I'll just look this up very quickly. Yeah, 13 points. So it will be 15 points that he'll gain. I think instead of just the 13 that they were going to gain if they finish third. So that would put Sven, Steelhead, and Iris number 7 instead of being 41 points behind. Be about 26 behind, which would be quite a big deal actually, because they've almost half the gap then.
Of course, we would like to give a shout out to our partners and sponsors for the EERC Endurance Championship. Of course, Grid Finder, great partner. Start your sim racing career at gridfinder.com. Find your new league or your new championship today. Just head on over to Grid Finder. And then also, huge shout out to Sadler Computers. Get your computers today by going to sadlercomputers.co.uk and start racing.
Is Sadler's a British website? Oh, I don't know, because I haven't researched Sadler very much, unfortunately. They didn't tell me to say anything.
It's a server hosting site. My apologies, Sadler.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, it's an R Factor 2 server host, so thank you very much.
Well, there you
those
go.
Guys. And I want to make sure I get the Grid Finder link right, because I know they've even though they've changed it. It's grid-finder.com. Start your sim racing career today.
I'm having a lot of connection issues on my end, so you're a little bit cutting out, unfortunately.
Oh.
You still there, Adam?
Yeah, I'm still here. Check, check.
Ah, no, I can hear you a bit better now.
It's starting to get dark at Laguna.
Okay.
The lights have come on across the track. Obviously, the whole track is not illuminated. As you can see, parts, in turn 1 right there, and then turn 2 coming through the Andretti hairpin. It's pretty dark through there. And as we're riding along
Prince
here
is only a second behind Malotai.
Well, this is
We
going
should
to get
probably
interesting.
focus on this little battle.
Yeah, there we
In a
go.
while, as I understand.
We haven't had. Yeah, it's nice to finally see a battle here. This is the 4-4. Is that the 4-4-5 or 4-4-4? Can't tell sometimes when they pass on the screen, but this is for.
It is, I believe. Oh no, Homewood's the 4-4-5, isn't he? Stim Prince is the 4-4-4, if I remember correctly.
Yep. So I think we're on the right battle. Yes, we are. For P5.
There we go. Look, Malotai twitching a little bit. The 88 does not look confident right now.
Well, you saw a little bit of a twitch there from Prines as well. It's easy to get some oversteer in some of these corners, especially on corner exit, but also getting out of the way of LM-P2 traffic. This is definitely going to hinder both these cars here as they're trying to just battle it down with 6 hours and 18 minutes to go.
Always a bit scary when you see the LM-P2s emerge out of the darkness, but Prince is all over the back of Malotai like a cheap suit. Sorry, terrible metaphor. But Prince is a great run out of the corkscrew. But this is going to be a difficult move. He's not Zoltan Varconi. He can't overtake down the inside rainy curve. So Malotai doesn't give room either.
Like cheap soup.
I like a cheap suit. Like when you wear a cheap suit, it's all over you. You know?
I thought you said soup, and I was just like, that's...
Well, to be fair, my connection to you was cutting out horribly earlier. So as we see Prince going really wide onto the start-finish straight, is he going to go all the way around the outside of Malotai? He's got a wheel alongside. Oh, it's not going to be quite enough. I don't think, unless he judges this just right and gets Malotai to make a mistake. Oh, he's going to give it a go around the outside. But Malotai's going to force him wide.
I think you're a little bit farther back on
I can only react to what I'm seeing. What do you want me to do? Predict?
predict. We're commentators. We predict everything.
Not my fault that the connection's the latency is so crap. I've got the resolution down to like pixels, so I'm trying to figure out which pixel is which car, so that it works on my crappy laptop. I'm doing the best I can.
Hey, you're doing just fine, man. You're talking.
Here we go.
Talking.
Prince trying to go around the outside at the exit of the corkscrew, but not quite able to force his way through. Still alright with him as they go to penultimate corner, and 10-11 coming up. Is he going to dive down the inside? No, thinks better of that.
Just wants to hold position here, maybe get him down the Andretti hairpin.
That's what he tried last time, around the outside, but as I had the LM-P2 card that sort of got in the middle. I think Prince is going to have quite as good an opportunity this time. It's a little bit too far back. But this is not the position that Martin Malotai would want himself to be in. But it's kind of his own doing. Losing the rear wing has put him in this position. There is a sense maybe that Mugen are starting to choke a little bit as Prince still right in the wheel tracks.
He's getting right on that rear bumper as they come into turn number 5. This is that camber turn here. Can Prince find the grip coming out of it? It looks like both cars get some really good grip here, but let's see what happens here because Prince had a really good run as they come up the hill here right before the corkscrew, and Prince gets right on the back bumper as they come into the corkscrew, coming into that heavy braking zone. Prince on the outside. Contact between the two now coming down down the corkscrew there, and
that was brave of Prince to try the outside, but he just got barged into the side and sort of almost forced off track there by Malotai.
Malotai conceding the position. I think he went, you know, you're going to get me at some point. Might as well just let you go now so we don't create an accident. But Malotai fakes the move down the inside. Now he's going to be on the outside. And they have to be careful because now there's an LM-P2 coming down through turn number 1 past the start-finish straight.
That's the number 95, I think.
That is the 95.
A little mistake from Prince on the exit of the last corner. That's really let this happen. Pretty wide briefly there.
Pretty wide when they came down the hill, and now the two make contact, and that is going to be Malotai, who is going to be off track, and Prince able to keep the car straight here. He was able to save it, so a very nice save. That was a
bit of a desperate dive from Malotai, and he came off worse.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He just tried to make a cheeky move on the inside of turn number 3. That wasn't
really a place where a move was on turn 3. We rarely see moves completed there. If he was a little bit further alongside, maybe, but it was a bit unrealistic to expect Prince to move out of the way, battle for position. So there we go, 4-4-4 into 4th place. So Fringer Bond into 3rd and 4th.
Maya Rose currently into the pits.
Could this be a driver change? Because Maya Rose has had another monster stint here. 2 laps ahead of Kolok.
Absolutely. What a great race from Maya Rose here in that Iris automation car. It looks like it is not going to be a driver change. Maya Rose continues on.
Yeah, and you got a feel for Iris with the 87 car, of course, but the 86 have done everything right. Could say the 87 maybe they were doing everything right until they got disconnected, and then they've taken ridiculous risks to try and catch back up and ended up losing even more time with losing rear wings.
Well, and a win here for that team, for that 86 team, is going to do wonders for them in the standings.
Yeah, because they're 9th at the moment, I believe, and it might certainly jump them up. But I think there's probably a limit to how high the 86 team can get in the standings, of course, being such a late charge. It certainly would raise the stock of all those drivers, not just Maya Rose, but also all of her teammates. I don't think we've seen... no, we did see... the names keep disappearing from my memory. Oh, you know the guy.
Who are we talking about?
I'm trying to remember who Mia Rose's teammate was who was in earlier. had like his own team.
Oh, Tim Dillon.
No, Tom Dillon is Reading Game
Tom
Studios. I was like saying his name so much when he was in the car earlier. Now I feel really bad eating dinner and completely forgotten it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things.
I forgot it earlier as well. This is really bad. Like I said, 180 drivers. Not all in at the same time, of course, but you gotta bloody remember them all.
It would be nice to have like a lineup sheet, you know. with
Yeah,
all the
there is
team
one, but they can't. People who run this championship can't bother to update it half the time. Mate, what also doesn't help is that teams lose interest, and then you've got to shoot with like 4 teams that aren't driving in the championship anymore. Well, we end up with a situation we've got like 6 LM-P2 cars taking the start. But for a 6-car LM-P2 race, this has been pretty solid, though. Especially with the title on the line, I guess. No, it's gone. Can't remember who Rose's teammate was. He'll probably come in later and I'll be like, oh damn, I should have remembered that. I'll look at the team entry list, that might remind me. Find it.
Leader coming on your screen right now of the GT3 is this team. Not just that man, Sen Gilhead. Also, the entire team driving the lights out of this BMW. And there is the Ferrari of
Emma Callison in trouble. Yeah.
Still got the rear wing, though. We're good.
Yeah, just a spin at the penultimate corner. But Callison gets the 73 Team Shiba car back facing the right way and back in the race. So it's really a case of survival for them. They've still got 3 cars behind them, I think. Certainly a lot to fight for the 73 crew.
Well, sir, you just returned after eating dinner. I hope your dinner was
oh, it was nice. Yeah, lots of chicken. I even had a bit of wine, which is probably why I can't remember who Mia Rose's teammate is.
1, 10, 15 glasses?
No, just the one actually, but I'm pretty lightweight. I don't drink very often.
Neither do I. I got that out of my face a couple years ago. So, but I must leave you here.
No. Okay.
I have to get going here. I have to get on a bus here in an hour and a half. So, gotta get packed up and get dressed here. So, as I am still sitting in my sweatpants. So, well, Ed, it's been a pleasure to all you at EERC watching today. It's also been a pleasure commentating this race. I most definitely will not be back in time to see the end. I'm disappointed in that, but I will see you next month.
Connor Bell, that was his name. I remembered it now. That was Mia Rose's teammate, wasn't it? So anyway, but thanks for joining us. We'll see you at Spa, I guess.
Yes, you will. So thank you very much, Ed. Good luck with the rest of the cast, and hopefully Josh shows up for you in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to do it solo because there's no one else around. And all the best.
Yep, have a good one, sir.
Right, so 6 hours and 8 minutes left to go. Probably be staying for the next 4 hours or so. But maybe with a break somewhere in there. Here's Kovacs, Wall Street Boys, who's been power sliding his way around the circuit at points. Let's Irish through. Leader, I don't think, but turn lure. If there's any steward decisions, 4 new messages. Radio. Last one from 7:30. No favour action between lap 216 incident between Paul Street Boys and Iris 87. They reported the wrong map apparently. You can't report an incident on lap 216 when you're only on lap 214. Well, that's kind of a big contradiction in terms there. Sven Gillhead going through the last corner. Kicking off another lap. It's 4 laps that Sven Gillhead leads by in GT3. In chat is saying it dark. Well, there we go. Way to state the obvious. It's dark, yes. Joey said he set the fastest lap in GT3. 20.1. Yeah, the fastest lap I can see in GT3 is 120.2. Where Stin Prinz and Toff is also set 120.2, as is Sven Gillhead. Nick Homewood, interestingly, in 3rd in class. Or 4th, actually. Only with a 121.4. Lotai kept within about 5 or 6 seconds of Stin Prinz. Still just about in contention for 5th. He's in 5th, sorry. Or 4th, of course. Well, like almost at the halfway point. We have had almost 300 laps, 281 to be precise, and that means almost certainly going to meet the 600 mark. There are a lot of code 80s still to come, potentially. I have to wonder, Cyrus can cut the gap from 41 down to 25. Could they potentially make themselves favourites in GT3? It would be quite the turn up, even being 25 points behind. He's a favourite, but the form book firmly swung in Iris's favour the last couple of rounds. Homewood looking to get another podium, almost got one in career as well. The King of Bond certainly in a rich vein of form at the moment. Now running on board with Zoltan Toff. Probably, I can tell by the sound I'm a little bit behind. Later, continuing to be dropped by Stin Prinz. So we're looking at a position where Dugan, the best they can do in this race, may be 5th in class. Although, of course, they have got Koloksho 2nd in the LM-P2. Gap still 3 laps. Here Rose has done a brilliant job of maintaining the gap here. Attempt slower than Koloksho that last lap. Yorkshire seems to have repaired his car and upped his pace. His best lap 1:11.6. He rose his best lap 1:11.6 as well, but slightly slower. 1:11.62. Yorkshire 1:11.61. Fastest lap though, still 10 Lure. Iris 87 with 1:11.587. Of course, with that disconnection, it's really a day and left them 10 laps down, or 9 laps down, sorry. The lead, but 5 laps down on Robert Strachan, who is now 71 seconds behind Zoltan Hives, so really feels like big gaps in GT3, LM-P2. Sorry, as you see a GT3 car facing the wrong way. Looks like yes, it's dark. Couldn't tell what that was. Brins only about 20 seconds behind Nick Homewood, so we could see Ring of On fighting one another for the podium. It's gone very back and forth throughout the whole race between the two cars. We've got the gold, blue, and orange Homewood, and then the kind of beige, green, and orange of the 444. It's starting to feel like Zoltan Toff very much losing touch. Steelhead over the last couple of hours. 4 laps down, perhaps the best he can hope for. The second place once more. Bridesmaid moment for Dream Team. Certainly can make a very solid argument for Dream Team as we hit the halfway mark, being, if not the most improved team, GT3, and certainly one of the more consistent ones. When they do finish, they finish very highly. They had those 3 retirements at the start of the season, then, and last time out in Korea they had 1 too. Really their fault, they got disconnected. Yeah. Where the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's a very difficult stage of the race where speed creeps in. Everyone has got to make sure that they're not the ones that mess it up. It gets to put another lap down on Homewood. And Lure visits the pit lane. And Emily Callison facing the wrong way towards the wall. The Rahal Straight. Seen so many times throughout this race. Top drivers getting it wrong. Wins now 16 seconds behind Nick Homewood, continuing to close on his teammate. Both of them are going to want that podium. For your cast leaders, Rose and Gilhead. Present moment. moves to the tune of 3 and 4 laps respectively. So it's sort of on the 3-lap, 2-lap bubble. In case of Rose and Kolokshai. Last lap's very similar between the two. 12.986 for Rose. Kolokshai 112.980. So hard to really say as we see Kolokshai lap Zoltan Toff. Kolokshai's really going to be able to close enough as Toff. Oh, has a big moment there. Just about saved it though. Good reactions there from Zoltan. Collects himself up and carries on like nothing happened. Surely no one on stream would have seen that. No one saw that either. Anyway. Allison into the pits as well. Fresh set of boots. See if she can make a big difference in the race. Big gap to Melotai. The best Shiba can hope for is a 6th place finish. The 4-lap gap. The rivals. Laps ahead, 4 laps behind. Gap down to Homeward, 14 seconds. Kovacs takes a little trip through the gravel, but continues. After continuing, decides to enter the pit lane, as you can see. Keep an eye on Prince then, and his lap times. Used to close down Nick Homewood, his teammate. Closest battle on track that there is. Do I understand correctly? Do I do? Oh no, Milotai is technically slightly closer to Prince. In either case, this is where the action is. Prince at the center of it. Championship standings for those interested. Just under 6 hours left to go. Is LM-P2, David Kolokshai and Simracing number 21 will be 33.5 points ahead of Zoltan Hives. With the... I've got that right. I've got it horribly wrong. Point system is again. Yes, the gap coming in, 29.5. Second place, 23 points. Third place, no. Actually it's 4 points. Gain. Yeah, it would be 33.5. 38 left on offer. 83. That burn-in was 41. Steelhead will gain 32 points. Homewood is pitting now as well, so Prince goes up to 3rd. Lotai up to 4th temporarily. Pretty sure Lotto finishes 5th. 7 wins. 6 maximum points. Would be 19-point swing. 41 minus 19 is at 22, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's right. Wow, 22-point gap in GT3. Again, 38 points on offer. Of course, that depends when we can get back in front. Pit stop. And now, looks to be 45 seconds, of course. Not to tell everyone out of sequence. There's Nick Homewood. Trying to take advantage of those fresh tyres. In fact, lost time slightly. These blue tyres. The blue tyre prints are on the greens, which I believe is the softer compound, if I remember correct. Oh no, it might be the greens are the harder compound, if I remember right. Found somewhere, hold on. Steelhead continuing on his way. So blue is the soft tyres, green is the medium, so I've got it the other way around. Why can't I just use the same system that Formula 1 uses? You remember, why do all the championships have different colours? Green is the medium, blue is the soft. Off has made a mistake. Look, he's going very slowly. Oh! Something looks wrong there. Kind of incident that I've not been paying attention to. Oh, has the engine died on the number 70? That's really bad, if so. Oh, it's cut out completely. Oh, that's a bit of disappointment for Dream Team. Their night over. So, Dream Team, Dream is over. Their pits. Of course, this is great news for the 88. Oh, they don't have to worry about now. First, they're probably going to finish as 4th. Bad happens to them. Heartbreak really for Dream Team. Strong season. One little over the engine too many. And it cried enough. All the simulator for nothing, folks. But yeah, so now in the interesting situation, the 444 car moving up to 2nd. Great opportunity for it. Winning in yellow. Homewood find a way through the 88 car if he wants to get on the podium too. Pace has not been too encouraging. He is 47 seconds now, so he's caught back up a little bit, but not really enough to make a big difference. But looking pretty static. Ofcon going top in the pit lane, but it's not showing him a start. Top in the garage, so that is confirmation really that it's terminal. Maybe they ran out of fuel as well. Quite sure. I felt like the engine just died. Anyway, we could see if anyone interview. Yellow in sector 3 briefly there, but that's been cleared. Lichton got on board the number 7. Well on its way. Victory, they hope. Mighty 6-lap gap to Stim Prinz now. Yorkshire pits from 2nd place in LM-P2. Well, anyway. Oh no, he's still in the race actually. Bob has got going again, 2 laps down. Whoa, there's no Homewood facing towards the wall. I'm going to help his pursuit of Miloti whatsoever. Attrition hits from 4th in LM-P2. Whatever happened to Toff? Could have been that he ran out of fuel. Unlikely. Died in the car, it looked like. Pit lane. Could have been a wheel issue or something. But whatever the case, it's cost them a surefire 2nd place, that's for sure. Toff continues in 7th position. Behind Team Sheba. 3 laps actually. Would have been a repeat of Korea in that sense of a team hitting trouble, forced to recover. Oh, big hit, Tane Lure, and that looks like one of the Fringer Bond cars. Come together and spin into the gravel. That looked like Homewood to me. Yeah, there goes the Prinz. There's Nick Homewood continuing on. Damage from that. Can't do it. He might be angry. Had a dramatic moment there, we only just caught the end of it. With the car returning to the pits. Really just a time loss, not a damage incurred. Ooh, fastest lap for David Kalokshai. First lap of the race, 1 minute 11.585. Yeah, completely smashed. Well, no, only just beaten the 87's previous record. The closest battle, I think the low time Prince, 15 seconds apart. But continues to lose ground, 65 seconds down. Especially after contact with Ken Lure, Iris 87. Ives pits from third in class for 95. Now fallen 2 laps behind David Kalokshai. Looking like that is probably where they're going to finish. Or at least a lap ahead of Robert Strachan. Lucas Lichton, this man driving around, very clear that the 88 and Martin Malota are going to need a big turnaround. They want to win this championship today. Even in third, there's going to be a big cut into their lead. Certain here is that turning into a, especially with the Triple Eights elimination earlier in this race, it's turning into, for both championships, 2-horse race. Mugen and DAC Hackers in LM-P2, then Mugen Iris GT3. Okay. Iris probably doing the best job then. Both classes at the present moment. Rose has actually increased the gap to 4 laps now. David Kalokshai. Could this be a vagary of the pit stops? There has not been too much to say, ladies and gentlemen. Putting on to commentate with, so it'll a bit like talking to a brick wall half the time, but do the best I can. People that I would have to talk to, drivers, and they're busy talking to their drivers. Company. Is I guess understandable. Ooh. The Prince has really got himself far up as the 444 car. Probably really going to go in this race. Position. Oh! Kevin reaches, just getting a little bit through the gravel there, as we see a penalty for that reaches. That might have been Lucas Lichten with a penalty there. A very low quality version of the screen, so I can only just sort of make out the names. Go up. Here's Lua, takes a stop in the 87. That could be it then. Could have been the collision with Homewood, who are being judged to be at fault. Here we go. Lap 265 incident involving Giovanna Iris Automation number 87 and Fringavon Motorsport 445. Drive-through penalty for Iris 87. Collision while lapping traffic. Second offence. First offence decision 8. Nice. The 87 incurring the wrath of the stewards. Not been a great time for the 87 ever since they were disconnected. Their race just unravelled really. They're told to be careful, they were warned before. Now they're being penalised. Oh Christ. Anyway, Heroes pits from the lead. Okay. Ask Lockshire to close back to within 2 laps, I think. A bubble between 2 and 3. Go back to 3 when the Lockshire pits, I assume. Longer stop, so perhaps driver change at work yet. Hey, there is. That's Dan Hutt. Dan with 2 A's. Now this new driver does, inheriting the lead of the class in LM-P2. Lap times to keep that lead over Lockshai collapsed down on him. Big threat from behind. Reigns is consistent as they can. All the pressure is on the 86 car. Of course, they have done a lot of the hard work already at this stage, but it's so easily all come undone. There are 13 cars left in the race. Pretty fortunate we didn't lose Zoltan Toff there earlier. Dream Team is still going. Dream is still alive, very much so. 2 laps down. Did overtake Kevin Beechers actually earlier. Lap ahead already. 3 laps down on Nick Cowood, so that's definitely catchable. Pluto, meanwhile, in third. 17 seconds behind Bruns. Dan Hutt's last lap, 118.6. Well, 4 or 5 seconds slow, but I think that might have included the pit stop. Not a slow exit. Pits. The next, oh, Dan Hutt in the gravel, big crash. That's not good, no good at all for the class leader, the race leader. Dan Hutt finds himself stationary. Wrong way. We're on his this is all, they're leading the race. They can't afford to be. Oh, and it must have been a big crash, some kind of wheel failure, because they've gone straight to the pit lane. So disaster for the 86. Get that thing going again soon, because the Lockshai is going to come breezing through any minute now. Does this potentially put the 21 to a championship winning position? Big drama here. Looked a little bit just like it went straight on, very deep in the gravel for Dan Hutt. He only just gotten in the car as well, so. It looks like they DNF'd. Heartbreaking if so, because it hands victory to Lockshai. At 308. And what would look like strong 1-2 for Iris. Come to nothing, almost. They might finish 5th with the 87, but 6. All that hard work. I just gotta feel so sorry for them there. It wasn't Dan Hutt's fault. I just went straight on. There was some kind of rig failure. Force feedback wasn't working properly. No, really? So it ticks off another lap. Now, about 200 seconds of the lead. Less than that, actually. Yeah, Dan Hutt's car going again. They also have to take over because it's so heartbreaking for the 86. Lose out in this way. Have to see if we can get an interview with someone from 86. Tell us what's going on. 2 people there at the moment. Rose, who's just finished her stint, and Dan Hutt mentioned. Give him a bit of time to fix the problem before asking what happened. Now, we go. Lockshai takes the lead then. So, 32 points could be coming the way of the 21. Highs in second, 23. 9-point swing. So potentially, his lure had insult or injury, also has an off and has to take the pit lane exit. Hives finishes second. Loses those 9 points. To Kalokshai in the 21. Then he will be 38 points. 9 plus 9 is 38. So, of course, that's he was 29.5 behind. So yeah, he would be. They would basically seal the championship by half a point. 21 if it ends like this. Hives have still got to catch up to the 86, of course. Imagine incredible frustration at garage. And there we go, Hives gets through into second then. Continues. Oh, big crash for Kevin Beaches. Rear wing falls off. 73. Still got about half the lap to go, so Beaches will have to be very careful then. That could well be a code 80 as Toff has stopped as well on the circuit. But gets going again at the corkscrew. So, weird things happening in the night.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There we go. I hear that Dan is about to
5,
go back out
4,
from the pit lane.
3, 2,
The code
1,
80 is
code
called.
80, code 80.
Yeah, excellent time to get back in the race then. We go, disappointment. Attrition goes into the pits, as does Lure. Trying to get the 86 back out again. Apparently, Dan Hutt got too far on the curb and bottomed out, so it was actually a driver error. I saw the very tail end of it. I assumed that something went wrong. Rose tells me she's going to bed, which is understandable given what time it is in Australia. Monster stint, and it's just such a shame that Dan had that happen. You do. Well, now on the outside curb, went too far to the right. Well, there we go, dramatic development. But it means the 21 is in a position to win LM-P2 title. What an achievement that would be. The Kalokshai has got to keep his 2-lap gap. Sultan Hives. EAC Hackers. Big mountain to climb.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
There we go then. Green's also decided to pit under the code 80.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
We go. We're back underway then in Laguna Seca, but it's David Kolokshai leading the field. 86 hitting trouble. Dan Hutt put it all wrong. Crashed out. He has got going again. Up on the timing screen anyway. In 4th position. Ahead of their teammates, but quite a way down. 3 laps actually behind Robert Strachan. Very costly mistake, unfortunately. Hey, these things happen. The race continues. It's not the end of the world. He's got 5 hours 20 minutes. Oh, Lucas Lichton and the Iris car, very close there. Was that Dan Hutt? I think it was actually. This is the penultimate corner there. Dan Hutt being a little bit out by the sister car there. Feel too good. Time in GT3 is Lichton leading Milotai, Wozniak taking over the 444 car, being 32 seconds down. Slowly but surely it is starting to drift back into Mugen's favour, as it tends to in these longer endurance races. So we got a feel for Iris, 86, 87 to be honest, but mainly 86. Held on for half the race. Such a brilliant job. One of the drivers got it wrong, just a little bit wrong, a little bit too far to the right. Braked on the curb, went straight on. From that point on was a passenger. Dan Hutt can at least back on the podium, but he's going to make up 3 laps to Attrition. He's a lot fresher. Too many laps. A little bit stressed after that mistake. So, really the closest battle on track now is Wozniak versus Milotai. Second in GT3. That's a 33-second gap. That's going to have much fresher tyres. Milotai could be caught surprisingly quickly here. But 48 seconds down. A little bit too far back to make too big a difference on the Wozniak-Milotai fight. Be good to see Fringov on both fighting for the podium here. Five-lap lead. Attrition has now over Milotai. Oxshire meanwhile has a 2-lap lead. Hilltown Hives. Hives on that last lap, 1:13.4. Over a whole second fast. Certainly now that the win is up for grabs, AC Hacker's pace has started to improve a little bit. But meanwhile, 1:16.7 on that last lap. Tobias Blumschein on board Iris 87, and that's a pleasant surprise. It's good to see Tobias in action as Kevin reaches make a sandcastle. Oh dear. Tobias. There's Curse in action here. Tobias Wall. 87. Hoping to recover from that. I'm ready to see them go from leading in class, 4th and 5th and last in class. First team. Eva car already deserved that. The mistake. 86. 7's only in the position it is because of of course it has had penalties for lapped cars after the disconnect. Charge. 31 seconds now from 33. Lichton is going to need help he can get. 444 be much more handy to Iris who the 88 rather than behind. Closing that gap for when the pit stops start affecting things. Bow tie out for another moving driver. Certainly, Kalokshai through the 21. Pressure is really on now because they know they're in a title winning position. 2 laps between them and Hives, the man who could take it away from them. Got to keep the pressure on. 21 cracks. Of course, they've been in this position before and they've triumphed. Reason to assume they will crack again. Lutai makes a trip to the pit lane. Let Wozniak reassume second in class. There he is. Crosses the line and he takes second position. Homeward. 1 seconds down, probably way too far back to take advantage. Lotai staying on the green tyres. Staying on the blues, apart from Joseph Toff, of course. 7th in class. Lotai exits the pits About 18 seconds ahead of Nick Homewood. 44 behind Mikhail Wozniak. Homewood is really going to have to go some. I don't think. And it's too much chance of closing a 15-second gap to the 88. Hey, who knows? From before, just by on the island. Well, Dan Hutt at a 1 minute 14. So his pace starting to stabilise a bit. 1:14.3. Not exactly setting the time screens I like, but stable. Few lap gap to Tobias Bumschein. 3 laps to Robert Strachan. As the cream tends to rise to the top as Toff dangerously close to falling off the track. Oh, hold up the race leader very slightly. Aloksai can't afford to throw away the chance to win the championship a race early over a back marker. Well, Homewood begins to fall behind Milotai. So get overly excited about. Everyone remain pretty sizable. But now might be a good time for me to take a break. Back a bit later, so unfortunately, there won't be anyone to fill in. The way it is, isn't it? Sure, he won't miss me too. Yeah, I'll have a little quick comment, see if anyone's reacted. I think Moina just said, nice. Leading. David says, Adra Zolly Toff. Do with one of the Toffs. Oh, Zoltan, but Joseph, maybe? Other two, anyway. Yeah, both the Toffs still going. And you are. Zoltan Toffee's got laps to Nick Homewood, so certainly the dream not over for the dream team, but a lot of work to do over the next 5 hours. Like 2 at least. We're going to be over around early. But richly deserved, it must be said. For a Mugen 21, have been class of the field all year. Occasionally have not had things their own way. Portimao stands out as a pretty disastrous round for them. Still, plenty of victories, good performances. Couldn't really deny that they would be worthy winners. Up to 95 now to make their own case. Their charge has come a bit too late, really. incredible to think the Lockshine Hives, the 21 and the 95, crashed into each other on the opening lap, but almost a whole couple of laps down earlier on. Now look at them both leading the race. Really shows. A couple of hours, 5.5 hours or so. Oh, 6.5 actually, sorry. But these can really turn around. But anyway, very short break then. Can you wait too long before I can get someone else in the commentary box to help me out? I have to see. Okay. There, I'll see you soon. Oh, Mr. Vice Sunshine. A lucky escape with the gravel. Too damaged. Continues. But yeah. See you soon. and welcome back to the 12 hours of Laguna Seca in EERC, the 9th and penultimate round. And it looks like number 21 is in a title-winning position, gain 9 points on their rivals, DAC Hackers number 95. If they can do that by winning, Sultan Hives is currently in the pit lane, will not get the opportunity to beat number 21 at Spa 24 Hours next month. It will already be too far ahead. It will be unassailable. Or probably due to that half a point from Magello, not from Magello, from Ultima, of course. They will celebrate if they can pull it off. They've got a 2-lap gap to Zoltan Hives and number 95. Robert Strachan, 22 seconds down on Hives, but of course he hasn't stopped yet. But of course, leading for the race for so long was a number 86. Dan Hutt at the wheel. On his first lap, he got it all wrong and slid off the curb into the barriers. This looks a bit sketchy. These two knees through. We'll get through without making contact. And 86, it's had insult to injury actually, because they apparently sped under code 80 as well when they're trying to get back in the race. So it kept going in fourth, but being 86 and the 87 like a tale of what might have been. Heroes deeply disappointed with that amazing 5-hour stint, lead the race. Had it, Dan Hutt sort of just made a honest mistake, really. Compared to anyone has happened. Any drivers in this series, let's be honest. Got to put himself in a difficult position. Very hard to recover from to get on the podium. But Iris will give it a go. 2 laps to make up. 4 laps, actually. Dan Hutt's pace has not been particularly strong. But to be fair, his last lap was about the same as Robert Strachan ahead. While GT3, like the battle is going to last a bit longer. With Iris number 7, 5 laps ahead. The Fring of On 444. And then Milotai in the 88, the pole sitter, currently third, about 49 seconds down. Mikhail Wozniak's 444 car. I'm at about 2 laps behind Milotai. The 88 will lose ground, but they did have a big lead going in. Whereas number 21 had a slightly smaller lead. But because they're leading, because they're set to win, make all the difference. Really just a case of counting down the laps, really. A sense of desperation from DAC Hackers. What really can they do? Collision at the start, which looked to favour them. They faltered in traffic. That let the 21 take advantage, really. Fortunate for them, really, that Iris have hit trouble too. Without that, they would have been in a position where, okay, it doesn't matter. Might lose a few points, but it will still be in contention, and now no longer the case. You've done too good a job. Attrition being lapped by one of the Irish sister cars. be fair, in a field of 13 cars, quarter of the grid. Three. Couple of retirements earlier on. The field still surprisingly, only one retirement from LM-P2, 3 from GT3. Ooh! Sunshine in the gravel. Facing the wrong way. Oh, that's really in the corkscrew as well, so that's not really where you want to be. That's going to be a video, not. Yeah, Dinahan, not Dinahan, Sunshine was able to get going again. He is in the pits being serviced. Right. Well, added to injury, really. Harris. Didn't. Nice Sunshine. Doing his best. Trying to make something happen, but all the time just losing ground, really. Lives. A lap on them. Well, 4 hours 46 minutes remaining. Real movement to speak of. Ready to talk to either. It's a very lonely place. Dan Hutt having a cover off, unfortunately. He gets going again. Oh, big spin for Kevin Reaches. And a corkscrew. He's on the inside, so everyone's just about able to avoid him. Spinning it. Robert Strachan, 27 seconds behind Zoltan Hives. Hives is starting to extend the gap slightly. Also about 48 seconds behind Wozniak, so Wozniak started to pull out a little bit. Off. Got to win the same lap as Nick Homeward. So I think under pressure from the Dream Team. Oh, where have we seen this before? I mean, Magello, of course. Be very interested to see how puts up with that. Oh, Bloomshine. Very inside line at turn 3. And that's the penultimate corner, of course. Really got a rainy corner wrong. The rear end. Well to stay out of the wall though. Feels odd to say, by the way. The 4th and 5th will be a disappointment for Iris, because in a normal race, for LMP2 runners, that would probably be a big achievement. But here, as Strachan goes for the pit lane, so he's going to put behind Ives by about a lap. This is disappointing considering they were 1-2 running this race and looking like it had it all under control. Okay, there's Lichtenstein on his story. For number 17, much more positive, at least so far. Iris, everything they really need to do this championship fight go to the wire in GD3. It'd be very weird. I sort of think into this race it would have been the other way around. 88 would have had it their own way really, and that wouldn't have been the case in LMP2. Oh, it's Dan Hutt. Another off. I think, just before turn 3. Made it hard to try and make up for all that lost time. Perhaps not the smartest move. Inevitable, really. Is it tough? Pit stop. Last leaders, David Kalokshai in number 21 is glitched in. Number 7, Wozniak is lapped by Hives. Place race and LMP2. He's in the championship too. Irish slips through too. Well, not really impede either of them too much. Series of Tough still being serviced. All Street Boys. For 61 seconds, Nick Homewood. Going to keep an eye on. Close. Homewood be able to hold on. It'd be interesting if Toth could clear Homewood, then start to close the 2 laps to Martin Malotai. Malotai hits trouble again. Oliver Newman. Travis Romanoff. Dan Hart moves for the pit lane. Definitely feels like Blumshine has slightly better pace than Dan Hart. Of course, Blumshine's 2 laps behind. I'm in the final sector as Kevin reaches, spins at the last corner, sort of in the middle of the road there, and heading towards the pit lane. So facing the right way again. No harm done, I guess. Right. Still turned off now, pits. So he'll be hoping to gain ground on Nick Homewood. Those could be done. Beaches makes it to the pit lane too, as does Ploep. Taken back on board. Called what they have on the timing screen. Yes, the Rookie Monsters 481 car. Not 481, it's just 01. Apparently someone like that team can't count. Really explains their performance tonight. Or maybe not entirely. Lucas Lichten pits from the lead in GT3. comfortable lead. He could probably cup of tea and probably come back still in the lead. Oh, Frenzy. Having just gotten on board the number 70. Facing the wrong way. That's an odd place. That's exit turn 4. Somehow on the inside. Grass. You assume he's just swerved across the... Oh no, that's the last corner, isn't it? He's clearly got grainy curve wrong again. But he now lapped it. Oh, they're all spinning now. As Veachers has a spin too. Sympathy almost. Bit nuts, isn't it? Compared to like the last couple of hours, yeah. Not really a whole lot going on. Well, I do hope that the 5 people watching us at the moment are having a good time. Frenzy just set a couple of personal best sectors for a 122.0. Fastest man on track at the moment. Impressive. Would be if you hadn't done that spin earlier. Well, 2 laps down. Take home according to the timing screens. It'd be difficult for him to catch that back up. Homewood makes a couple of errors to help him out. Sunshine really cut over the corkscrew there. 87. Well, Frenzy. He used to set quick lap times 121.5 last lap. Context, Nick Homewood's best lap time. Best lap time for the Triple 4 car was 121.3. 2 tenths off that. Yeah, like sooner or later, Dream Team force a confrontation. Well, in our case, it may be later rather than sooner. The way this is going. Sit and be patient. what endurance racing is all about. Renzi, for context, is taking about 2 seconds a lap out of Nick Homewood as Dan Hutt. Another stop. Here he is. Almost 3 seconds that lap. Renzi's got to unlap himself, and that could be the tricky part. On board, Songs with Renzi through the corkscrew. Oh, as much curb as he dares there. So in the first sector. Good now. Lap time he can do here. Very wide at the last turn. That was 125. This is a 121.6. Still a couple of seconds faster than Homewood. A lap down now, rather than 2 laps. Two Irish cars. Hits. Round is now joined. Yeah, so 10 Lure takes over 87. Dan Hutt. Could well do. Ooh, it's Frenzy. A little bump. And again. And we're about to start following that. There's a gap between the two. Closest battle on track. But Frenzy 121.6, 123.7 for Homewood. Frenzy driving his heart out. Make the difference. That makes another stop. I really think there's something more serious going on at Iris 86. Lap down. Dan Hutt is still going to go out ahead of Miller, but feels like the 86 has completely lost its momentum in the race. As Dan Hutt once again going back to the pits, so clearly very wrong in the 86. Not doing his level best to fix things. Clearly shut up. He's apparently someone who's kind of put into the car at the last minute, so no wonder struggled the first lap out of the pits. Big off. Not luck not been in his side. Well, he's probably gonna fiddle him out. Oh, ooh! Arthur Pluep in the wall. But can Arthur correct himself? His rear wing's still on. But Arthur keeps going. 481. And again going back to the pit. Something's very wrong with that car. I've seen this before from the 86 as well. Oh, bit inconvenient for Ives. I think Varconia is stopping too as well. Coltrack, sorry. Joshua gets back from driving whatever the hell the hole was to do with me. Christopher Kianik takes over Mugen, some race number 1. Lewis, it's a purple first sector. He's 11 seconds now. Behind 4th place, Dan Hutt, his teammate. Who continues to close. I don't even think he's going to have to overtake him on track. 11 seconds behind now. Interesting how sometimes these drivers wake up when they're suddenly a position up for ramps. Quicker. So it's got a lot of traffic to clear. Look at Dan Hutt though. Probably going to go back into the pits again like he usually does. Oh no, he isn't. See if he's able to steer straight. Second gap between himself and his teammate. Less than that actually. Too difficult to well, not. Of course, it's difficult. This is an LM-P2 car, but it doesn't look too bad to drive. As in, like it's constantly snapping around on him. Dan Hutt, pretty solid job, but for advantage of his issues, we're going to see a changeover between these two pretty soon. They're kind of fighting over the scraps, aren't they? Position's already up ahead. Nick sets a personal best first and second sector. Lead. Fives. Been here for a long time now, so I can only assume there was no one else to take over at the EAC Hackers. What a... He's just stayed in the car for so long at the moment. At the beginning, remember, I believe this might be his third stint. 12-hour race, so just makes sense. Purple final sector by Christopher Kianik. That's at 112.5. The fastest out there. The lure was too far off actually. 4.9. That lure is actually right behind his teammate. Yeah. Was a bit of inter-team rivalry here. Need to lose through them. To be honest, the 87, they're probably going to state their case about trying to get the third place in the team's title. 20. So that the Wall Street Boys sees, oh, right in the way, but also the number 86 was delayed, and 87 got an easy run there into the corkscrew, and 86 goes wide. Oh, all over the gravel. And Hutt really undone there, loses 4th place to his teammate 10 Lira. 87 continues on, but 7 laps to Robert Strachan. So I suspect this may be where the Irish cars finish 4th and 5th respectively. I feel like it's actually 6 laps, but still quite a distance to Robert Strachan. As Zoltan Hives pits. They cut a little bit of ground on Christopher Kianik, 2 laps ahead. All good, all do. Like DAC hackers are rolling the dice at this point. Renji, back behind Nick Homewood. Still pushing those paces reduced a little bit down to the 123s, the low 123s, Homewood in the high 123s. Gabo Hivesi gets back on board, number 95. I do think Hives have been in a while. That makes a lot of sense. Hivesi sets a couple of personal best sectors. Harris. Lucas Litchlet moving out the way. Ooh, Dan Hart getting it all wrong at the corkscrew. Continues on. Homewood, when the pieces off a bullet, has an off. Homewood, pit stop could put him into the clutches of Ferengi. Too far behind. Attrition, meanwhile, after Hivesi's put in the 5 car, close to 10 seconds. In 10 seconds of Gabo Hivesi. Fight for second in LM-P2, not over yet. Actually just has to hold on for 4 more hours. It will be EERC LM-P2 World Champions. Sounds easy, of course. But 2 Ring of On cars. Their pit stop. Allow Martin Melotai second, I think. Whip pits as well. Wood is exiting though. About 58 seconds ahead of Frenzy. They really got done enough to close in. Pace was still pretty blistering. 121.5 for Frenzy on that last lap. Low tie. Wozniak as Reaches has yet another spin. Like the 50th tonight. There's Wozniak. Triple 4. Big gap between himself and Melotai. Much fresher tyres. A little bit wide in the grass, but no harm done there. I think he'll be able to catch Melotai if he doesn't hit before he overtakes him. Yeah, probably got about 4 hours worth of commentary in me, and that's it. As we see Lichten letting through the race, the class leader in GT3 letting through the LM-P2 class leader. Certainly a sense of inertia creeping in. Attrition starting to be dropped by Gabba Hivesi. Dan Hut paces it is basically nowhere compared to his teammate. Sort of inevitable when you're up against Taylor and you're putting at the last minute as an emergency driver. Those emergency drivers can make the difference. I think we got so few drivers today. At least. Match. Low tie? It's about the same at the moment. Oh! The Sultan Kovacs, the Paul Street boys, are getting very lost in the gravel. The ball pit. Brightly coloured blue and yellow car stuck in it. Next continues. Down to 16 seconds. Really going to rely on low type hitting, isn't it? Pit stop, as does Dan Hutt. But he is waiting to be out of his misery and get up with someone else. Shame that I feel like the Irish team is a bit uneven, but their best driver in first. They should have their lineup possibly to put Mia Rose in the 87. I guess who do you demote from the 87 lineup into the 86 is the question then. Agent. Some sympathy of Iris on that. The LM-P2 race, but still, lot of solace in their well on their way to a GT3 victory. Huge margin. Pretty flawless performance from the number 7 so far. Is by the LM-P2s. Lights, that's almost like they get out of the way there. Too aggressive meant by that. And that's still being serviced. That must have been a 10 lure. Only 4 viewers on stream at the moment. This is pretty inevitable. Low type hits, and Wozniak retakes second position. There's a long way ahead of Nick Homewood, so no real threat from behind. 2 laps ahead, actually. For Ferenzi, 53 seconds behind Homewood. And chipping away, but really take something to podium here for Dream Team. We see Arthur Plop coming to a stop. The hairpin. No, the hairpin, the corkscrew. Emerges about 60 seconds behind Wozniak. Certainly been an impressive performance by the 444 for second. The 444 team has certainly been the revelations of the second half of the season. Yeah. Hard to fault their performances of late. First in Mugello, 4th in Korea. It was a shame that the first half of their season went really abysmally overall because they weren't using the McLaren. Held them back. We're using cars like the Audi. Really weapon of choice. And GT3. Mention board the number 90. Pretty on board, I can't remember. No real chance of catching the 2 leaders, so they're sort of in no man's land, as he has been all race. 4 laps behind, but also about 4 laps ahead. Rinji's got the gap down between himself and Nick Homewood to 51 seconds. Wozniak is really starting to drop Milo tie now. Shame Ferenzi blew the engine when he did, because he'd be right in that podium fight if he'd not done that. Ferenzi blew the engine, or was it all turned off? I don't remember. Ooh! Good avoiding action from the valet there. That's the most exciting thing it's had to deal with in a while. Because the 4 hours remaining mark. Not to blow it. Just spinning. Got almost on the racing line there. Pretty lucky escape. Wozniak continuing on. A pretty Herculean task. Try and catch Lucas Lichten, number 7. 5 laps ahead. Wozniak seems game. Give it a try, I guess. A quick driver, Wozniak. Putting his credentials over his time in GT3 in this series. I can't remember if he's had podiums before. He's certainly fought for podiums before, but I can't remember if he's finished on it before. Ooh, that sounded something happened to Kovacs there, but that might be alright. Yeah, there we go. Full speed again. Cut to something else. Got convinced that the engine had cut out. But I'm playing tricks on me. Maybe I've been commentating so long on my own, I'm starting to hear voices. Things that aren't really there. Early onset dementia. Probably not. Oh, 3.5 hours left to go. No, not 3.5. 3 hours 55. 4 hours then. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't seem to be a whole lot to talk about. Oh, I say that. Arthur Ploet spins again at the corkscrew. Keep well off the racing line. The Arthur. Blake. Moment. Kovacs really driving to the left, opposite lock for a right hand corner. Under crazy driving from Zoltan Kovacs. Zoltan's off. Zoltan Kovacs. Zoltan Zarkani. Zoltan Hives. These Zoltans. They all come from. Play Hungary. Very name Zoltan. Too dismissively racist in saying that. Oh, Homewood in trouble. Oh, and the rear wing falls off. Oh dear, what a costly crash for Nick Homewood, running in 4th place. That's going to allow Ferenzi to catch him for sure now. Potentially a code 80. Time to do the last few corners and get back to the pits. It's always that Rahal straight. Them out as Wozniak goes through as well. Homewood takes his teammate, or laps him. Homewood's made it back to the pits. No need for a code 80. Eventually, Ferenzi up to 4th. There's never any on-track battles anymore. Everyone just kind of... Ironically, only Iris did. Oh! I think Homewood's retired, so apparently the damage was worse than we thought. Big disappointment, if so. But only 12 runners. But there goes Ferenzi. Hopefully Nick Homewood can get going again. Very costly error right there. Ferenzi to 4th. Oh, Arthur Ploep has a crash as well, but keeps the rear wing attached. Bit clumsy. 481. Really can't get out of the gravel, can it? Yeah, Emily Callison in the 73, we've not talked about, and eventually get up into 5th place for her first event for Team Shiva in the 73, the team that's not really recaptured their podium winning form that they had with the Pastor brothers, Giuseppe and Nicola. Struggled ever since, fair to say. Not too many races. 5th place would be a big deal for them, so he's got to catch up those 3 laps. Oh, big slide for Christopher Kianek at the last corner. The rear's let go. That's a car that needs fresh rear tyres. Oh, so things are starting to happen now at the end of the stint. From fatiguing. So, he's still got the 2 laps to make up to Milotai. 3 hours, 49 minutes. Not impossible. Hope. Pit stop to repair his car because the steering did not look easy to handle at all. Freaking car of Homewood in the way. Oh, 10 lure. Passing his teammate about half an hour ago. Lost his rear wing. Repair that. Out ahead though. Costly mistake for Nick Homewood. Given he won a race earlier this season, luck was just not on his side there. Already on Iris LM-P2 team side, Eva. Flew just after Pope leaves, with Nick Homewood in the way. Nick Homewood doesn't suddenly rejoin the race right as Ten Lewis trying to leave the pit lane. Be a bit inconvenient. They're really bored of all this. Suddenly a few things happen. So you gotta be patient, right? Kovacs. Anyway. looks like yeah, Nick Homewood is left then. Down to 12 runners. Homewood tries to rejoin, but he'll lose all his progress in the race, so imagine he will not do that yet for Homewood. Well, at least he can help with race direction. But, we can seek Homewood out. Be with it. Focus off. Well, the 1445 is empty, so he's almost immediately gone. So it's disappointing. Very much like a word with what Emily Callison has to say about her race with Sheba. Her stint ends. She's very tired, so. Be repaired. Parking needs I don't think Turn himself needs actual repairing. He's not a robot. Well, anyway. Yes. Wants to talk. Carry on. Like the drivers. 390 then, so we're approaching lap 400. But on 3.5 hours left to go. Does seem like 500 will be realistic. To exceed 500 laps before the end. 600 might be a little bit ambitious. Okay, we'll see what happens. Low tie dropped to 59 seconds behind Wozniak. has been impressive in this race. Quite as impressive as the number 7 group. Attrition at the wheel at the moment, as we can see. Dan Hutt not overtake Tone Lure. I predicted he would not. In fact, now dropping back about 50 seconds behind after being 30 to 40 and after the pit stop. Hedwig Sellers has done well in this race to keep within about a lap of Gabba Hevesi, the AC Hackers number 95. Right. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to really muster up a huge amount of enthusiasm. Whoa! Emily Callison in trouble. There we go. Typical. I should just complain more. Things seem to happen when I do that. How's Emily Callison hanging on then? On Emily. Oh, the steering does not look good on that 73 Team Sheba car. Callison desperately trying to get out of the way. She really maybe could have dived for the pits there, but hey, here we go. See how she's going on the straights. Looks like a very damaged car. Did he go harum scarum to get it back in? Oh. Well, the best idea to go all over the curbs, Emily. Her best here. Right, she's able to keep that thing in a straight line. Very Robin Friends kind of driving. With the mechanic, makes a pit stop from the lead. This is a bit, some of Emily Carson's most impressive driving, just keeping this thing in a straight line. Car that's just horrendously damaged. Trying to take a wounded animal to the pits. Through the corkscrew. Oh, it's trying to go right into a left-hander downhill. Oh, and she makes the corner reasonably well, actually. It is impressive. Car needs repairs. What would it mean to the Team Sheba team? Feel that 5th position. All the way down from Frenzy anyway. Homewood eliminated. From behind. Kovacs is a lap down, actually. Hasn't made it. Callison's made it back to the pits, so 5th place will be secure in class as long as we can get going again. No reason to believe she won't. Close to the gravel there for Arthur Blue. I'll genuinely call him Arthur rather than Arthur. I'll ask him that sometime. Oh, Dan Hutt having a really wide moment at the first hairpin. Okay. Calm down. like just Forgax, will be taking over the 86 at some point. What do you see? Could see go into team battle if Akos can set some decent times. Otherwise, be static. Gabo Bessi goes into the pits in number 95. Probably to hand over. And DAC Hackers drivers like Sultan Hives. There you go. The order much the same as it was before. Same for quite a while now. Both Irish cars going through at the same point, almost a lap apart. Pretty sure they are anyway. Jeff close anyway. Harris, right him in. Seen him anywhere in the TeamSpeak server, so. Dude. Oh, Arthur Pluet. Little spin. And again, just uphill. 5 or so. Rahal straight then. Frenzy. The pit lane. Couple laps to make up low tie. So, pretty static at the moment. Oh, another spin for Arthur. Really struggling at this stage. Good to see. Hyrax comes in. As Bollocks O'Daly gets on board the Paul Street Boys 753 car. Oh, it's Bradley Sellers. Still facing the wrong way. Very Hull Street. Have lost several hours. Well, the leader in GT3, Lucas Lichton. The pits. Ah, okay, someone's finally agreed to talk to me. Very unpopular figure. I mean, that shouldn't be news to anybody, least of all myself. Hey, someone's taking pity on me. Someone is Mr. Gitsov. Oh. Ah, I moved the right person. But you changed channel right after I clicked on you. So I thought I selected one of your teammates by mistake. Embarrassing. But anyway, here's Chris Gitsov. Formerly of Iris, and was in the channel for Valet number 90. You're currently running second. So I guess they're your teammates in this race, even though you're not participating in it.
I don't have. I mean, I'm still with Iris for the races. I'm just not doing this race, and I was having a chat with my friends, Brad and Robert. So...
Yeah, Bradley in the car at the moment, as we see Ferdy Roman hop on board the class-leading GT3 Iris. They've had a great race, haven't they, Chris?
They're just 4 laps ahead, that's not good.
Yeah, they were even 5 laps ahead. Always Ferdy gets a bit of a twitch on.
Yeah,
Goes through
he'll
turn
get the
3.
lap back. I'm pretty sure about it. They had insanely good race. I saw that our 86 and 87 were also in the podium positions.
They were very unfortunate, really.
Mhm.
87 got disconnected. 86 had, fortunately, Dan in the car at the moment
Mhm.
took over from Mia, who did a really great, got on pole position and did a really great, strong couple of stints. And then basically he got on the curb, got it wrong, and went straight off into the wall. And then it took a couple of laps for him to restart. And his pace has been solid. It's a bit better than going straight into the wall, but Lua has sort of had the better of him and overtook him about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, as we see Sellers going into the pits. But it was a bit unfortunate, really, because the 86 was really in control of this race. And it's the way it goes sometimes. And the good news for the 21 is it puts them in a position to win the championship a round early, which would be a pretty unique achievement. 21 have had a very strong season. There's a mechanic in the car at the moment. Of course, the only one that can challenge them is the AC Hackers number 95. It's behind
Yeah,
Toad.
but they're in their own battle of their own with the 20, I believe.
Yeah, the 90, you mean? The 20 isn't. The 20 didn't start the race for some reason.
Yeah, wait. Which is the other Mugen? It was the number 20.
Yeah, the number 20 didn't qualify or make the start, so I'm not sure what happened there. Mugen don't tend to tell us any kind of explanation. It's just sort of what you see is what you get. We show up, we win, and then we go.
There's some kind of mystery with them.
Yeah, they're very enigmatic.
In the end, it's important whether they're competitive or not, and they're extremely competitive. Recently, very unlucky, but really competitive. And
Yeah, Iris have had the better of them in GT3 here and in Korea as well.
yeah, we've tried to keep up with them, but at some points we were faster, at some points they were faster. It just, in the end, it's whether you have the luck on your side or not.
It's about being faster at the right times, right, isn't it?
Yeah, also as well, because they as well have been very unlucky, but when we were unlucky, they were able to capitalize on it. So, I don't know what happened really with our guys.
It sounds like just a series of bad luck, really. As we see, more bad luck for Dan Hutt. He finds himself facing the wrong way in a really difficult couple of stints for him in the 86. But I think they can take some solace because Mia Rose was incredibly quick. I mean, she has a really impressive pedigree in not just endurance racing, but lots of other sort of series. Like, didn't she win in VSC? Wasn't she like the first woman to win in VSC last year, if I remember correctly? It might be a different series I'm thinking of. But I remember
I
that
don't
being...
really remember, sadly.
So as we see Emily Callison in the 73, and everyone seems to be getting that the Rahal Straight, which is just after, I think, turn 6, just before the corkscrew. That's where everyone seems to be having so much trouble, because it's a really fast corner, and people keep catching the curb on the inside, and it ends up sending them around. So many, even the top guys getting it wrong.
Yeah, the thing with it is really it being so tight and also blind corner, but you also have to be really quick around it because it's... I haven't really driven the prototype around it, so I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to take it, but I believe it should be not so much braking, but being able to carry the momentum and the balance of the car the right way, so you can get past it and then go to the next section of the track. It's really important to get it right, and
it's really interesting because most of the tracks for GT3, for instance, most of the tracks the McLaren has really been the car of choice, and here The general consensus is that it isn't, that actually some of the others are probably a bit more handy. We have seen a couple of one team try with the Aston Martin, bizarrely, and it didn't quite work out for them. But some of the other cars, like the Honda and the Mercedes, are supposedly really handy around Laguna Seca. But I suppose it's the sort of thing where you can't change the car mid-season if you're a GT3 team for a specific track. You've got to pick your car and stick with it. Although it must be said that Ring of On, the Dutch team, have been going a lot better since they switched to the McLaren. Like they won in Mugello and finished 4th last time out, and they're running 2nd with Wozniak at the moment in the 444. They've been really strong in this sort of last couple of races. Oh, as we see Arthur really making friends with the barrier. Is not what he wanted, really.
Pardon, you said blow up?
Well, I wasn't sure how to pronounce it because it's op, but with an E before the P.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear you which driver exactly we're talking about.
Yeah, Arthur.
He's a new driver for Rookie Monsters, as I believe this
Rookie
is
Monsters,
Rookie Monsters.
Yes,
car.
it's a bit confusing because they're 481 in the Stewards decision chat, but on stream they're just the regular livery and it's got 01. So instead of 481, it's 01, which is somewhat confusing because they're not world champions, at least not yet, anyway. But good to see new blood. Yeah, good to see new blood. You know, Rookie Monsters. They won't be rookies forever. They'll become veteran monsters, I'm sure.
Yeah,
we know it.
they're a very old team, by the way.
Oh, okay. So the name is kind of ironic.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really know the origin of the name. I should ask. But it's some team since 2017, I believe, 2018. They've had much success, and I believe that Oliver Newman, he wants to...
Newman, yes.
Yeah, he's taking care of this lineup, so he wanted to try out it, so it's really good to see them racing in EERC as well, and they were also racing in... I was also racing against them in another league last week, so it's very good. They're very clean. Like Pinavont, which we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
And they have my respect for that, and Pinavont also have my respect. I'm friend with their owner as well. So yeah, it's very good to see them.
It's great to see Oliver Newman, who is a fairly new talent to EERC himself.
Yeah.
Kind of bring in some other new talent as well. And build a sort of team, well, not around himself, but around all the drivers that he knows, basically. But yeah, that's cool. Always like seeing Oliver Newman, even though not quite a front runner in EERC yet, but you never know, he could become one. Seen lots of drivers that have started off near the back and have learned quite quickly and become extremely competitive.
It's the good thing about our factor. If you put in the effort and try hard enough to improve, you'll be rewarded.
And Mia Rose is a good example, actually, because she was someone who's driven in iRacing. She started off in iRacing and moved to Assetto Corsa, ACC. And now, I think this is the first time she'd driven an LM-P2 car, and she set pole position here, and was extremely competitive. So the only time where I think she made a really big mistake was at the start, where she dropped down to 3rd, but even then, basically both of the DEAC hackers and Mugen crashed into one another, which allowed her to get in. And it was quite entertaining watching the two title contenders trying to make their way through the GT3 field for position, because the GT3 field was actually defending quite a lot from them.
Yeah, but you know, it's sometimes better to have not so good start, but be able to
exactly, they're 1-2 at the moment.
From it later on in the race, rather than be first, then get involved in an incident and then lose a lot of time. So
yeah, this is sort of similar to Suzuka and like the S's in that sense, in that there's like these really narrow bits where you don't really want to be first on the road. You want someone else to hit trouble first, and then you come along to take advantage. That was sort of what happened in GT3 as well for the number 7, because the 88 and Dream Team number 70 basically both hit trouble on their own, and number 7 was able to sit back and, like I said in commentary, watch the fireworks unfold in front of him and inherited the lead, and then never look back, really. It's how endurance racing tends to, how the winners in endurance racing tend to play it.
They don't often get the credit that they deserve to get for their effort. The number 7 from our team, they've been
really consistent
brilliant.
all season, always in the points, so it's great to see them mounting a really late title charge. LM-P2, realistically, it looks like that title's going to end tonight in favour of the 21. But the number 7 still has a brilliant shot at Spa to win the GT3 title. It's a bit weird. The LM-P2, the big title, is going to end around early, and then it's the sort of support series, well, not support series, but the GT3 with the slightly less powerful cars, that's going to go down to the wire as we see Dan Hutt having a big off and spinning sideways across the track, and the GT3 car just avoids him, and Dan Hutt really losing confidence in that 86 machine. And he's gone from leading the field to really struggling at the back of the class. Dan Hutt really learning the hard way how to drive one of these cars. He was a bit of a last-minute emergency signing. Sort of filled the gap during the night stint. So he's done a pretty respectable job, all things considered, but certainly starting to fatigue now.
Yeah, he's a pretty new signing, I think, isn't he?
He is, yes, even newer than Mia and some of the others. But certainly,
I'm pretty sure he's a nice guy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just a shame that that sort of Mia did such a great job to get the car out in the lead by a couple of laps, and then first lap out of the pits, he gets on the curb and plants it in the wall and loses a couple of laps.
Yeah, but you know that it's pretty tough to
That
be
is
in the
racing,
lead.
though. That's it's a lot of pressure as well to be in the lead. That exactly when you know you can't make any mistakes, that inevitably the mistakes creep in, and sort of thing you learn to deal with experience. But if it's your first race in EERC, then inevitably, you're going to make a mistake sooner or later. We even saw Mia making a few, and she even admitted it when we asked her about it. She was spinning at the Rahal straight as we see Ten Lure. Iris GT3 make a visit to the pits. Chris Mechanic spins in the lead. Oh, but just gets going again at the penultimate corner.
To be honest, it's better making mistakes while you're still new to it than be experienced and continue making mistakes, because you learn from your mistakes, and if you don't make mistakes early on in your career or in your journey or whatever, because not everybody thinks of sim racing as a career choice or something that they want to track at. They just do it as a hobby to have fun. So if you make more mistakes at the beginning, it's better. I don't know how experienced Dan is, but if he's still relatively new to the whole thing with our factor, it's completely fine for him to make mistakes.
Exactly, and also we don't know exactly how that car's set up as well. It could be set up where Mia Rose can drive the neck of it and get really great lap times out of it, but Dan is having to tiptoe around to stop it going in the gravel half the time.
You never know. I mean, I know.
We have heard about it before with the 86 car in Korea, and Emily Carlson was part of the lineup, and Akos Forgax set up the car for qualifying, and it was brilliant, but then the other drivers were really struggling.
To be honest, I didn't really have issues with the car for Korea. It was very well set up, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that was the 87,
my car. Yeah, but I think that we drive pretty similar setups. I'm not sure though. It's what I know.
Well, I didn't remember the 86 crew was basically saying that they were really struggling at Korea, but they still finished fourth in the end, which in a bigger field, of course, which was a bit more impressive than finishing fourth and fifth out of 5. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. Dan goes back. Dan has made a lot of unscheduled pit stops, it must be said. Maybe Dan is sort of fatiguing a bit and hoping to hand over to someone. We did see Akos turn up, so I think Akos might be taking over fairly soon if he can do the last 3 hours or so. We'll have to see.
He's in the pits now, so.
Exactly. But I agree completely with what you were saying about making mistakes, because if you don't find the limit, how are you supposed to know where the limit is and to not go over it? You do sometimes have to test the waters a little bit to see how fast can I take this corner without the car spinning out on me, or
but it wasn't
how late can I brake if I need to.
Wasn't this like Jackie Stewart's quote? Or
A little
something?
bit, yeah. So he said something like that.
Yeah, which it's harder to find the limit than to be on it.
And Jeff Close actually gets on board for 86 now.
Oh, it's going to be
being
Jeff
lapped.
in the 86.
Yes, there's Erdely just being lapped there by Ferenzi. Pretty sure I'm saying Songzor Ferenzi's name correctly in the Dream Team car. So I imagine even you know how to pronounce every driver's name, Chris.
Yeah, don't count on me on pronouncing everybody's names. I have my own way of pronouncing them. It's the benefit of being Bulgarian.
Of course,
I assume.
yes. That does sound like a great title for a book, The Benefits of Being Bulgarian. You should write that book, Chris.
I should definitely. Being Bulgarian in Air Factor 2 community, biggest benefit, not bothering with names.
I was going to ask Josh a question, but unfortunately Josh has gone out over to Hull. I'm not sure when he'll be back. Hopefully he'll be back just before midnight. That's when I have to go off because my parents want to wake up in the morning apparently, and they don't want me to keep them up 2 hours. Sort of non-negotiable apparently. But
I understand.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll come back and do the last 2 hours, and you will see a champion crowned. It looks like in LMP2 at least.
I'll most likely be sleeping by then, but
a lot of people have gone to bed, especially those in Australia and even some of the other countries.
They should be waking up though.
Oh yeah, but I think Mia stayed up really late, and I think it might be quite similar for Jake Dennehan. He's in the 87. Is Dennehan Australian? Am I thinking of Ryan McNotes McKibben, who's Australian?
Jake is Irish.
Yes,
so
yes. Jake is Irish.
He
right.
still has some time before it's too late for him.
Yeah, so he's at the same time as me. Oh, another mistake by Artur Pluet being picked up here as he rotates and collects himself fairly quickly.
He's another new driver, though.
He is, yes, he is. We were talking about him earlier.
He actually caught the game like a few days ago, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's fresh.
Yeah, for a lot of these drivers, we see Emily Callison. Oh, did she just avoid the wall there?
That's
the 10-6, but yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit behind on my stream. It's sort of my connection's not great, but
yeah,
I'll try and react to things as soon as I see him. But
it's fine. I'm just looking at things. Oh, actually, she hit the wall for me now. Oh.
I was just a bit of a bump. Hopefully
yeah,
Emily
it's
can
fine.
get to the pits, but for a lot of these drivers, especially moving to new teams or even just joining the series, yeah, Emily in the pits now. But a lot of them, just finishing the race is a big achievement, especially a 12-hour event, which a lot of them maybe haven't done. An event that's more than like maybe 4 or 8 hours.
12-hour races are pretty tough, to be honest.
And 24 hours at Spa should be a really big test. Even if the LMP2 Championship's over, I do hope we see more than 6 cars take the start, because certainly the attrition rate in a 24-hour race is much bigger even than a 12-hour race, and also I think it would be a really good test for ahead of next season for a lot of the LMP2 teams that plan to enter LMP2. So I'm excited for that, and it's certainly a great circuit, Spa. But I did have a question I wanted to ask you, Chris. I'm not sure how much longer you got, but I don't know if you're familiar with the Codemasters Formula 1 game, and of course we're in sort of the official esports season, I guess, for that, where they do the little draft in certain drivers. There was a league called, I forget what it stands for, but the league is called PSGL.
Oh yeah,
and there was this race they did at Monza a couple of weeks back, where it was just all sorts of latency issues, and we had cars bouncing on top of one another, and the commentators got one of the commentators in particular got very upset with it, and understandably so, in my opinion. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on it, because my opinion is Codemasters have had the Formula 1 license for over 10 years now. And in some of these problems, online has always been a bit of a mess. I mean, I remember the Games for Windows Live's days before Codemasters set up like their own RaceNet system, and that was all just a bit of a struggle to even set up a race in some instances. And for league racing, it was a bit. Those early years of the F1 games, it was a bit of a nightmare, really. And personally, I haven't bought an F1 game since F1 2013, mainly because F1 2014 was dumpster fire, and I kind of haven't really seen anything from these full price games that's made me convinced that, other than maybe some of the career mode stuff where they've finally put some cooler features, because Liberty has let them, because before Bernie wouldn't let them like have drivers change teams season. Every driver would have to be in the same team for like all 10 years of career mode or whatever. But I don't know, I'm not sure I feel like the direction of the Cody's F1 game. I know they have a fairly small team, but it feels to me like they could be doing a lot better when it comes to online, and I feel very disappointed when you see like the same bugs year after year.
Yeah. Well, I had a race today, and I had the very same issue.
That doesn't surprise me. And is this after the patch that was supposedly picked up as fixing these issues?
Yeah,
or
it didn't fix anything. It made it worse, actually.
Typical.
Yeah, I'm not lucky enough to be racing in PHO yet. I was actually considering driving there, but because of school and just in general not being able to commit to it yet, I chose not to do it. And maybe next season or the season after it, I don't remember how long are the seasons, but once I finish school and have more times when I'm in university, I might be back. Maybe try to go for Challenger Series even. I was pretty close to it last year, but didn't commit to it because I liked R Factor a bit more then, so I chose to pursue.
I don't blame
career
you, I like R Factor a fair bit more now, ever since 2013 really, when I gave up on the F1 games, to be honest. I have to be honest, as much as I sympathise with like the community that was like sharing videos of this ridiculous kind of farcical thing with these cars glitching all over the place, and like even on the actual streams of the drivers, it didn't look much better. Everyone's just sort of ghosting through one another. I have to say I kind of lost some sympathy with the F1 game sort of community, because one of the things that, I don't know who did it, but one of the things that someone in that community did was they paid a far-right politician to make a video criticising Codemasters Formula 1 game, and that politician was a Mr. Nigel Farage, who I'm not particularly a fan of, to put it mildly. I think he's... I won't describe on stream what I really think of him, because I don't want us to get flagged for bad language. But the thing is, he set up this cameo thing where it's weird because I don't understand it either. But this idea of because the idea is you have to pay him what his going rate is £75, which is quite a lot of money. For £75, you could buy the F1 game new, and you'd still have like £15 left over to spend on, I don't know, a couple of reduced games. You could probably buy Assetto Corsa and R Factor together with that £15. I've bought old versions of them anyway.
Yeah.
It just seems to me like
75
if it makes you so upset that you're
lot.
going to pay a politician to, not only does that not add credibility to your complaints, but getting some ridiculous joke of a politician who has no credibility whatsoever to criticize Codemasters, and also the fact you're paying him so he doesn't actually care. He's just doing it for attention. But also for that money, like I say, if you're that upset, just buy R Factor 2, buy Assetto Corsa, buy a different game, or even buy Trackmania or something, or iRacing with their subscription fees. You'd have a much better time. I don't know why they're not voting with their wallet. They're saying, "Oh, you should be doing better." But Codemasters, they're the only ones with the official F1 license. They've got no competition, so I don't know why people think paying a politician £75 to moan in a message, blame Codemasters' lazy game on like them being Remainers or some political nonsense. But I think it has nothing to do with the Codemasters F1 games. Trying to turn it into a culture war thing. That's such a joke to me, because literally no one cares in the F1 community about like culture war nonsense. I don't think they do. They say they do, they're lying. But anyway.
Yeah, F1 community is in pretty tight spot.
Yeah, so
for
it's not
example, like set of
yeah,
course.
it's sort of like I think they're just kind of a joke. Both the Codemasters and the community around them are a joke. But
Yeah.
Again, I can't be too critical because I used to be part of that community, I guess, like 10 years ago.
It's quite different right now. It's
more mainstream, I guess, with all these.
It's more mainstream, but also a bit more toxic in a way.
Yeah.
For example, Assetto Corsa, which I pretty admire. Kunus, I think Kunus guys, their jobs been amazing. What they've done with the game, that they've been listening to the community, in my opinion,
Exactly,
a lot
yeah.
more. They've been trying to actively fix their game, their simulator, because it's a lot more of simulator than a game. It has many of the positive things that F1 has, and has many of the positive things that Air Factor has, or even the old Assetto Corsa, which in my opinion is still one of the, if not the best simulator out there. And I'm pretty sure if they decided to continue working on the Assetto Corsa 1, it would be a great simulator right now. I think they're actually working on a new one now.
Right, I think I heard something a little bit about that, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to driving the new Assetto Corsa. Hopefully they partner with Ferrari again and make a Ferrari open seater, Ferrari 2004 maybe. It would be pretty cool if that happens, and have leagues with the Formula cars, have the hybrid system as well.
It is pretty awesome that you can just load up Assetto Corsa and then buy a bunch of, or you can use a bunch of recolored Ferrari 312Ts, Niki Lauda's car, and then just drive them around the old Monza banking. It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
The old 1966 F1 layout that sort of crosses over itself a bit.
There's the Lotus as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, they do have a Lotus in the game as well, I think. Yeah.
Beautiful.
A lot of people I talked to played ACC. I've only played a little bit of the old Xbox version of, I think it's the original ACC. Just had all the sort of mods and stuff added in it, but I was very impressed by what I saw, and a lot of people told me that it's one of the best handling, realistic handling F1 motorsport simulators, basically, as we see another change of position. Milotai pits, and the 444 retakes second position. I haven't talked about the race in a while. I thought I should let people know that the move happened, even if it was in the pits.
Yeah, there's just 3 hours left. We can continue our ACC banter.
Oh yeah, of course. Even though I haven't played all that much of the game.
All the good stuff has already happened.
I guess so.
We can see that Ferdi is making a lot of progress to the guys in P2 and P3.
Yeah, he's blown everyone away. You have to say, in terms of cars, the number 7 in the team that's really thrown down the gauntlet, not just in this race, but sort of in the title challenge. I think Spa is going to be very, very interesting.
With Ferdi behind the wheel, I'm pretty confident that this car will be very, very, very good for the race.
Isn't the BMW one the best down the straight line? And what have we got at Spa? Loads of straight lines.
Isn't actually the BMW one of the worst on the straight lines?
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's
I
so
thought the Ferrari
cheeky.
was one of the worst in Korea, particularly the way they'd set it up. The 35 car was really struggling that whole race.
The 87
Oh
has
no, I'm
rear
getting
wing.
the wrong way. Oh dear. So is that Denahan in trouble then?
Yeah, I saw him without rear wing. Maybe it might be me.
I can have a look. No, actually still got it. It was just the light playing tricks on you.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Unless it was Jeff Close had lost his rear wing.
No, I don't think so.
No, all good.
Yeah.
All the irises have the rear wings firmly attached with super glue at this point.
Yeah, because he was off track and the lights were in a way that it showed no rear wing. Oh.
It is annoying when you don't get a clear visual on that, and it sort of plays tricks on you, especially late at night.
I'm glad that they're going pretty okay. I'm actually surprised to see Jeff in the 86. I think that he was supposed to drive in the GT car.
Okay.
But it's still good to see
He's
him back
usually in the
port
GT,
side.
isn't he? Because remember, he used to drive for DDoS, Jeff Close, didn't he? They were fighting for the title last season.
But I think that Madness won it, or it was
Madness did
Mugen.
win it in the end, but yes, Jeff Close was sort of involved as we see Klopp making a pit stop. And Callison trouble, although she has caught back up to Adeli. She's only about 4 seconds behind him actually. Fifth seems up for grabs in GT3, so we might have a little battle, potentially. Callison, who's been in that car a long while. Very tidy job. Who started off the season so well, had kind of a revolving door of drivers. They were fighting for the championship early on with getting podium finishes with the Pastor brothers, Nicky and Giuseppe Pastor.
Yeah, they're very quick as well.
Yeah, they joined
brothers.
Iris, didn't they? And then they've gone out elsewhere, I'm assuming. Well, we haven't seen too much of them.
They're with Iris.
Oh, they're still on the Iris roster,
Yep,
but they've not been available for the last couple of races, I assume. I haven't seen them in action.
I'm actually not sure. I think that they've been tryharding a bit more other leagues recently. I'm not really sure. Don't take my words with
Yeah,
grain
fair
of
enough.
salt.
It is a shame because we have seen also Amsterdam Bulls Polonia, another team that was really competitive, and then had some bad luck, and then sort of just lost interest when they saw Mugen a bit far ahead of them. And it's a shame because they had really big potential. A lot of their drivers just moved to other teams, like we've seen Denahan in action at the moment. Used to be an AFP driver, like Checkits too, and also of course Che Hatch.
Yep. No, Che Hatch.
Oh no, Che was always Iris, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was always Irish. The thing with AFP was, I don't know exactly the reason they stopped racing, but from what I know is just.
Well, I heard
it
they were
wasn't
trying
really
to focus on
being
FSR.
afraid or something from the teams ahead. They just that they sort of decided probably do something else. I'm not really sure, but it was definitely not because of other teams or something.
Yeah, it felt like there was a lack of focus from AFP, to be honest, that they sort of were more interested in Formula Sim racing and some other leagues, which is fair enough. Maybe Open Wheeler is more their sort of thing. As we see Hevesi make a pit stop.
They were in WC in Formula Sim racing, so they're definitely a very competitive team. And
exactly.
As
and
you
it
know,
would be great to see them come back someday, because they also had some entertaining liveries now and again.
Yeah. And they're always a team that never gives up, so that's something good.
Yeah, that was certainly the case, although they definitely gave up on this season, I think. No real other way of getting around that. But in the races themselves, they never gave up, which made them really exciting to watch. Yeah, I mean, Allison also not giving up.
By the way, Robert wants to come as well to the interview chat.
Oh, sure. I'll invite him in. Where is Robbie?
Robbie, come.
Oh, there he is. Can I join my friend Chris? Okay. Where are you? We have fun. He says. Oh, there he is. He's just moved to the waiting room. Stop moving around, because I have to scroll down to find him. And there he is. We've just been joined
Roberto.
by
Bonjour, hang on. I've got 97 sounds playing at once. Oh, there we go.
The Bobaton.
Hello.
Oh, good to hear
Hi,
from you,
Chris.
Robert, of course. Driver for Valley Esports number 90 in this race. I've done some
Having-
impressive stints, currently still running in a very strong third place.
Currently still running is about the only benefit that's going on this weekend, I'll be
There are a
honest.
lot of cars that you can just say, well, they're still running.
Yeah, it's kind of how I feel right now.
Yeah, I know Valet are just coming off the disappointment of Korea.
We
Where there was-
don't talk about Korea, it never happened.
I know.
No.
But still, it would be good to get on the podium again after missing out last time.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. You know, we try our best. I would
I
say
would
we
hope
tried
you
our
are.
best. I built the setup in 3 laps. I've done maybe 10 timed laps of practice before actually getting into this race, because we've been busy with, how do I say, other commitments?
Other series.
Yes, we've been a little focused on other series with different cars and stuff, so we've not really had much time to dedicate towards this. Although I suspect a lot of the guys that
shorter
are running
races,
just now
you mean.
haven't. It's just kind of this has been a pretty unfortunately timed event.
Yeah, it has. Although it doesn't clash with Formula 1 this time, which is a blessing, I guess.
Yes, I think yeah, because it clashes with a lot of virtual things that I think a fair few drivers are missing this because of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone got the same idea of doing one after the big triple header, the Formula 1 events after the summer break.
We've done a fair few endurance races the last month. Me and Brad are coming off the back of a double victory in. Am I allowed to say other league names? Do we get beaten for that?
Oh,
or-
we talk about other leagues.
Okay,
so you can
that's
do
fine.
it.
I didn't want Chris to just invade the commentary booth and bonk me.
That's okay.
Yes.
No, we won the Le Mans 24 in the LM-P1 class for GEM, and then we won
I was
Daytona
lazy
in the
to drive
DPI
it.
last week as well.
Oh, well, congratulations.
So a little
Goodness.
disappointing that we can't make it 3, but you know, can't exactly wade in here with 0 practice expecting to be OP.
Oh, well, it's interesting you say that because we were talking to Mia Rose earlier, and it was her first time in the LMP2 car, and she had a little bit of practice around here by the sounds of things, because she knew what she was talking about when she was talking about this circuit, but it was her first time in the LMP2 car, really, for this event, and she got it on pole, and was really doing really well leading the race. Unfortunately, some of her teammates haven't quite been able to carry the baton quite as well, but that's endurance racing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But
it
it was
happens.
still a really impressive performance, I felt. From a rising star in the sim racing world.
It's not too bad. The LMP2 is one of the safer cars I think to drive to get into downforce anyway, especially if you're used to GTs, because you can kind of try and drive it like a GT. It doesn't work, but you can try. Yeah, no, as I said, doing well for first time out in the car is actually pretty impressive. A lot of us around here have a fair few hours trying to get this goddamn car to work and not lock the rears every time you hit the brakes. That would be nice. Isn't that right, Chris?
Well, that's a brake
Yes.
bias issue, surely.
Yes, what?
Well,
I'm
locking the
trying to
rears
get
and the
into
bias
the
is-
race right now because
Oh, you
I need to
actually-
do
are
some
you driving?
stewarding.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Oh, Jesus, stewarding. Oh, no.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm going to give you penalties, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
I did sort of joke that you'd probably be doing stewarding later, Chris, and nobody knew whether you would or not.
Wait, what? Yes, obviously.
This was before you came on, don't worry.
I'm very
not-
committed man, you know, I'm the great.
Yes, of
I
course.
don't have the most,
Nobody
obviously.
questioned this.
God damn it, Chris.
Why? Where do you download the but? Oh no, I need the butters. Oh, which track is it again?
Laguna Seca.
Yeah, the same thing.
Well, funny enough, Chris did the exact same thing when he was loading up. I came on with a Parsec to screen share of him,
Which Laguna
and
Seca
he was
is
loading
it
up. He was
again?
loading up a Korea and not Laguna Seca, and I said, "This doesn't look right," and he said, "You're right, it isn't. I misclicked."
Actually, I'm not sure what
Well, my
version of
wheel
Laguna
now
Seca
makes
this
good
is.
sounds.
Just find the one where the walls are a little bigger than you'd expect.
I
That's very
think my
specific.
wheel got the broken F.
Did you Actually, you know what? It's not even worth asking. It's just you do
It's
that sometimes, don't you, champion?
T300, please allow
This
me.
is Mr. Gitsov we're talking about. He gets through wheels like
Yeah, well,
No, it just makes random sounds. It's like yeah.
It's the force feedback that's going crazy.
Yes.
So it just sounds like Chris when he's driving then.
Yeah. It's just a feature.
Oh,
It's
we've gotten our first penalty in a while. Who is that? Is that Ploep?
How do you
Autopilot.
install the track, by the way?
Very slowly, I imagine.
Are you trying to find Laguna Seca?
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, I'll help you do your job.
Please do.
Make up for his competence level.
Yes, obviously. I'm great steward, you know. I'm just a boomer right now.
I thought you said you were still at school.
Yeah.
Oh, are you going back to school? Right, okay.
No, I'm still in school. I'm not going back. I'm yet to finish it. I just need to find Laguna Seca.
In California, Chris, I'll give you a hint.
Auto Club Speedway or something, isn't it? No.
Mazda Raceway. What it says in the advertising hoarding. Over the start
Wait,
finish line.
what? I'm actually confused right now. I'm just going to check. There are like 5 drivers anyway, so I don't think that would be any issue. It's not like the whole world will burn.
I mean, it will, but, you know,
Yeah,
you can just put it off, it's fine.
Put off the fire with the extinguisher. Okay, so
Before you came on, by the way, Robert, Chris and I were talking about we were slanging off Codemasters F1 games and talking about the PSGL event.
He knows about my event tonight. He
I
was
know about Chris
unfortunate
Gibson's lack
enough.
of IQ when it comes to driving in F1 2021.
Yeah, I got
it seems like
by
Codemasters have spent 10 years, not necessarily lack of IQ, but being a little bit lazy when it comes to online.
You mean they've spent the last 10 years copy and pasting the same code? Oh god.
Oh no, I wouldn't suggest that.
I wouldn't do
nobody
that.
would suggest that.
Said
But,
every Codemasters employee.
Hey, look.
It's a pretty small development team, to be fair, but still.
Yeah, but their budget is
They've
like,
certainly not had-
good enough to have more people in it, you know.
Certainly-
When you're the official
Exactly, yeah.
when you're the official developer, you cannot go with the same excuse as we do when we're just miming around and
Yeah, well, no, I
having
think the problem
fun.
is that there's no competition. They're the only ones with the official F1 license.
Yeah.
Like, the current season, at least. And
So they don't
it's
care.
not like the 90s, for instance, late 90s, where you had loads of different consoles and different developers that had the Formula 1 license from Formula 1 management. And as a result, everyone was trying different things. And you had some bad F1 games, no doubt, but you also had some really great innovative stuff, like people coming up with new features and whatever, and it was better because it was more competitive. There was a sense of, well, we need this in our game because there's other companies doing it, and what's happened
Laguna
now is
Seca-
Codemasters, it's like, oh, go on.
Is Laguna Seca DLC?
Oh, Chris.
Where do you download it from then?
Chris, would you like... I've literally gone and found the link for you. Would you like it?
Yes.
This is great on stream. I'm sure people really enjoy this peek behind the curtain, seeing Robert babysit Chris.
No, he doesn't babysit me. He's just a nice person.
I mean, those are not words that I would use to describe myself, but, you know, power to you, I guess.
It's just how it comes across from the outside is all. Having to send him links and do all the hard work for him. But anyway.
It's okay, I allow him.
I'm sure Chris pays you back in other favors somehow, like I don't know, driving.
Setups,
I
yes.
wish.
My setups are something else, don't worry.
Like, he probably has like a bunch of IOUs that he just sends you.
Yeah. I'm just kind of hoping that at some point I can get the pile big enough that I can just, like, take his entire house away from him.
Repossess
Go.
them.
Yeah.
Laguna Seca Deluxe, yes, it sounds
Oh,
legit.
Emily Carson really pushing it for a while because it's the closest battle on track, the battle for 5th in GT3 class.
What did she do?
She just went really wide out onto the Rahal Straight at the end of turn 6, which is where everyone's been spinning, so it was really risky. And she's just been lapped as well by LM-P2s. But,
yeah.
The Ferrari is not
GT
really a
feature.
car that you should push too hard. There's a lot of pace there, but not on the edge, because it puts itself in the wall.
Well, also, the thing is, Delhi is driving the Paul Street boys, who are driving the McLaren, I think. So that's what she's up against. So it's a little bit of a...
McLaren's an interesting car. We saw it GT Pro when they still ran the GT3 pack. It's it can be quite fast, but it does
Is it me, or is it just an all-rounder car? Because it seems like it seems to be the natural choice at most of these circuits.
The 720 is the all-rounder car. It basically has good top speed, good handling, and good stint balance. The 650, from what our testing found anyway, when we were looking into
cars and spins! Oh, she just pushed it a bit too hard at turn 3, and round she goes. Basically the wrong way.
The
just avoids the
650 is
walls.
the best
She
car.
collects
Changed
herself,
my
spins the right way. Sorry about that. It was lagging a bit on my end, so you started talking as it was lagging for me, Chris, so I didn't know what to
do. In my opinion, the best car out there is the 650. Just changed my mind. And it's not because, look at the email, our best friend is driving this car.
What do you mean is? He drove it ages ago and now no longer drives it because nobody drives it.
Yeah, but he drove it, that's the important thing.
Luca drove it, therefore it is good.
Yes.
I like your thought.
Yes, obviously.
There's benefits of being Bulgarian coming through there.
Okay,
your friend drives it, so it must be the best car.
You
He was
probably
saying that. That should be the
Chris.
title of his new book, that Chris is no doubt writing.
Yes.
That
This
is
book I
life
got
and career.
cancelled for being Bulgarian.
Yes.
Let's go.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this happens.
Laguna Bulgarian's a bad name.
Nah. Being Bulgarian is cool, you know.
Chris, I've come to the conclusion that you might be an idiot. You tried to install the EERC package before you actually installed the track.
Shh! I didn't do that.
Oh no.
No one has to know.
Didn't see this.
Except everyone, all 4 people watching the stream know now.
Oh.
No, nobody saw that because...
That's out the bag. Let me have a look, because it was 4 before. It's probably dropped down to 2 or something like that.
Seeing
One of them
7
may be
just
me.
now, but mine doesn't update in a
Okay.
while.
It might be
Mine
because I've
hasn't
started
updated in a
speaking
while.
again. People have come back. I don't know how this works.
Yeah, they just heard me speaking and they just decided to leave. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you guys realise, but it's really bloody tough to commentate on your own, because you're sort of... Especially when there's nothing going on and you don't know when anyone's coming. It's a bit like driving on your own when you were supposed to stop several hours ago.
You mean like what I'm currently doing to my poor teammate in the in the valley?
Okay, but third's sewn up, right? There's no...
We don't say anything because we were 7 laps in the lead of Daytona, and we 2 laps in the lead because Brad's router decided it didn't want to be alive anymore.
Oh yeah, so...
Brad's
But to be fair...
data just decided to not be data.
We talked a bit about the bad luck that Valley have had this season, but we should also talk about the great event that you guys had at Suzuka, where you were able to, in very dramatic circumstances, snatch the win in the last 2 hours.
Why do I have a feeling that I've missed this?
One at a time, guys.
Why do I have a feeling that I've missed this?
They won. The number 91 in Suzuka.
I did.
Yes.
You mean the number 90 that was at one point like 4 laps down?
Yes, it was. The number 33, I think, was missing a wheel and smoking at the side of the road early on in that race. And got paid for
No. The 33 did okay. We were driving the 33. It was
the 33 did do okay. I'm saying that
most of the race.
You were saying that
And then
number
we
90
handed it over
had a big
to
setback
two-
early on, and I think the 33 also had one, if I remember
We had a
right.
really good start.
Oh, was it the 90? Was the number 90 the one that was
it was the
smoking?
90 that got blown up repeatedly at the start.
It was,
just
yes.
The 33 got blown up about 6 hours in, and it blew up
That was it, yes.
repeatedly. It was fun.
Sorry. You see, when you commentate for
So many
several
races.
hours, yeah, you
I mean,
do
it's
sort
also
of
a
forget
while
what
ago.
happens
It's not
when.
exactly surprising.
Yeah. I do remember that finish though, because I had to stop because it was another 12-hour event where my parents didn't want me going past midnight, and we're getting dangerously close to it actually. But
But
I think it would be good for me to go to sleep as well because I'm a good boy.
My family also wants to see friends of the family tomorrow, so don't want to dox myself here, but yeah.
Chris's mum will walk in with the flip-flop again.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Not again.
Wait, I don't think that who is watching? Yeah, it's just you. Off. I need to stop the stream. By the way, Brad, make sure you don't look at the stream.
How can he look at the stream? He's driving.
Well, here we go. So Attila David has commented saying, "You guys are so funny," and he's done an emoji of his tongue stick stuck out. Wozniak is the greatest of all time, says Nex. If he's a teammate of Wozniak at Freemavond. And Perfika says, Paul Street Boys! 3 exclamation marks. So it's clear what team he supports.
So how do you log in as admin?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Wait, yes, okay.
It certainly looks with Callison spinning that the battle's kind of over. I've not switched it because there's no one else that's closer on track.
Oh, I forgot to turn down the graphics, did I?
Oh great, we get to judge incidents at 4 FPS. Let's go.
Yes!
Good thing someone's been streaming this whole event.
Racing.
It will be fine, don't worry. I'm very objective
Isn't the
when it
points even
comes
here?
to...
Be honest with me.
I don't think they are. I haven't seen them in a while, actually.
For
seen them in the points
FPS,
much
I
either.
haven't seen them as well.
I guess I haven't seen many points either. What?
What?
No, we did make a great joke at Le Mans, where you could just joke about them going in and out of the points constantly. They just kept going in and out of 10th. Yeah.
By the way, Edser, are you looking forward to next 24 Le Mans with EERC?
Spa, you dum-dum.
Yeah, same thing.
He did, that's what he means, I
hate
think.
you.
Yeah, I meant Le Mans because like last year, it was
Right.
actually about the same time as now.
Oh yeah, because what was the Halloween Le Mans? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it was the Halloween Le
We
Mans.
did a non-championship race that was even though we only had 3 finishes, I think, in LMP2. Or was it 3 finishes overall? I think.
It was 5 finishes overall, but you're close, yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit of attritional, but that was fun. Oh, Jeff Close!
What did
was
he
cool
do?
with the barrier, but he gets it collected at the penultimate corner, I think this is. No, this isn't penultimate corner, this is really early in the lap. Dark now, I don't know where we are half the time.
It's a very samey track. Everything is just like an elevation change and a blind corner.
Elevation change and a blind corner, yes.
Jeff Close did really well to avoid the wall there. I think he had a bit of a moment.
I really like the 2 FPS that we have.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been trying to take beauty shots then.
Nah. I'm just going to take some shots.
You're gonna take some beauty shots at 4 FPS.
I cannot.
Let's go.
Oh no. Wait. Let me go.
I like the immediate regret there. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
watching him try to menu and like it's running at about 4 FPS.
I thought I had some frame rate issues. I mean, I've reduced I'm using Chris's computer through screen sharing things, so I've had to really reduce the resolution because I'm using our laptop.
Oh.
MacBook, so.
Does it sound like it's trying to take off yet, or have we not quite gotten to that stage?
Well, to be fair, I've become pretty decent at noise cancelling it through TeamSpeak.
Oh no.
With the fans.
Yeah,
so.
my PC decided to go thermonuclear at the end of like 4 hours, so that was
To
interesting.
be fair, the only big issues I had is I remember trying to do a Zoom call with people when on a really hot day and my laptop's just completely overheating, and I've ended up having to sort of dub over myself because I'm lagging so much in the recording. So that was really annoying, but I did end up finding an issue for that, finding a solution for that. Sorry.
I have to admit, the game looks very pretty, Chris. Shame it just doesn't run very well.
I'll tell you what I'm excited about, but it has nothing to do. It's something to do with gaming, but it has nothing to do with motorsport or sim racing. I was really excited about an RPG that's being remade, which is called it's a Star Wars RPG from the old expanded universe, which only really geeky, nerdy people like me know about. It's called Knights of the Old Republic, I think, or KOTOR for short. And it was this really well-selling RPG on like I think the original Xbox, and it was also on PC, which is how I played it. But it was just this really fun, mostly well-written series of games. But that and its sequel, they were both really well-written. Even though KOTOR 2 was rushed out because LucasArts wanted to rush it out for Christmas 2004, when they really needed a bit more time to finish the game.
Around Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. But it took like restored content mod from like the community, and also a couple of people worked on the game like 10 years later to actually make it. But Jeff Close has another off and 6 going very wide, but doesn't lose too much time. Still a bit scary there.
It's very fair. When it starts to get dark, everything starts to get really samey, and trying to judge.
Yeah.
When you pick up the throttle. I don't know, the Iris seems to have a slightly better setup than what we have, but with the Valley it's really understeery on power, until it isn't.
Until it isn't.
So you kind of like
it's your setup, Rob.
Yeah, exactly, that's the problem. It was designed by an ape in 3 laps, where he went, rear wing go brr.
That's how rear wing works, right?
Obstruction problem.
If anyone wants to steal our setup, we're running 6 rear wing at Laguna Seca. It's never normally run in the LM-P2. We don't worry about it.
Yes, thank you for sharing your setups.
You versus the rear wing, she tells you not to worry about.
Exactly. Got more angle.
More angle. Yes. Ooh. Oh no, it just looks...
You know, overall, despite inevitably we've had races this year, I think Daytona 25 was a real struggle. Well, at least with Daytona,
I don't like to
got to
talk
sleep
about
through.
Daytona, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, there was the false start.
I can't talk about Daytona. I was meant to be driving for Team Falcon, and we know how that went.
Exactly. Well, less said about Team Falcon, the better. I think they tried to rejoin for this one, but they were looking for drivers, and nobody put their hand up.
They might be back for the next one. You never know.
We'll see. It would be cool to see them back, and especially an improved Team Falcon would be great to see. But maybe if they're just a bit more clean, that would be enough, I think. Even if they're not sitting the time.
There's just a few drivers that had 2.5 brain cells.
Yeah. Yeah, not all the drivers were banned, but quite a lot of them were.
Well, yeah, this is why I'm unfortunately or fortunately still here. Depends on how you take me. As
I'm glad to have you here. You're a capable guy, Robert.
You're a capable guy.
That's the first time someone's ever said that to me.
But to be fair, anyone
We bully
at this
him.
point, because I've been commentating for so long, I'm so used to just having no one there. Anybody in the comms box, I will just heap praise upon. Initially, it was wow, that was a great performance, and sort of like lashing praise on people. But now it's just anyone, I was like, even going to like bank markers in this race, asking them. Yeah, exactly.
You decided to interview me, and I didn't do a single lap in this race.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, no. Well, I mean, obviously, you're part of the league and done stuff before, and you have a lot of experience, but wouldn't just get random person off the street as we see a new best lap time. Oh wow.
Did somebody get reported? No, nobody got reported.
Somebody get reported.
Wait, Danahan.
Wait, Jake got reported? What?
No, it's to set a fastest lap time.
Ah, good.
Best lap of the race, 1:11.445, which totally blows the previous best of 11.585 by Kianik and the number 21 crew that's about to win the championship. He's blown that out of the water. So Jake Danahan, a little pride regained for the 87 and Irish crew, as Emily Callison has another little moment at the corkscrew, but collects herself up and continues. 3 seconds the gap between Callison and Erdely, so Horse Route Boys could take a very popular, it sounds from the chat, there's Arthur Polek have a spin exactly where Jeff Close spun, I think, earlier. No foul.
Okay, let's...
Horse Route Boys finishing 5th overall, which would be their best, one of their best GT3 finishes, certainly. Would be a big deal for them, so certainly great to see them fighting Sheba, who are a pretty solid team. And got some pretty solid drivers at the moment, at least. I know we talked about the revolving door at some of these teams, but that's often by necessity, with the driver availability being kind of in flux from event to event.
Yes, especially with the sort of time as everything starts to, I say, get back to normality, but it isn't really. But you know what I mean.
Oh, another error for Callison. She's been in that car an awful long while, and I wonder if he is starting to just... Reactions are starting to go a little bit. She's struggling to get out of that gravel trap. There we go. Callison continues on her way.
How long has she been in the car?
Oh, been at least 30 or 40 laps at least, possibly longer.
I can't see because it tells me all the stints.
Yeah.
I tried.
She's only been on 8 laps for this stint, but she did 40 and 52, I think, the lap before. So she's been in a while, at least a couple of hours.
Yes, I did.
Is there anyone else at Chiba who can take over? Let's have a look. Because I was really hoping to interview Emily Callison like about 2 or 3 hours ago.
Can't get an interview from someone if they never leave the car.
Yeah, we've got Hallam Voice.
That's actually quite sad, to
Reaches
be honest.
also driving.
Yo, I can make a dope shot from here.
Oh my god, Chris.
I know that my job is to be steward, but...
You're sitting here taking beauty shots.
You wouldn't know
get
it
reported.
from the way you've been talking the last
I'm pretty sure that I will know if something happens, don't worry.
Right.
You'll hear the crunchy noises.
Yes. No, I'm literally looking at the reports from time to time and there's nothing to do. Ah, there was a report against you.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Very good.
It was like 50 laps ago or something. 150 laps ago, for God's sake.
Wasn't there one team that made a complaint about an incident happening on the lap, but it was like the lap the leader was on, not the lap that they were on? So they said 174 and it was 176 or something like that.
I did see that. I got a giggle out of that message.
It's like a Minority Report reporting incidents before they happen. Well, we can prevent it now.
And see into the future.
That would be quite handy power for me to have, because then with the lag that I've been having at points in this race, it would mean I would actually be commentating on things as they happen, as we see Arthur Plulop.
What happened?
And again?
He's been in the car quite a while now, and off the track more times than I've seen him on it.
Cool.
With this is similar to the Callison incident. Yeah, he's just stuck in the gravel at I think that's either just before or just after the corkscrew.
The Ferrari's a cruel mistress.
It is. Definitely in the 481. The rookie animal rookies or whatever they're called.
Rookie monsters.
Rookie monsters, not animal monsters, not.
I would say, is it actually a rookie monsters entry? I wasn't actually sure if that got confirmed or not.
Yeah, it was a rookie
Apparently,
monster.
Chris tells me the rookie monsters are anything but rookies when it comes to sim racing, so it's a slight misnomer.
Well, as an RM main driver, I have to disagree with your point there. I'll be honest.
What?
I'm gonna fight Chris about it. RM biggest rookies.
Yes. I'm sorry, I lied to you.
Yeah.
RM is actually the rookie monster team.
The
I won't say that
monsteriest team. Thank you, Chris.
Yes. I won't say that again, sorry.
Yes, I really hope not. Wouldn't want Jeff hearing that.
I mean, it's your team. Let me get a shot. Okay, the shot.
We better see these shots later, and they better be beautiful.
Yeah. They do look very good, to be fair.
I spent more time on them than on driving, yeah, so... It's a talent problem.
I mean, I'd hope so, considering how hard you got frauded at Daytona.
I didn't get frauded.
Mate, if I was keeping up with you, then you've got a problem.
You weren't keeping up with me, you were actually pulling away.
God damn it, Chris.
Get your facts, Dave.
Okay.
No, we were driving away in a straight line. When it came to the corners, we don't talk about them.
I've just texted Josh because I'm about to head off, so just asking him how's Hull, and also when are you coming back? And I've mentioned that you two were here.
How's Hull? Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. But apparently his meeting went really well, so he's still in a good mood. It's to do with work, basically. Someone wants him to do voiceovers, sports videos, which sounds right up his alley. He's racing it back to the box, and he says he'll be there for the ending, so I'm not sure he'll be back in time, but there might be a period where I leave and there might be 20 minutes or so where you two are on your own, if that's okay.
So did you want us to keep the people entertained? Yes, very good.
Well, you've done a pretty good job so far.
I do my best.
So, chat was very positive. At least one guy in the chat was very positive.
At least 3.
Oh, here we go. There's been 2 messages, but they're completely nonsense.
It's just it's just Kenners being Kenners.
Attila David.
That's what he wants.
Oh, yeah, Kenners, of course. Attila David is a big fan of you guys. I'm not sure which team he's affiliated with. Oh, we lost one of our users in our channel. Would be, of course, Chris. Of course, it would be Chris.
That sounds like Chris. Oh, I think maybe his internet's just gone Bulgaria.
The benefits of being Bulgarian.
The stream you're currently viewing has reduced visual or audio quality. This may be due to network conditions. Goodbye, Chris.
Everyone is.
Oh, glad he wasn't
part of the night where everyone's internet turns off.
I've been given a DM by Chris. Mum plugged off the internet. Oof.
Oh dear. The entirety of Bulgaria is that no, you don't get internet for tonight. Everyone should be asleep now.
She's turned the internet off this time. Better than the flip-flop, I suppose.
Well, leader at LM-P2, Kianik, takes a visit to the pits. Hello.
There we go. I can now see my second.
Doesn't decide, ends up certainly being in the gravel.
Oh look, it's my namesake. It's Ryan Mazumner. Or Mazumder.
Oh, has he just gotten in one of the cars?
No, he's currently talking in the YouTube chat. What unit?
We also had Ryan Ferris on earlier, who's one of our other commentators. Very helpful earlier on. Hopefully be hearing from him again as well. Damn, EERC dead. Wow, thanks Ryan.
He's a very positive
There's 8
fellow,
people, that's quite a lot compared to earlier.
There's 8 people. No, I think he meant, like, on track.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's never going to be the biggest league compared to some of the others out there.
Laguna Seca, I'll be honest.
Well, yeah. Hopefully more people want to do spars. We see Zoltan Toff, 4th in class in the wall. In a bit of jeopardy here. Can Zoltan get out of that one? He can. Goes. There's a little bit behind there.
I'm too behind on the stream, I can't say anything. Feels bad.
Yeah, that wasn't great to see for Zoltan, because he was vain trying to catch Roland Zux, make things a bit easier for the number 7, give them a bigger advantage into Spa. Are you excited for at least the GT3 battle in Spa, even if it looks like LM-P2 is going the way of Mugen?
Yeah, I think so. We always like to see tight.
Yeah, it was a shame because we had 2 really great title deciders last time out, last season. For Road America, when we had 3 that were in contention in, well, I guess GD it's the same because it was one that was in mathematical contention, which was I think the old Pimps Racing Hungary team, and it ended up just being Magnus and DDoS.
Yeah. Wow, DDoS. That's a name I haven't heard in yonks.
Yeah, not since say Daytona probably.
Yeah.
It's a shame. It's a shame to see teams come and go, but nothing for it, I guess. Yeah.
Only the real OGs remember Team Teppa.
Yeah, I remember Team Scuderia Adriatica, which I kept calling Scuderia Oceania because I couldn't remember.
Scuderia Australia.
Scuderia Continental. Scuderia Continental Breakfast. Yeah.
Quality.
The Chinese whispers with some of these team names because they're so difficult to remember when it's your first commentary. But I've gotten a lot better at doing the names of some of these drivers.
Yes.
I forget some
Yeah,
of them.
but you're braver than I am for trying to pronounce some names.
I still get feedback now. I'm never going to get it exactly right all the time. I try. As we
Being a
see,
Scotsman myself, words are yes.
well, people have enough trouble with understanding you and me from like other countries, apparently.
Yeah.
The is that Joseph Toff getting back on board the Paul Street Boys car in fifth position. Still, it's a 38% gap to Hallam Voice, but they've cleared Team Sheba at the moment.
Yeah, I guess that means that Emily finally got out of the car, did she?
Yeah, she did. Hallam Voice has taken over. Is it? I think it's pronounced Hallam Voice.
And the big boss man himself.
Ironically, he's the one driver whose voice I don't think I know, because I've never heard from him.
Joke.
Yes. Also true, though.
I've never heard Hallam Voice.
I think voice is pronounced differently in like whatever country Hallam Voice is from. Let me have a look. I can figure out from TeamSpeak which country he's from, actually. There you are. Oh, he's from the UK. He's pronounced voice, I assume. Apparently he's from the UK, because that's the flag that comes up. There we go. We're just hitting midnight now, so I'm probably going to have to head off very soon then. Imminently.
Or you'll get the same wrath as Chris did.
Maybe. I hate to leave you on your own, Rob.
Ah, it's fine. I'll just chill here.
I feel the need to fill all the dead air, because Josh
I
will be
might wander over and go make sure that Brad's actually still alive and breathing. That seems like something I should probably do at some
point.
point.
If Josh comes along, make sure he knows that number 21 is going to gain 9 points on the number 95, and that means it's going to win the LM-P2 championship by half a point.
Oh, Jeff Close in trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will send him a DM if needs must.
Yep. I might. To be fair, I'll probably still be watching, but just from like under the covers.
Yeah. Watching, but on a really low volume.
Well, no, I have headphones on.
Ollie. I don't like wearing headphones when I'm in bed. I normally end up falling asleep, and falling asleep with headphones is just bad.
And also, I'm happy to come on and invite people into the commentary box if Joshua does. I'm pretty sure Joshua does not have the permissions, or they might have given it to him.
You might have to do that then.
Use a friend. I haven't done that yet, Rob. Been meaning to.
Oh,
I can actually set your permissions. I think permissions overview. Let's have a look.
That sounds dangerous. Nobody should give me permissions.
One man should have all that power.
You know. We don't do Brian Hayes moments here, please.
We don't do Kanye either. Oh. Somebody trying to write something on Notepad. Ooh. Having the classic problem. The stream being too long, so we have to split it. So we're going to leave you all now, I think, for part 1 of the first 10 hours. Be back for the final 2 hours, but unfortunately I will not be there. But it is the number 21.
Not splitting it 6 and 6 hurts my soul a little bit, but that's okay.
Hey, well, we deal with stuff as it becomes a problem, not before. That's always been our way, Rob. That's my way, anyway. So, thanks so much for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the first 10 hours. It is the number 21, driven by Kristovic Yannick still, I believe. Yep, for 465 laps completed by Kristovic Yannick, leading Jabo Hevesi, and looking well on way to winning their first ever title in the EERC World Championship, the LM-P2 Championship. Then, in GT3 leading, 30-year man for Iris Automation, number 7, by a comfortable margin. That is going to give him a big advantage in the championship over the 88 Mugen Sim Racing. It's going to cut that 41-point gap to about 28 points, I think, or is it 25 points? One of the two. But certainly a lot of action to come, so goodbye for now. We'll see you on the other side, but unfortunately, you won't be hearing from me until we go back to Spa. So good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the amazing action from Laguna Seca. It's going to be very exciting to see our LM-P2 champion crowned, as looks very likely to happen. Goodbye for now.
Do what I want, Martin. Sorry, had to get that out before the stream ended. I apologize for ruining your professionalism.
Nah, that's alright. I wouldn't call it professionalism.
Oh. You did a better job than I would, so.
Right, anyway. You're up. And give all my love to Josh. The platonic love, not that other kind of love. That's not me. I don't swing that way.
Okay, just wait till you've joined our